Introduction to Critical Theory. Horkheimer to Habermas. David Held. Note about translation. I have quoted frequently from existing English translations. When the English translation is poor, I have either amended it, indicating this in brackets, or retranslated it, indicating this by reference to the German text. The German text is also indicated when quotations are made from hitherto untranslated works. The initial reference to a German work is followed by a translation of its title in brackets. Introduction. The writings of what one may loosely refer to as a school of Western Marxism, critical theory, caught the imagination of students and intellectuals in the 1960s and early 1970s. In Germany, thousands of copies of the school's work were sold, frequently in cheap pirate editions. Members of the New Left in other European countries as well as in North America were often inspired by the same sources. In other parts of the world, for example in Allende's Chile, the influence of these texts could also be detected. In the streets of Santiago, Marcuse's name often took a place alongside Marx and Mao in the political slogans of the day. Critical theory became a key element in the formation and self-understanding of the New Left. Many of those committed to new radical protest movements, to the struggles against imperialism, the private appropriation of scarce resources and the many constraints on personal initiative, found in the works of this school an intriguing interpretation of Marxist theory and an emphasis on issues and problems, mass culture, for instance, or the family and sexuality, which had rarely been explored by more orthodox approaches to Marxism. Despite the breakup and repression of the movements of the 60s, the writings of critical theorists have been the subject of continuing controversy which has centered on their theoretical and political merits. Partly because of their rise to prominence during the political turmoil of the 1960s, and partly because they draw on traditions which are rarely studied in the Anglo-American world, the works of these authors are frequently misunderstood. Yet, in their writings, they opposed various schools of thought now being brought into disrepute, positivism, for example, and did so more cogently than many critics today. The critical theorists directed attention to areas such as the state and mass culture, areas which are only just beginning to receive the study they require. Their engagement with orthodox Marxism on the one hand, and with conventional approaches to social science on the other, provided a major challenge to writers from both perspectives. Critical of both capitalism and Soviet socialism, their writings pointed to the possibility, a possibility often sought after today, of an alternative path for social development. In this book I hope to explicate and assess central aspects of critical theory. My intentions are threefold: first, to sketch the background and some of the main influences on critical theory's development; second, to expound, around a number of themes, its main theoretical and empirical concerns; third, to demonstrate and assess the assumptions and implications of the work of its key exponents. I have not written an intellectual history, this has, in part, been accomplished. Point 11. Nor have I provided an account of critical theory which examines its development year by year. Clearly, one cannot entirely escape intellectual history or chronological documentation. But my emphasis is on an interpretation and elaboration of the ideas which were at the center of the school, and I have, accordingly, focused on themes, the themes which gave the work its distinct character. With the exceptions of the introductory chapters to parts 1 and 2, I have concentrated in each chapter on a key area of concern to the critical theorists. Critical theory, it should be emphasized, does not form a unity, it does not mean the same thing to all its adherents. The tradition of thinking which can be loosely referred to by this label is divided into at least two branches, the first centered around the Institute of Social Research, established in Frankfurt in 1923, and the second around the more recent work of Jürgen Habermas. The Institute's key figures were Max Horkheimer, philosopher, sociologist and social psychologist; Friedrich Pollock, economist and specialist on problems of national planning; Theodor Adorno, philosopher, sociologist, musicologist; Erich Fromm, psychoanalyst, social psychologist; Herbert Marcuse, philosopher; Franz Neumann, political scientist, with particular expertise in law; Otto Kirchheimer, political scientist, with expertise in law; Leo Lowenthal, student of popular culture and literature; Henrik Grossman, political economist; Arkadij Gurland, economist, sociologist, and, as a member of the outer circle of the Institute, Walter Benjamin, essayist and literary critic. The Institute's membership is often referred to as the Frankfurt School. But the label is a misleading one, for the work of the Institute's members did not always form a series of tightly woven, complementary projects. To the extent that one can legitimately talk of a school, it is only with reference to Horkheimer, Adorno, Marcuse, Lowenthal and Pollock too, and it is for these five men that I have reserved the term Frankfurt School. 3 When referring to the Institute of Social Research, however, I include all those affiliated to the Institute. Jürgen Habermas's recent work in philosophy and sociology recasts the notion of critical theory. Others who have contributed to this enterprise include Albrecht Welmer, philosopher, Clausewitz, political scientist and sociologist, and Klaus Eder, anthropologist. Despite a certain unity of purpose, there are major differences between the members of the Institute of Social Research and Habermas and his associates, as there are between most of the individuals within each camp. My main concern is with the thought of the Frankfurt School, with Horkheimer, Adorno and Marcuse in particular, and with Habermas. These four men are the central figures of critical theory. I refer to them when writing about the critical theorists. At a general level, it may be said that the founders of critical theory preserved many of the concerns of German idealist thought, concerns, for example, with the nature of reason, truth, and beauty, but reformulated the way in which these had been previously understood. They placed history at the center of their approach to philosophy and society. Yet the issues they addressed went beyond a focus on the past and embraced future possibilities. Following Marx, they were preoccupied, especially in their early work, with the forces which moved, and might be guided to move, society towards rational institutions, institutions which would ensure a true, free, and just life. But they were aware of the many obstacles to radical change and sought to analyze and expose these. They were thus concerned both with interpretation and transformation. Each of the critical theorists maintained that although all knowledge is historically conditioned, truth claims can be rationally adjudicated independently of immediate social, e.g. class, interests. They defended the possibility of an independent moment of criticism. They also all attempted to justify critical theory on a non-objectivistic and materialistic foundation. 4 The extension and development of the notion of critique, from a concern with the conditions and limits of reason and knowledge, Kant, to a reflection on the emergence of spirit, Hegel, and then to a focus on specific historical forms, capitalism, the exchange process, Marx, was furthered in the work of the Frankfurt theorists and Habermas. They sought to develop a critical perspective in the discussion of all social practices. The work of the critical theorists revolves around a series of critical dialogues with important past and contemporary philosophers, social thinkers, and social scientists. The main figures of the Frankfurt School sought to learn from and synthesize aspects of the work of, among others, Kant, Hegel, Marx, Weber, Lukács and Freud. For Habermas, certain traditions of Anglo-American thought are also important, especially linguistic philosophy and the recent philosophies of science. He has sought to mediate between and integrate a variety of seemingly quite different approaches. The motivation for this enterprise appears similar for each of the theorists, the aim being to lay the foundation for an exploration, in an interdisciplinary research context, of questions concerning the conditions which make possible the reproduction and transformation of society, the meaning of culture, and the relation between the individual, society and nature. While there are differences in the way they formulate questions, the critical theorists believe that through an examination of contemporary social and political issues they could contribute to a critique of ideology and to the development of a non-authoritarian and non-bureaucratic politics. The historical context. In order to grasp the axes around which critical theory developed, it is essential to understand the turbulent events which were at the root of its founders' historical and political experience. These events affected critical theory both directly and indirectly. In particular, it is worth tracing the main occurrences of the interwar years which had a profound impact on the Frankfurt School and Habermas. In the century up to the First World War, class conflict was successfully contained by the German nation-state and by the world's other major industrial and capitalist nations. But it is clear that what was contained was also only temporarily staved off. In the next 20 years there was an explosion of events which shook to the core many of Europe's oldest political systems. February 1917 saw the fall of Tsarism in Russia. 9 months later the Bolshevik Party seized power. The success and excitement of the revolution reverberated far beyond the boundaries of Russia. The unity of theory and revolutionary practice, central to the Marxist program, seemed within reach. The 2 years following the end of the First World War, in 1918, testified to the strength and spontaneity of the forces of change. 10 days after the naval mutinies began in Kiel and Wilhelmshaven, the foundations of the German imperial system were undermined. On November 9 the Republic was declared in Berlin. A coalition of majority Social Democrats and independent Social Democrats took office. The majority Social Democrats were determined to follow a constitutional course toward parliamentary government and a negotiated peace settlement. A large proportion of the war-weary masses, however, shared goals which went beyond a republic, democracy, and peace. 5 A large network of workers' and soldiers' councils quickly developed, demanding far-reaching changes in the economy and the military, including socialization of a vast proportion of the means of production and the abolition of military rank. In Austria, Hungary, and Italy, meanwhile, a parallel set of events was taking place. In Hungary a Soviet republic was created after the abdication of the bourgeois government. Workers' councils were quickly formed as they were in Austria and Italy. Large-scale protests and strikes were frequent in Austria. In Italy they culminated in a general strike and extensive factory occupations, centered in and around Turin. 6. The more immediate triumphs of the Russian revolutionaries were in marked contrast to the fate of the radical and revolutionary movements of Central and Southern Europe. Despite the devastation of the war, the strategies of revolutionary socialist movements proved inadequate against the resources and organization of the dominant classes. By the end of 1920 they had been checked. The momentum of the Russian Revolution, weakened by foreign interventions, blockades and civil war, had been halted. The revolution was isolated. In the context of the fragmentation and repression of European socialist movements, the pressures of encirclement by Western and Eastern powers, the lack of resources as a result of the war, economic blockade, and general economic underdevelopment, the Russian Revolution itself began to deviate from the path Lenin had hoped to maintain. Lenin died in 1924. 3 years later Stalin's victory was complete. As the process of Stalinization advanced in Russia, with the expansion of centralized control and censorship, the process of subjugating many European communist parties to Moscow leadership was completed. The Bolshevization of the Communist International had already laid the foundation for the hegemony of Moscow in the Third International. 7 Within Germany, the Communist Party, the KPD, while steadily growing in membership throughout the 1920s, became increasingly ineffective. The party's very existence constituted a continuous threat to those who sought to undermine the constitution from the right. But its adherence to the international Bolshevik line, along with frequent changes of strategy and tactics, the dogmatic application of a crude theory to rapidly changing circumstances and the virulent attacks on other parties of the left and on the leadership of the trade union movement, all contributed to its failure to win and organize a majority of the working class. The revolutionary slogans of the KPD often appeared empty in the context of the social divisions of the Weimar Republic. The divisions within the German working class were the product of a long and complex history. An indication of their origin can be found in the history of the Second International and the German Social Democratic Party. Marxists of the Second International had frequently presented socialism as a historically necessary outcome of the development of capitalism. The revolution was held to be on its way. But as one commentator put it, a revolutionary party which is content to wait for the revolution gradually ceases to be a revolutionary party. This was precisely what the German Social Democratic Party ceased to be. Throughout the last 3 decades of the pre-war years it had constantly grown in size, commanding a massive vote in the immediate post-war elections. Its rhetoric was Marxist but its program increasingly reformist. If in the future, Edward Bernstein had written in 1898, some event were to place the power in the hands of social democracy, the gaping difference between the presuppositions of our theory and reality would appear in all its full dimensions. In 1914, the Social Democrats, formally committed to an international struggle against capitalism, voted for the war credits requested by the Emperor. In the next 6 years the party's fate was established. In 1917 the left wing of the party formed an independent group. During the 2 years following the war the Social Democratic leadership supervised the crushing of the radical and revolutionary movements. They now placed complete reliance on formalistic legality. 9 They not only failed to take advantage of the opportunities to further the democratization and socialization of production in Germany but also, in the years to come, unwittingly, as Franz Neumann has shown, strengthened the monopolistic trends in German industry and failed to root out the reactionary elements in the judiciary and civil service or limit the army to its proper constitutional role. 10. In the next decade conflict in Germany did not, of course, diminish. The loyalties of the working class were split between the Socialist, Communist, and National Socialist parties. The experience of the lost war, a frustrating peace settlement, massive inflation, steadily rising unemployment, with well over 6 million registered as unemployed in 1931, and the appearance in 1929 of the worst international capitalist crisis, intensified and complicated all forms of social and class struggle. There were only brief periods of economic recovery and political stability. The assaults on Weimar democracy came from many sides. Counter-revolutionary forces were growing in resources and skills. From 1924 to 1933 European history was engulfed by the rapid emergence of Nazism and fascism. The liberal and democratic parties proved ineffective against the organization and determination of these forces. The communists, although often courageous, fought mistimed battles with too small and fragmented forces. Hitler exploited his chances as did Mussolini in Italy and Franco in Spain. In January 1933 the Nazis seized power. Across Central and Southern Europe coalitions between capital, big agrarians, bureaucracy, and the military were victorious. All independent socialist and liberal organizations were suppressed. On August 22, 1939 the Hitler-Stalin Pact was signed. It was the end of an era and, for all those committed to the struggle against capitalism, a desperate irony. The character of critical theory. For those inspired by Marxism, but shaken by events of the 1920s and 1930s, there were fundamental questions to answer. It was clear that Marxists who had maintained either that socialism was an inevitable part of history's plan, or that correct social action would follow merely from the promulgation of the correct party line, had espoused positions which were misleading and far too simple. While adherents to various forms of determinism had failed to grasp the way men make their own history, adherents to the doctrine of the centrality of the party underestimated the way the making of history was affected by circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. Political events and revolutionary practice had not coincided with the expectations derived from the Marxist theory of the day. The following questions became urgent. How could the relationship between theory and practice now be conceived? Could theory preserve hope for the future? In changing historical circumstances, how could the revolutionary ideal be justified? In order to understand the response of the Frankfurt School and Habermas to these issues, it is useful to look briefly at the thought of two men, George Lukács and Karl Korsch, whose own attempts to address these problems opened up new perspectives in Marxism. Although what follows in this book will make evident that Lukács and Korsch are by no means the only significant influences on critical theory, their writings set an important precedent for the critical theorists. In the early 1920s, Lukács and Korsch, active members of the Hungarian and German Communist parties respectively, wrote major works calling into question the dominant Marxist orthodoxies, the established doctrines of the Communist and Social Democratic parties. 11 The publication of Lukács's History and Class Consciousness and Korsch's Marxism and Philosophy met with a number of bitter polemical attacks. Some of the harshest criticism came from leading spokesmen of the Communist International itself. 12 In the years that followed, neither Lukács nor Korsch found it easy to continue his efforts to reap praise Marxism. Korsch was eventually expelled from the KPD in 1926 for his deviations, while Lukács, threatened with similar treatment, wrote works to appease his critics. Lukács gradually capitulated to orthodoxy and moved to the Soviet Union. Korsch, after trying to maintain an independent political group, was driven by the Nazi victory into exile and isolation in Scandinavia and the United States. These two men, however, by challenging orthodoxy and by rethinking Marxism in relation to contemporary events, created a basis for a re-examination of Marxist theory and practice. Both men believed that Marx's writings contain concepts, theories, and principles which are violated by orthodox Marxism, and both sought to elaborate and develop this dimension of Marx's enterprise. Furthermore, both believed that this process of elaboration and development requires an examination of the origins and nature of Marx's thought and an engagement with those thinkers, whether they be Marxists or non-Marxists, who can aid the process of reconstruction. The early work of Lukács and Korsch took issue, specifically, with the determinist and positivist interpretation of historical materialism, with its emphasis on unalterable stages of historical development, driven by a seemingly autonomous economic base, and on the suitability of the methodological model of the natural sciences for understanding these stages. 13 The latter interpretation of Marx corresponds, they argued, to a form of thought which Marx himself had rejected. Contemplative materialism, a materialism which neglected the central importance of human subjectivity. The traditional standpoint of orthodox Marxism, they maintained, fails to grasp the significance of examining both the objective conditions of action and the ways in which these conditions are understood and interpreted. By underplaying human subjectivity and consciousness, Marxists miss the very factors which were so central in preventing the emergence of a revolutionary agent. Since Lukács's work was extremely influential on the critical theorists, the way in which he developed these themes is of special interest. 14. Historical materialism, on Lukács's account, has no meaning outside the struggle of the proletariat. There is no objective reality which social theorists can passively reflect upon, for at every moment they are part of the societal process as well as its potential critical self-awareness. The theorist is seen as a participant in a continuous class conflict, explicating objective possibilities immanent in the dynamic of class relations. 15 Accordingly, Marxism's claim to objectivity and truth, like that of all methods, cannot be separated from the practices of a particular social class. But, Lukács argued, the standpoint of the proletariat and consequently Marxism transcends the one-sidedness and distortions of other social theories and class ideologies. For the proletariat is the class on whose genesis capitalist society rests. The process of its own Bildung, formation, cultivation, is the key to the constitution of capitalism. As the pivot in the capitalist totality, it has the capacity to see and comprehend the essential social relations and processes. 16 In Lukács's opinion, an opinion he buttressed with Hegelian categories, the standpoint of the proletariat, society's subject-object, is the only basis from which the totality can be grasped. Lukács's position is predicated on the existence of a class whose social position is said to be unique because it has the capacity both to understand and change society radically. Even if, mass, revolutionary working class practice does not exist, one is still able to talk of its objective possibility, for it is, on Lukács's assessment, contained within the dynamic of the historical process. The purpose of theory, therefore, is to analyze and expose the hiatus between the actual and the possible, between the existing order of contradictions and a potential future state. Theory must be oriented, in short, to the development of consciousness and the promotion of active political involvement. Point 17. One of the chief barriers to revolutionary consciousness is, Lukács contended, reification, the appearance of people's productive activity as something strange and alien to them. Drawing on Marx's analysis of the structure of commodities in Capital, Simmel's account of the commodification of culture, and Weber's work on rationalization, Lukács attempted to show how reification permeates all spheres of life. Although reification involves a process whereby social phenomena take on the appearance of things, it is not, he stressed, simply a subjective phenomenon, rather it arises from the productive process which reduces social relations themselves to thing-like relations, reduces, that is, the worker and his or her product to commodities. Reification is a socially necessary illusion, both accurately reflecting the reality of the capitalist exchange process and hindering its cognitive penetration. Lukács's analysis sought to assess and criticize this. The problem of commodities, of reification, he argued, was the central structural problem of capitalist society in all its aspects. 18. It determined the objective and subjective forms of bourgeois society. Point 19. It will become evident in the course of what follows that critical theorists retained many of Lukács's concerns, the interplay between history and theory, the importance of theory as a promotive factor in the development of the masses, the relation of production and culture, the effects of reification, and the way each aspect of society contains within itself the possibility of unraveling the social whole or totality. The terms in which Lukács cast many of his interests were, however, often regarded unsympathetically by the critical theorists. For instance, they were extremely hostile, with the exception perhaps of Horkheimer in the middle 1930s, to the standpoint of the proletariat as the criterion of truth. Point 20. They rejected the Hegelian language in which Lukács couched much of his argument and recast the concept of reification. But despite these differences, the impetus Lukács gave to the interrogation of orthodox Marxism and to the reworking of Marx's ideas was built upon by each of the critical theorists. Point 21. Although Lukács recanted, they continued the project of examining the origins of Marx's thought, exploring Marx's works for dimensions that had been previously neglected and assessing the relevance of the Marxist tradition in light of contemporary events. In furthering these general aims, the critical theorists drew upon a variety of intellectual currents. For example, they looked, as Lukács had done before them, to German idealism, and to Kant and Hegel in particular, to retrieve the philosophical dimensions of the Marxist tradition. Criticisms of German idealism, those of Marxists as well as of non-Marxists like Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, were explored in order to come to grips with idealist views. Marx's early works, especially the 1844 manuscripts, which were unavailable to Lukács, were examined both to assess Hegel's impact on his thought and to help uncover the critical basis of Marx's ideas. The contributions of, among others, Heidegger and Husserl were assessed as part of a general engagement with contemporary philosophy. For the reinvestigation of human subjectivity, Freud's works were regarded as of paramount importance. Weber's writings, especially in the processes of rationalization and bureaucratization, were thought to be key contributions to contemporary sociology, especially in light of the absence of serious discussion of these and related issues in the Marxist tradition. There was also an extraordinary cross-fertilization of ideas among the members of the Institute of Social Research and among the critical theorists themselves. Horkheimer and Adorno, for example, had a major impact on each other. Benjamin's ideas had a strong influence on Adorno. Marcuse and Adorno had a lasting effect on Habermas. A negative definition of critical theory. It has often been said that because the critical theorists frequently criticized the works of others, it is easier to say what critical theory is not rather than what it is. There is enough truth in this comment to allow us to begin by defining critical theory negatively. Indeed, this may help to dispel a number of common misunderstandings. Although the thought of Horkheimer, Adorno, Marcuse, and Habermas is steeped in the traditions of Kant and Hegel, only selected aspects of their ideas were employed. The critical theorists rejected Kant's transcendental method and many aspects of Hegel's philosophy. For example, against Hegel's claim that history is the process of reason, Vernunft, coming to be in self-consciousness, that reason unfolds in practice reconciling thought and object, freedom and necessity, they sought to show the extent to which human reason is still unreasonable, that is, tied to material conditions and practices often only dimly reflected in human consciousness. They all rejected a philosophy of identity. Such a philosophy implies an actual or potential unity between subject and object. They attacked what they saw as Hegel's commitment to an idealist identity theory. The historical process could not be reduced to the manifestations of an absolute subject, a world spirit, developing through individual acts towards a given or potential unity of the idea and the world, a state in which the subject fully appropriates its other, the object. They were also critical of what one might call a materialist identity theory propagated by orthodox Marxists. History could not be read as the manifestation of economic laws inexorably moving its carriers towards socialism or communism, a state in which the subject is enveloped by the objective workings of history. They all rejected dialectical materialism. They were also critical of Marxist humanism. Point 22. They did not maintain, as Göran Thorborn has suggested, that society is simply reducible to its creator subject, and history is the continuous unfolding of this subject. Point 23. As Horkheimer wrote, there can be no formula which lays down once and for all the relationship between the individual, society and nature. Though history cannot be seen as a uniform unfolding of human nature, the opposite fatalistic formula that the course of events is dominated by necessity independent of man is equally naive. Point 24. Hence one can find in their work numerous objections to the abstract humanism of Feuerbach and to the positions established by philosophical anthropologists, existentialists, and phenomenologists. They were united in a rejection of the positivist understanding of science and a correspondence theory of truth. It is, moreover, wrong to characterize their work as simply replacing Marxist political economy with general concerns about social philosophy, culture, and social psychology. Point 25. Newman, Pollock and, more recently, Habermas have all written extensively on the economy, the polity, and their relations. It is also an error to imply that they pursued these issues without regard for empirical research. They have contributed extensively to empirical inquiry. It is, furthermore, mistaken to suggest that the Frankfurt School's work merely comprises a series of fragments, a motley collection of writings. Horkheimer and Adorno frequently chose to express themselves through aphorisms and essays, but I shall argue that the Frankfurt School as a whole developed a systematic account of the nature of capitalist society. Critics on the left have charged critical theory with a failure to come to terms with practical political questions. This is a complex issue and one that will be discussed later. Here it is simply important to note that for the early Horkheimer, as for Lukács, the practical role of the theorist was to articulate and help develop a latent class consciousness. In Horkheimer's later work, the task of the critical theorist was often conceived as that of remembering, recollecting, or capturing a past in danger of being forgotten, the struggle for emancipation, the reasons for this struggle, the nature of critical thinking itself. But the critical theorists were not just concerned with explicating what was latent or remembering the past, they contributed new emphases and ideas in their conception of theory and practice. Marcuse's defense, for instance, of personal gratification, against those revolutionaries who maintained an ascetic and puritanical outlook, individual self-emancipation, against those who would simply argue that liberation follows from changes in the relations and forces of production, fundamental alternatives to the existing relationship between humanity and nature, against those who would accelerate the development of existing forms of technology, all constitute a significant departure from traditional Marxist doctrines. Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse never advanced, however, a rigid set of political demands. For it is a central tenet of their thought, as of Habermas's also, that the process of liberation entails a process of self-emancipation and self-creation. nor did they conceive the relation of theory and practice as a given and unchanging one. Time entered into their conception of this relation as a crucial dimension. It is a historical relation, a relation determined, like all others, by a world in development and flux. The following 8 chapters, which comprise part 1 of the book, provide an account of the Frankfurt School. Chapter 1 is a brief history of the Institute of Social Research. Chapters 2 to 5 expound critical theory's relation to political economy, aesthetics, psychoanalysis, and the philosophy of history. The subsequent 3 chapters focus on the conceptions of critical theory of Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse. Part 2 begins with a summary of Habermas's work and a discussion of its relation to the Frankfurt School. Chapter 10 concentrates on Habermas's social theory, while chapters 11 and 12 explicate his approach to epistemology and methodology. In Part 3, chapters 13 and 14 offer an assessment of the contributions and limitations of the various branches of critical theory. They also include an appraisal of some of the major objections that have been raised against the work of the critical theorists. Part 1. The Frankfurt School. 1. The formation of the Institute of Social Research. The Institut für Sozialforschung, Institute of Social Research, founded in Germany in 1923, was the home of the Frankfurt School. The institute was established as a result of an initiative by the son of a wealthy grain merchant, Felix Weil, who procured the means to ensure that the institute could develop with minimum external pressures and constraints, and, in fact, though formally attached to the University of Frankfurt, its private funds did give it considerable autonomy. 1. When Horkheimer assumed the directorship of the institute in 1930, most of the figures who later became famous as members of the Frankfurt School began to contribute to the institute's activities. Although the orientation of the institute changed markedly under Horkheimer's influence, the experience and concerns of its first director, Karl Grunberg, a figure relatively unknown today, were important to the overall development of the institute. The institute under Grunberg, 1923-9. Grunberg is considered by many to be one of the founders of the Austro-Marxist tradition. After a professorship in law and political science at the University of Vienna, he became, on appointment to Frankfurt, the first avowed Marxist to hold a chair at a German university. 2. He was responsible for establishing and editing the first major European journal of labor and socialist history, Archiv für die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung, Archive for the History of Socialism and the Workers' Movement, or Grunberg's Archiv, as it was often called, which transferred with Grunberg to Frankfurt. 3. Marxism was made the inspiration and theoretical basis of the Institute's program. The regular contacts and exchanges with the Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow, then under the directorship of David Ryazanov, symbolized the close ties between the Institute of Social Research and the traditions of classical Marxism. The two institutes jointly sponsored the publication of the first volume of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, Marx-Engels Complete Edition. Many of the scholars Grunberg brought together were deeply committed to political involvement. Among his assistants were members of the Communist Party, Karl August Wittfogel, Franz Borkenau, and Julian Gumpertz, as well as members of the Social Democratic Party. Karl Korsch was also active in the Institute's affairs in its early years, participating in seminars and contributing to the archive. But the Institute remained officially independent of party affiliations and was a center for scholars of many political persuasions. As one of its members, Henrik Grossman, wrote, "It is a neutral institution at the university, which is accessible to everyone. Its significance lies in the fact that for the first time everything concerning the workers' movement in the most important countries of the world is gathered. Above all, sources, Congress minutes, party programs, statutes, newspapers, and periodicals. Whoever in Western Europe wishes to write on the currents of the workers' movement must come to us, for we are the only gathering point for it. 4. However, the distinctiveness of the brand of Marxism initiated by Institute of Social Research can best be detected in Grunberg's 1924 inaugural address. In this paper, Grunberg emphasized his opposition to the trend in German universities toward teaching at the expense of research and toward the production of mandarins only capable of serving the existing balance of power and resources. Marxism, Grunberg argued, as a method of scientific research and as a philosophical system, must be used to counter these tendencies. 5. On Grunberg's account, the object domain of historical materialism is real social events, social life in its ceaseless and ever-recurring transformations. The goal of research is to grasp the ultimate causes of these processes of transformation and the laws according to which they evolve. The method of research is eminently inductive. But its results claim no absolute validity in time and space, only relative, historically conditioned meaning. 6. In contradistinction to positions held by some members of the Second International, Grunberg's Marxism is not a straightforward monistic materialism, maintaining a simple correspondence theory of truth and claiming to reveal trans-historical laws. The categories of materialism, Grunberg maintained, do not grasp universal, unchanging truths. They reflect and describe a dynamic and developing society, the future of which is not guaranteed. Social life, he believed, could be understood by uncovering the laws operative in a given economy. Marxism could only develop as a theory of production, as a theory of the changing forms of economic life. Grunberg's institute sought to combine concrete historical studies with theoretical analysis. His journal published articles on a multitude of topics in the history of capitalist and socialist economies and workers' movements. Historians, economists, philosophers, among others, were represented in the journal and at institute seminars. Works by as diverse figures as Ryazanov, Grossman, Wittfogel, Korsch, and Lukács were printed in the archive. The prescription for social explanation offered by Grunberg was not, however, adhered to by the central figures of critical theory. They rejected the idea that all social phenomena were in essence a mere reflex of the economic. Likewise, a certain optimistic determinism which often found expression in his work, suggesting a progression in the development of social institutions from the less perfect to the more perfect, was not shared by most of those who later became critical theorists. But the strong emphasis Grunberg placed on historically oriented empirical research, carried out in the context of Marx's insights into political economy, was to become a crucial part of their frame of reference. In 1929, at the age of 68, Grunberg retired. The following year Max Horkheimer was installed as the Institute's director. Within a short period of time he had a major impact on the type of work executed by the Institute's members. The Institute and its program under Max Horkheimer. Horkheimer gathered around him a diverse group with an extraordinary array of talents. Within a few years the new entrants to the Institute included Fromm, Marcuse, and Newman, while Pollock and Lowenthal, both of whom had been members since the 1920s, took on more prominent positions. The composition of the Institute under Horkheimer corroborates Benjamin's assertion that one cannot say that the group was founded on a specific field. Rather, it was based on the idea that the teaching about society can only be developed in the most tightly integrated connection of disciplines, above all, economics, psychology, history and philosophy. 7 In 1935 Benjamin himself became a research associate of the Institute's Paris branch and received a stipend. 8. Horkheimer's inaugural address, The Present Situation of Social Philosophy and the Tasks of an Institute of Social Research, delivered in 1931, expressed both continuities and breaks with Grunberg's program. 9 Horkheimer believed, as Grunberg had done before him, in the dictatorship of the director of the Institute should take a central role in all Institute activities. Grunberg's concern for both theoretical analysis and empirical investigations was also at the heart of Horkheimer's interests. However, Horkheimer sought to discuss the role of theory and social research in a more radically historical and theoretical mode. The main theme of his address was the relation between social philosophy and science. Horkheimer characterized social philosophy as an attempt to interpret the fate of human beings insofar as they are parts of a community, and not mere individuals. 10 While he accepted the significance of the traditional questions of social philosophy such as the relationship between the individual and society, the meaning of culture and the basis of societal life, he rejected a purely philosophical approach to these issues. 11 Philosophers, he argued, have all too often treated these questions in the abstract, divorced from history and social context. The major schools naively posited either an abstract, isolated individual, e.g. Lebensphilosophy, existentialism, or a hypostatized social totality, e.g. Hegelian idealism, as the fount of life and proper object of social inquiry. Horkheimer rejected these approaches and, instead, called for a dialectical penetration and development of philosophical theory and the praxis of individual scientific disciplines. 12 He held that it was necessary to reintegrate disciplines because the division of labor in the humanities and social sciences was so far advanced and their results so fragmented. 13 Neither philosophy nor any of the individual sciences could defend the claim that it alone could uncover the essentials or the facts. 14 I will return to the precise nature of the relationship between philosophy and science recommended by Horkheimer in Chapter 5. But it is crucial to note that he was not demanding, as has been suggested by one critic, the development of social philosophy supplemented by empirical investigations. 15 Rather, Horkheimer stressed the necessity of a program of interdisciplinary study in which philosophers, sociologists, economists, historians, and psychologists must unite in a lasting working partnership, to do what all genuine researchers have always done, namely to pursue the great philosophical questions with the most refined methods. In the course of working on particular problems and objects, researchers must, he contended, reformulate the philosophical questions, make them more precise, and devise new methods for handling specific issues while, at the same time, not losing sight of the universal. 16 Horkheimer also rejected the emphasis of those who, as he put it, did not understand Marx. Social phenomena cannot be deduced from material being, that is, from the economy. The Institute's members, he insisted, must explore the question of the interconnection between the economic life of society, the psychic development of the individual, and transformations in the realm of culture, including not only the so-called spiritual contents of science, art, and religion, but also law, ethics, fashion, public opinion, sport, amusement, lifestyle, etc. 17 More specifically, they should ask, what interconnections exist in definite social groups, in definite periods of time, and in definite countries, between the position of the group in the economy, changes in the psychic structures of its membership, and other relevant factors which condition and affect the group's thoughts and practices. 18 Three themes dominate all others in Horkheimer's address. The first, already described, suggests the necessity of respecifying the great philosophical questions in an interdisciplinary research program. The second theme, more implicit but made clearer in later essays, is a call for a rejection of orthodox Marxism and its substitution by a reconstructed understanding of Marx's project. The third emphasizes the necessity for social theory to explicate the set of interconnections, mediations, that make possible the reproduction and transformation of society, economy, culture, and consciousness. In his early writings as an Institute member, Horkheimer added a note on methodology to the themes of his inaugural address. 19 No one method could, in his opinion, produce definitive results about any given object of inquiry. To take one type of approach is always to risk a distorted perspective on reality. Several methods, drawing on both qualitative and quantitative techniques, have to be supplemented with one another in any systematic investigation. But empirical work, Horkheimer emphasized, is not a substitute for theoretical analysis. For concepts like society, culture, and class, indispensable to all inquiry, cannot be simply transcribed into empirical terms. They require theoretical elucidation and appraisal. 20 During the 1930s and early 1940s, despite the transfer of the Institute, an outcome, of course, of the Nazis' rise to power, to Geneva, February 1933, and then to Columbia University in New York, 1935, members of the institute continued to work in political economy, philosophy, sociology, psychology, literature, music and other disciplines. The variety of approaches were reflected in the Institute's new journal, the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, Journal of Social Research, first published in 1932, and in Studies in Philosophy and Social Science, as the journal was later called on its publication in English, between 1939 and 1941. The term critical theory, the label under which so much of the Frankfurt School's work has become famous, does not reflect adequately the different disciplines represented in the journal or at the Institute. Although it is a label which Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse seemed happy to employ as a description of their own enterprises from the mid-1930s onward, critical theory does not describe the approach or method of individuals such as Grossman, Fromm, and Newman, who had a more traditional attitude to their disciplines. Nor does it identify satisfactorily all the stages in the development of Horkheimer's, Adorno's, and Marcuse's own thought, the transformations, for example, in Horkheimer's theoretical perspective from an early commitment to materialism and critique to a later interest in quasi-religious phenomena. Moreover, the label conceals a host of differences between Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse. When employing the term, it is important to bear in mind that there are several models of critical theory. While the term critical theory will be applied here, its different connotations will also be expounded. The character of the Institute's projects. The most active years of the Institute, 1930 to 44, coincided with the prominence of Nazism and Fascism. Horkheimer had been in his new appointment for less than 3 years before he and the others were forced to leave Germany. The opportunities to promote the development of the masses rapidly dwindled. But although there were marked differences in the way Horkheimer and the others conceived the political implications of their work, most of the Institute's members hoped that their cumulative efforts would contribute to the making of history with will and consciousness. They intended their findings to become a material force in the struggle against domination in all its forms. The conditions they observed, and the questions which became central for the Institute members, included: the European labor movements did not develop into a unified struggle of all workers. What blocked these developments? Capitalism was in a series of acute crises. How could these better be understood? What was the relation between the political and the economic? Was the relation changing? Authoritarianism and the development of bureaucracy seemed increasingly the order of the day. How could these phenomena be comprehended? Nazism and Fascism rose to dominate Central and Southern Europe. How was this possible? How did these movements attain large-scale support? Social relationships, for example those created by the family, appeared to be undergoing radical social change. In what directions? How were these affecting individual development? Areas of culture appeared open to direct manipulation. Was a new type of ideology being formed? If so, how was this affecting everyday life? Given the fate of Marxism in Russia and Western Europe, was Marxism itself nothing other than a stale orthodoxy? Was there a social agent capable of progressive change? What possibilities were there for effective socialist practice? Needless to say, not all members of the Institute studied and addressed each issue. Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse did, however, comment upon most, if not all, of these questions. It is from their work that one can most directly reconstruct the relation between themes. But there are also important connections, often not explicitly made, between most of the projects conducted at one time or another under the Institute's auspices on the one hand, and the independent work of most of the Institute's members on the other. Emigration. In the late 1930s and 1940s, the activities at the Institute in the United States suffered disruption and a certain fragmentation. A hiatus emerged between works in philosophy and social theory, such as Horkheimer and Adorno's Dialectic of Enlightenment, and empirical studies undertaken by the Institute, for instance, the authoritarian personality. There was also an ever greater gap between theory and practice. Reflecting perhaps on fascist Germany and exile, Marcuse wrote, "The divorce of thought from action, of theory from practice, is itself part of the unfree world. No thought and no theory, alone, can undo it. Point 21. The program of research Horkheimer had defended in his inaugural address and in his earliest Zeitschrift essays could not be carried out under the changed circumstances. Emigration to New York in 1935, and to California in 1941, dislocated a number of projects. Distress and disarray followed Hitler's ascent to power, the loss of relatives and friends, and the shock of discovering a very alien culture. Point 22. A sense of disorientation was also created by a change in the audience for whom Horkheimer and the others were writing. Despite the fact that they remained relatively isolated from American social science, the longer they stayed in the United States the more their audience consisted of American social scientists, as opposed to fellow German scholars and émigrés. Point 23. Horkheimer and Adorno continued to publish most of their writings in German. The Zeitschrift itself was issued in German until 1939. But the change in audience eventually forced a reconsideration of the form and content of at least some of their work. The differences between the intellectual traditions which informed German and American scholarship reinforced the feeling of dislocation. Newman sought to express this difference when he wrote, "On the whole, the German exile, bred in the veneration of theory and history, and contempt for empiricism and pragmatism, entered a diametrically opposed intellectual climate, optimistic, empirically oriented, ahistorical, but also self-righteous." Point 24. The Institute's members often found Anglo-American philosophy lacking in depth and insight. According to Adorno and Newman, American scholars were uncritical and over-enthusiastic about the benefits of empirical research. Point 25. But the clash of traditions and approaches led to a heightening of awareness of the prejudices of tradition. As Adorno put it, he learned not to take things for granted, from general concepts to methods of inquiry. Point 26. This also seems to have been the experience of Horkheimer and Newman. Financial problems, particularly in the early 1940s, also caused difficulties. Point 27. A number of investments had been unsuccessful. Foundation sponsorship was extremely hard to obtain. As a result, a projected study of aspects of German culture was abandoned and studies in philosophy and social science was discontinued. 1941. It is probably fair to say that many of the projects the Institute might have wanted to carry out became impractical and even unwise at this time. Martin J. has pointed out that there was a conscious toning down of radicalism in the Institute's publications due to fear of political harassment and deportation. Point 28. But the type of research that could be realized was also constrained by the concepts of problems, issues, and research held by potential sponsors. The Institute's studies of prejudice, of which the Authoritarian Personality is but one volume, was financed by the American Jewish Committee. Emigration, the change in audience and financial circumstances were not the only factors to affect the Institute's activities. I have already outlined the major events which helped to shape the historical and political experience of the Institute's members. The importance of these in the development of the Frankfurt School cannot be underestimated. Horkheimer, for example, frequently acknowledged the inadequacy of the conceptual tools he employed in the 1930s for analysis of major events in the 1940s. The optimism which he had felt during the pre-war years faded away. Critical theorists could hardly think of becoming a stimulating influence on the masses. Marcuse has expressed this view forcefully and noted some of its implications. If the proletariat no longer acts as the revolutionary class, it no longer furnishes the material weapons for philosophy. The situation thus reverts, repelled by reality, reason, and freedom become again the concern of philosophy. The essence of man, his total liberation, is again experienced only in thought in Gedanken Erlet. Theory, again, not only anticipates political practice, runs ahead of it, but also upholds the objectives of liberation in the face of a failing practice. In this function, theory becomes again ideology, not as false consciousness, but as conscious distance and dissociation from, even opposition to, the repressive reality. And by the same token, it becomes a political factor of utmost significance. Point 29. The themes covered by the Frankfurt School during this time are extensive. They include discussions of theories of capitalism, of the structure of the state, and of the rise of instrumental reason, analyses of developments in science, technology, and technique, of the culture industry and mass culture, of family structure and individual development, and of the susceptibility of people to ideology, as well as considerations of the dialectic of enlightenment and of positivism as the dominant mode of cognition. As always, it was the hope of Horkheimer and the others that their work would help establish a critical social consciousness able to penetrate existing ideology, sustain independent judgment, and be capable, as Adorno put it, of maintaining its freedom to think things might be different. The post-war years. Horkheimer, Adorno, and Pollock had resettled in West Germany by the early 1950s. Marcuse, Lowenthal, Kirchheimer, and others stayed in the United States. By 1953 the institute was re-established in Frankfurt. Horkheimer had been appointed rector of the university and Adorno had received a professorship. In 1955 Adorno became co-director of the institute. The Zeitschrift was not re-established, but the institute soon began to publish a series of Frankfurter Beiträge zur Soziologie, Frankfurt Contributions to Sociology. Horkheimer and Pollock retired in 1958. In 1969 Adorno died. Pollock's death followed a year later and Horkheimer's in 1973. Although the Institute of Social Research survived their deaths, the Frankfurt School itself, so dependent on the energy and ideas of these individuals, did not. Horkheimer and Adorno dominated the institute in the post-war years. Equally critical, for the most part, of developmental tendencies in capitalist and socialist societies, they maintained staunchly independent intellectual and political positions. They continued to stress an interdisciplinary theoretical approach and the use of a variety of methodological techniques in their teaching and written work. Research techniques developed in America were promulgated and employed in a number of studies, although neither Horkheimer nor Adorno ever defended their use in isolation from theoretical and critical perspectives. In the atmosphere of post-war reconstruction and the Cold War, many key intellectuals from Germany's past were subject to attack in the press and in academia. Direct lines were traced, for example, from Hegel, Schopenhauer and Nietzsche to fascist ideology and from Marx to Stalinism. Horkheimer and Adorno resisted this fashion and helped to restore serious discussion of these and other thinkers. Their position, however, was not without tensions. In defending the importance of Marx and critical thinking while criticizing in an increasingly virulent manner Soviet Marxists and others who sought to actualize Marx's ideals, they risked pleasing neither conservative authorities nor radical thinkers, including many of their own students. Their independent positions on political questions led, in fact, to challenges from all these parties. It is ironic that they were attacked in the 1960s for their political pessimism and lack of practical involvement, but, after their deaths, for their supposed encouragement of terrorism and political irresponsibility. Marcuse's popularity with the New Left in the 1960s and early 1970s, especially in the United States, was in marked contrast to the fate of his ex-colleagues. Although many of his ideas were similar to those they elaborated, his unambiguous commitment to politics and social struggle meant that he became one of the most prominent, if not the most prominent, spokesmen and theoreticians of the left. It was through Marcuse's work that the Frankfurt School's criticisms of contemporary culture, authoritarianism, and bureaucratism became well known. The school's concern to expand the terms of reference of the political, by drawing attention to issues such as the division of labor, ecological problems, and sexism, as well as the traditional question of ownership and control, was actualized, in part, through Marcuse's influence. But considerable differences between Marcuse, Horkheimer, and Adorno remained. The next 7 chapters seek to clarify their respective positions on political and other issues. 2. Class conflict, and the development of capitalism, critical theory and political economy. In the last 10 years the work of the best-known representatives of the Frankfurt School has come to be associated with 2 basic concerns, social philosophy and social psychology. The theoretical innovations for which they are most often recognized are their analyses of the structure of reason and technique, and of the entanglement of enlightenment, myth, domination, and nature, while their best-known empirical studies relate to authoritarianism and the authoritarian personality. The texts most often cited are Dialectic of Enlightenment, Eclipse of Reason, Minima Moralia, One-Dimensional Man and the Authoritarian Personality. Sympathetic interpreters of the Institute's work have come to see these writings as amounting to a radical and sustained critique of bourgeois society, although developed and presented in a fragmented way. Critics have charged that these works represent a pessimistic cultural critique which does less to integrate Marxist political economy with socio-cultural and psychological dimensions than to replace the former with the latter. Point 1. The concerns of the school, still others have argued, collapsed into a perennial spiritualistic reaction, romantic, in the last instance, against technique and modern social organization. Point 2. In this chapter I want to show that classic Marxist themes are not simply replaced in the critical theorist's work, that class and class conflict remain important categories in their understanding of the formation of capitalism, and that it is insufficient to label their writings as just pessimistic or romantic. Their work contains a fairly systematic theory of the development of capitalism. Marx's political economy as the foundation for critical social theory. Despite major differences between members of the Institute in their assessment of the development of capitalism, it may be noted from the outset that their respective analyses were informed by familiar Marxian tenets. 1. We live in a society dominated by the capitalist mode of production. It is a society based on exchange, a commodity society. Products are manufactured primarily for their realization as value and profit, and not for their capacity to satisfy human wants and desires. 2. The commodity character of products is not simply determined by their exchange, but by their being abstractly exchanged. Exchange, based on abstract labor time, affects the objective form as well as the subjective side of the productive process. It affects the former through its determination of the form of products and labor power, and the latter through its debasement of human relationships. 3. The particular constellation of social relations which ensures the unity of the capitalist social process also ensures its fetishization and reification. The products of human labor are viewed as independent, having a life of their own, a natural value. The social and material relations which result from exchange, distribution, and consumption are not immediately comprehensible. They are veiled by necessary illusion, the fetishism of commodities. 4. Capitalism is not a harmonious social whole. Both in the realm of the production of commodities and in the sphere of illusion it is based on contradictions. The dominant relations of production fetter the developed forces of production and produce a series of antagonisms. Further, the mass of workers' separation from the means of production produces direct conflict with those that possess capital. Antagonisms arise in the cultural sphere as well as in the economic. Contradictions between socially generated illusions, ideology, and actuality, performance, effects, lead to crisis. For the principles which govern production are often not those which govern wants and needs, and their multifarious expression. 5. A general tendency exists towards capital-intensive industries and increased concentration of capital. The free market is progressively replaced by the oligopolistic and monopolistic mass production of standardized goods. 6. The progressive rise in the organic composition of capital, the amount of fixed capital per worker, exacerbates the inherently unstable accumulation process. In order to sustain this process, its protagonists utilize all means available, including imperialist expansion and war. Of all the members of the Institute, only Grossman maintained that a breakdown of capitalism was objectively necessary and exactly calculable. In a number of essays published during 1928-9 and in his major work, Das Akkommodationszusammenbruchsgesetz des kapitalistischen Systems, The Law of Accumulation and Breakdown of the Capitalist System, he argued that crisis and the eventual collapse of capitalism could be predicted from an analysis of the long-run tendency of capital to increase its organic composition. Starting from a series of assumptions about population growth, the rate and quantity of surplus value, the relation of fixed to variable capital, which even sympathetic critics have called unrealistic, Grossman calculated that the production of surplus value would eventually be inadequate to expand capital. Although a number of counter-tendencies were analyzed, Grossman was convinced about the inevitability of economic collapse. 3 This did not mean, however, that there would be an automatic transition to socialism. Grossman's thinking combined both evolutionary and revolutionary elements. As he wrote, "No economic system, no matter how weakened, collapses by itself in automatic fashion. It must be overthrown. The theoretical analysis of objective trends leading to a paralysis of the system serves to discover the weak links and to fix them in time as a sort of barometer indicating when the system becomes ripe for change. Even when that point is reached, change will come about only through active operation of the subjective factors." 4. Economic collapse does not guarantee revolution. In Grossman's opinion, revolution has to be made through the active intervention of the working class and by those who struggle on its behalf. In age and spirit, Grossman was closer to Grunberg than any of those who later became prominent as members of the Frankfurt School. The two men had become acquainted well before Grossman joined the Institute in the mid-1920s. They shared a strong interest in the theory and practice of classical Marxism. Further, Grossman's commitment to orthodox Marxist economics, to the Soviet Union, even in the 1940s, and to settlement in East Germany, where he was offered a chair in 1949, distinguished his interests from those of Horkheimer and other members of the Institute who challenged his views. Certainly his stress on the necessity of active, self-conscious intervention was shared by Horkheimer, Adorno, Pollock, and others. But his view that breakdown is unavoidable was regarded with a great deal of skepticism. Horkheimer's and Adorno's assessment of the developmental course of capitalism was, as will be shown below, much more ambivalent. Although this assessment relied in a number of respects on Pollock's engagement with economic analysis, the significance of Marx's contribution to the study of capitalism is continually acknowledged. This is especially clear in Horkheimer's work. In an essay published in 1937, he registered agreement with Marx's analysis of the general course of the commodity economy. Critical theory is, on this account, in its totality, the unfolding of a single existential judgment. Crudely formulated, it states that the fundamental form of the historically given commodity economy on which more recent history rests, contains in itself the internal and external contradictions of its epoch, which it generates in an increasingly intensified form. 5. Throughout his early Zeitschrift essays, Horkheimer appears to accept most of the tenets of capital. Following Marx, he also argued that it is only through the abolition of the economic structure which underlies all contemporary social change, that is, the dominant relations of production, that a self-fulfilling praxis can be established. Unemployment, economic crises, militarization, terrorist regimes, in a word, the whole condition of the masses, are not due to limited technological possibilities, as might have been the case in earlier periods, but to the circumstances of production. Production is not geared to the life of the whole community, to the common interest while heeding also the claims of individuals, it is geared to the power-backed claims of individuals while being hardly concerned with the life of the community. This is the inevitable result, under the present property order, of the principle that it is sufficient for individuals to look out for themselves. 6. The political task is, therefore, to set free the individual from these material conditions. In these early essays, Horkheimer also defended his political aspirations by drawing upon Freud's libido theory. Freud's early formulation of the theory of human instincts implies, Horkheimer contended, that human beings share a striving for pleasure and self-preservation. Thus, there is a stratum of human existence which is an ever-flowing source of stimuli. 7 But the struggle for existence compels the repression of these instincts. Following Freud, Horkheimer held that a crucial condition of civilization is the renunciation of activities leading to immediate pleasure and the satisfaction of needs. The sublimation of libido renders possible the development of society. It ensures sufficient energy for human beings to revolutionize production and, therefore, to escape the contingencies of a hostile environment. The institutionalization of economic growth under capitalism, with its rapid development of technology and labor-saving devices, furthers this process. Horkheimer maintained against Freud that as capitalism facilitates an enormous expansion of production and the ever greater control of nature, it also undermines the necessity for the perpetual postponement of gratification. Yet it tends to reduce individuals to the status of mere functionaries of economic mechanisms and enforces suffering on a massive scale. Although in his early writings Horkheimer defended the view that the proletariat could potentially undo the state of affairs, he argued that the repression experienced by its individual members could bring about feelings of guilt and/or inadequacy and increased aggression towards self and others. This process, he thought, could hinder progressive political change and contribute to a new barbarism. Horkheimer's position entails the defense of central elements of Marxist political economy as well as of some of Freud's ideas. He sought thereby to sustain the claim that needs were emerging which represented potentially a critical and progressive political standpoint. With Marx and Lukács he suggested that it was possible for the proletariat to transcend this situation and realize a more enriching life. But as the 1930s developed, the validity of this analysis was called into question. Adorno's early views were similar to Horkheimer's. Although he did not draw on Freud's libido theory in a comparable fashion, Adorno placed certain traditional Marxian axioms at the center of his writings and expressed throughout the pre-war and war years a growing ambivalence about the role of the proletariat. 8 For both men, Marx's social theory was crucial and the axioms outlined above were to remain of lasting importance in their work. However, the significance they were granted changed in time. The same can be said of the role of Marx's political economy in the thought of Pollock, Newman, Kirchheimer and most of the other members of the Institute. Reflections on early 20th century history. The uncertainty of the epoch, which began with the Russian Revolution and the Council Communist movement and ended with fascism and Stalinism, is reflected in the earliest writings of the Institute's members. Their experience and interpretation of these events helped create the motivation to develop a non-dogmatic critical theory of society. An analysis of these views provides a great deal of insight into their project and ambitions. In one of Horkheimer's earliest and most remarkable works, a collection of aphorisms and short essays written between 1926 and 1931, the ambivalence of the era is succinctly expressed. The collection's title is Dämmerung, which signifies both dusk and dawn. 9 The first aphorism, entitled Dämmerung, captures the tone of the book. The more threadbare ideologies are, the crueler the means by which they are protected. The degree of effort and terror with which swaying gods are defended, shows the extent to which Duskdämmerung has set in. In Europe the understanding of the masses has increased with big industry, so that the sacred goods have to be protected. Whoever defends these goods has already thereby made his career. In addition to systematically induced stupefaction, the threat of economic ruin, social disgrace, prison, and death prevent this newly established understanding from violating the highest conceptual means of domination. The imperialism of big European states does not have to envy the stakes of the Middle Ages. Its symbols are protected by more subtle apparatuses and more terrible armed guards than the saints of the Church of the Middle Ages. The opponents of the Inquisition made that twilight Dämmerung into the dawn of a new day, nor does the Duskdämmerung of capitalism necessarily herald the night of humanity, though this seems to be threatening today. 10. 4 points appear of immediate interest. First, Horkheimer notes the demise of competitive, liberal capitalism and the rise of big, organized industry. Second, he suggests that with the development of capitalism and imperialism there has been an increase in class consciousness and understanding among the masses. Third, he stresses a certain potentiality for the transcendence of class-dominated institutions. Fourth, he strongly qualifies any optimistic view that might claim socialism to be imminent. There are a multitude of subtle apparatuses, education, mass media, for example, and direct institutions of force, for instance, the police and military, which are working to annihilate such hopes. The night of humanity is threatening. There are only a few who might hold that the 1930s and early 1940s were not a realization of this insight. Each of these themes is elaborated in Dämmerung. Reflecting some 40 years later on this period, Horkheimer restated his belief that in the first half of the century proletarian revolts could plausibly be expected in European countries, passing as they were through inflation and crisis. The idea that in the early 30s a united movement of workers and intellectuals could bar the way to National Socialism was not mere wishful thinking. Point 11. In Dämmerung, the pre- and post-First World War attempts to establish a radical democracy, based on workers' councils, appear as a major source of inspiration for his thinking. Horkheimer's conception of socialism implies a collectively controlled society which would provide the condition for the possibility of unfolding all individual talents and differences. In 1940 he made clear that in his view the theoretical conception which, following its first trailblazers, will show the new society its way, the system of workers' councils, grows out of praxis. The roots of the council system go back to 1871, 1905, and other events. Revolutionary transformation has a tradition that must continue. Point 12. Throughout the collection of aphorisms and essays, Horkheimer often alluded to the intensive struggles which might continue this tradition. He envisaged a society based on the socialization of the means of production, planned management and, importantly, the participation of all. But, as he later put it, the precise nature of such a society cannot and must not be stipulated in advance. Contemporary reflection in the service of a transformed society should not disregard the fact that in a classless democracy plans cannot be forced on others through power or through routine, but must be arrived at through free agreement. Point 13. What then did Horkheimer think of the struggle for socialism in Russia? Although he wrote little on this topic, his early writings suggest, as do those of Pollock and Marcuse, both feelings of support and a critical concern. As he put it in 1930, "The state of affairs in Russia is most problematic. I do not claim to know in which direction the country is going, undoubtedly there is a great deal of suffering. But whoever amongst the intelligentsia is unaware of the breadth of exertion there or who boasts recklessly of it, is indeed a pathetic comrade, whose company brings no gain. Those who have an eye to the senseless injustice of the imperialistic world which cannot be explained by technical powerlessness, will regard events in Russia as the continued, painful attempt to overcome, terrible social injustice, or he will at least ask with a beating heart, if this attempt is still continuing. If appearances speak against it, he clings to the hope in the way in which a cancer victim does to the questionable news that a cure for cancer has in all likelihood been found. Point 14. However, by the mid-1930s the ambivalence in attitude gave way to disappointment, disenchantment, and hostility. Stalin's authoritarian bureaucracy was criticized, its elitist, technocratic and destructive elements were rejected. Horkheimer's position appears thoroughly opposed to those elements of Lenin's thought, extrapolated by Stalin, which sought to defend and legitimate the exclusive role of the party as the true and only representative of the working class, and, therefore, of the future of humanity. As such, his position was close to Horkheimer's. In a number of essays published in the early 1930s in Die Gesellschaft, the theoretical organ of the SPD, Horkheimer, while defending the need for organization and an activist, interventionist stance, criticized Lenin's notion of the party and the state. 15. Unlike Horkheimer, he developed a more detailed appraisal of Lenin's, and by implication Stalin's, theory and practice. In his Marxism, Dictatorship and the Organization of the Proletariat, 1933, Horkheimer pointed to a tension between Lenin's doctrine of the state, as expounded in State and Revolution, and his theory of the party, articulated in What is to be Done. The former, he argued, is concerned with primitive democracy, altering the structure of society, electing officials, dismantling the regular army, etc. While the latter defends hierarchy, professionalism, and planning. Clearly, the form of the Soviet state progressively approximated that of the party. The powers of the Soviets were not developed, discipline was maintained in the face of existing mass consciousness. 16 Horkheimer recognized that many factors contributed to the state of affairs, but felt that it was, at least in part, a result of the natural unfolding of the party structure and its imposition upon the structure of the state. He shared Rosa Luxemburg's critique of all attempts to impose the principle of capitalist factory discipline on the autonomous discipline of the working class. Although he did not accept her emphasis on the supreme importance of spontaneity, he did agree that to crush spontaneity was disastrous. He was extremely critical of the primitive purity and autocratic structure of the Soviet Party and state, which had jeopardized all chances of the development of democratic institutions within and outside of the party. 17. By the early 1940s, the ironies of the Hitler-Stalin pact led Horkheimer and Adorno, working together during the war years, to subject Stalinism and fascism to many similar criticisms. While they concentrated their analysis on the latter, some of their writings stress a comparable perversion of freedom and democracy in each social system. 18 Marcuse's Soviet Marxism, written in the late 1950s, is an imminent critique of the Marxism dominating Soviet society. His views have much in common with those described above. For example, Marcuse writes of Lenin. His struggle against economism and the doctrine of spontaneous mass action, his dictum that class consciousness has to be brought upon the proletariat from without, anticipate the later factual transformation of the proletariat from the subject to an object of the revolutionary process. 19. Soviet Marxism, with its dictatorship of the political, economic, and military bureaucracy, is not equated with a program for genuine socialist development. In Dammerung, Horkheimer also offered an assessment of the situation of those who constitute a crucial element in determining the future of mankind. This is developed in a short essay called The Powerlessness of the German Working Class. 20 In this paper, Horkheimer argued that there is a schism among the workers which undermines their capacity to act effectively. There is today a gulf between those regularly employed and those working only by exception, occasional, part-time work, or rather those totally unemployed, as formerly between the whole working classes and the lumpenproletariat. Work and destitution elend become separated, and are distributed amongst different carriers. This does not mean that all goes well for those working. The misery of those working remains, as the condition and foundation of this society, but the type of active worker is no longer characteristic of those who are most in need of change. Rather, the need for change unites a certain lower strata of the working class, a part of the proletariat. Those who have a most immediate and urgent interest in revolution, the unemployed, do not possess, as did the proletariat of pre-war days, the capability for training and organization, class consciousness, and reliability of those who are habitually incorporated into the capitalist process. 21. Horkheimer explained the growing division in the ranks of the working class in terms of developments within the capitalist economy. The dynamic process of economic concentration and centralization, generating continuous investment in labor-saving technology, is held to have produced mass unemployment. The lives of the employed, who at least have jobs, a basic income and a little security, are contrasted sharply with those who directly face the horrors of unemployment. The effect of this is a fragmentation of the interests of the labor movement. Those who have jobs come to fear the miseries of the unemployed, the loss of a home, and perhaps worse. Given the current conditions of their lives, the struggle for socialism appears full of very uncertain risks, dangers, and possibly even death. For the unemployed, all is already lost. They are more willing to join the revolutionary movement. However, they lack adequate theories and organization. It is in the nature of the capitalist process of production to separate interest in socialism from the necessary human qualities to bring it about. 22. This division, Horkheimer maintained, created the basic constituencies for the SPD and the KPD. It was reflected in each party's organization and program. The SPD supported policies that sought to stabilize the status quo. Its strategy was defensive, because it was preoccupied with security and the protection of the jobs of the employed. The reformist wing of the workers' movement has lost, in contrast to communism, the knowledge of the impossibility of an effective improvement of human affairs on a capitalist base. It has lost all elements of theory. Its leadership is the exact replica of its most opinionated Sicherston members. Many attempt by any means to maintain themselves in their positions by sacrificing their most elementary loyalties. The fear of losing their jobs becomes progressively the only criterion of their action. Point 23. The theoretical framework of the SPD leadership was underpinned by both pragmatism and positivism. The former shaped their day-to-day attitude. Their criterion of success, Horkheimer contended, was what works in the here and now. The latter shaped their understanding of the limits of knowledge and theory. They fetishized the facts immediately given in observation. Their realm of operation was the existing state of affairs. Their program had little relation to Marxism. The KPD was not criticized as harshly. But Horkheimer saw in the party an ever-increasing tendency towards dogmatism and inflexible responses to political circumstances. In the mental gystogem sphere, the impatience of the unemployed is expressed in the mere repetition of the slogans of the Communist Party. The principles are seized undialectically. Political praxis thus lacks the exploitation of all given possibilities and frequently exhausts itself in unsuccessful commands and moral exhortations zur Rechtweisung of the disobedient and disloyal. Point 24. Given the Stalinization of the KPD and Horkheimer's conception of socialism, it is clear that he could not support its endeavors as a member. His dilemma, a dilemma shared by many left-wing intellectuals of the time, was almost complete. Even Grossman, whose general political sympathies were different from Horkheimer's, was critical of the KPD. In a letter to Paul Maddock, 1933, he castigated the party's growing subservience to Moscow, the incapacity of its leadership to take initiatives and its general rigidity. It had become a bureaucracy, slavishly subject to Moscow. Point 25. The transcendence of the gap and the tension between parties, and the superseding of the theoretical limitations of both, depended, Horkheimer argued, on the overcoming of the conditions that divided the working class. What could be done to aid this process? How could a theorist intervene? Until the late 1930s, Horkheimer still felt that the thought of critical intellectuals could be a stimulating, active factor in the development of political struggles. Critical theory could help to promote a self-conscious and organized working class by fostering a debate between theoreticians, the advanced elements of the class, and those in need of greater awareness about social contradictions. This debate, he held, must unfold as a process of interaction in which growing consciousness develops into a liberating and practical force. Point 26. However, already in Damerung, his writings reflected a pessimism about the success of any such intervention. The night of humanity was threatening. Adorno was in general agreement with Horkheimer's analysis. In a letter to Lowenthal written in 1934, he wrote, "I have read the book Damerung several times with the utmost attention and have an extraordinary impression of it. I already knew most of the pieces, nonetheless, in this form everything appears entirely different. As far as my position is concerned, I believe I can almost completely identify with it, so completely that it is difficult for me to point to differences." 27. In an essay published in 1932, Adorno spoke of the scars left by alienation on the class consciousness of the proletariat. 28. Like Horkheimer, he was deeply concerned with what hinders people coming to consciousness of themselves as subjects, capable of spontaneity and positive action. He was, moreover, antagonistic to aspects of the programs of both the SPD and KPD. In particular, he was critical of all those in the SPD who thought socialism to be inevitable. He was scathing of all fatalistic thinking. He found the KPD's version of such thinking, incorporated in its doctrine of social fascism, even more pernicious. Cured of the social democratic belief in cultural progress and confronted with growing barbarism, the Orthodox Party members are under constant temptation to advocate the latter in the interests of the objective tendency, and, in an act of desperation, to await salvation from their mortal enemy who, as the antithesis, is supposed in blind and mysterious fashion to help prepare the good end. 29. The good life, Adorno was convinced, was not born of such politics. A reading of Erich Fromm's early works suggests a similar perspective. Marcuse's views of the SPD often appear as critical as Horkheimer's. In early essays, for example The Affirmative Character of Culture, 1937, he accused Koski of a politics of culture which can mean nothing other than winning the masses to the social order that is affirmed by the entire culture. 30 Marcuse's participation in a soldiers' council in Berlin after the First World War would have also made him sympathetic to a conception of socialism radically different from that propagated by the SPD, which he left after brief membership in 1919. It would have also made him critical of the centralism and bureaucratism of the KPD and Comintern. His work is, of course, famous for his defense of a socialism that is radically democratic and libertarian. 31 Concerned to recapture the seminal achievements of the councils, Soviets, rate, as organizations of self-determination, self-government, or rather preparation for self-government, Marcuse has defended throughout his life the call for direct democracy in the polity, workplace and in the cultural sphere. However, a qualification is added: the theory and strategy of the councils must not succumb to the fetishism of below. 32 The expression of the will of the people need not always be progressive. A radically democratic society requires independent critical thinking. Auschwitz and Siberia were a warning against any naive belief in human capabilities and progress. Capitalism and the authoritarian state. From the early 1930s, but particularly after emigration, several of the Institute's members sought to understand in much greater detail the causes of the major events of the interwar years. Their early reflections and opinions were often altered in the light of research and debate. One of their central foci was the changing relation between technique, the economy, and the state in Germany, and in other Western capitalist societies. Writing in 1939, Horkheimer argued that he who does not wish to speak of capitalism should be silent about fascism. 33 Most of the members of the Institute agreed that the turn from the liberalist to the total authoritarian state occurs within the framework of a single social order. 34 The breakdown of liberal capitalism was thought to have produced the conditions that made this possible. The causes of authoritarianism were closely connected to the inner dynamics of capitalist development. But how exactly they were connected was a source of major controversy in the Institute. The debate turned, to a large extent, on different analyses of the development of capitalism and capitalism's changing relation to the polity. Those who participated in the discussions divided into two camps. On the one side there were those who maintained that authoritarianism and the fascist state represented a political form suitable to, compatible with, and necessary for the conditions created by advanced oligopolistic and monopolistic capitalism. Newman, Marcuse, Gurland, and Kirchheimer supported this view in theoretical and empirical analyses of past and contemporary political, legal and economic institutions. Newman's classic study, Behemoth, provided the most important and most detailed defense of this position. On the other side were Horkheimer, Adorno and Pollock. Their views, some of which Kirchheimer accepted, implied that while the development of competitive into monopoly capitalism was a crucial condition for the advancement of the authoritarian state, the social order that resulted could not simply be referred to as monopoly capitalism, although occasionally Horkheimer and Adorno continued to use the term. It had qualities which were new and distinct. Adorno frequently referred to a post-competitive capitalism or post-market society. 35 He wrote of capitalism's increasingly integrative trend and of the domination of the political apparatus in the interest of planned capital accumulation. 36 Horkheimer asserted the importance of similar concepts. 37 He contended that the leaders of industry, administration, propaganda, and the military have become identical with the state in that they lay down the plan of the national economy as the entrepreneur before them laid down policy for his factory. 38 But neither Horkheimer nor Adorno developed these concepts in any detail. The views they expressed were often derived from Pollock, who characterized the developing order as a form of state capitalism. While Pollock's account did not exhaust the views of the other two men, his analysis was influential. In many respects, it was left to him to develop this second position. The differences between the two sides are worth examining at some length. On Newman's account, the process of economic concentration and centralization, to which every capitalist economy is subject, created an increasingly interdependent, interconnected, and interlocked economic system. 39 In a joint study, Gurland, Horkheimer and Newman argued that this process had advanced in Germany more than in any other country. What has distinguished Germany's economy from that of all other countries is the depth and breadth of the integration of her industrial combinations. Vertical combines very early began to dominate the heavy industries. Horizontal associations of manufacturers crisscrossed the territories of the German Empire of the later Republic with a network of organizations for the control of the domestic and, increasingly, of the foreign markets. 40. Through a number of case studies, for example of the mining industry, they sought to demonstrate the way in which these combines and associations, especially cartels, furthered the interests of monopolies. They described, again and again, an economic situation characterized by a very high degree of concentration and centralized control. In no other country, Gurland wrote, was there such an intimate intertwining of production units both within the individual industries and across the boundaries of the individual trades. 41 As a result, every capitalist enterprise became dependent upon other enterprises, while the economic fortunes of every industry became interlocked with the changes and fates of all other industries. This economic order had little flexibility and was vulnerable to economic fluctuations. The network of interdependencies among economic units ensured, at best, a delicate economic equilibrium. Any disturbance or disruption to economic life could potentially ramify throughout the system. There is no bankruptcy, as Gurland put it, that would not implicate numerous apparently sound enterprises. To prevent social disturbances from generating under this hypersensitivity of the economic apparatus, state interventionism is called for at an early stage. 42 The economic and political stability of the monopolistic order required quick responses to potentially threatening situations. The expansion of the interventionist machinery was, therefore, necessary and unavoidable. The increasingly radical effects of endogenous changes within the system, for example higher rates of unemployment and inflation at the troughs and peaks of the political business cycle, or the impact of exogenous factors, the creation of shortages of raw materials as a result of international political events, for instance, had to be carefully managed. The situation was compounded by the involvement of finance capital. As the level of industrialization rises, invested money becomes increasingly fixed capital. Technological change, and rearmament, involved new construction costs on an ever larger scale. Huge investments multiplied risks and demands for the state to safeguard these, both in production and in the market. The Newman, Gurland analysis adhered to Marx's view that the accumulation process is inherently unstable and generates concentration and centralization. Anticipating the work of Paul Baran and Paul Sweezy, they contended that the replacement of competitive by monopoly capitalism was inevitable and would exacerbate a tendency to stagnation. 43 The great capitalist post-First World War crisis had left many economies in disarray. Germany, following defeat, had been particularly hard hit. More than any other capitalist country, it had failed to sustain an economic recovery. As Gurland argued, the capitalist automatism, its automatic adjustment mechanisms, for example the business cycle, no longer operated to overcome stagnation and unemployment. Too many commodities were facing too small a buying capacity. Monopolistic price pegging prevented the aggregate value of commodities from being expressed in less money units. Creation of additional buying capacity, through investments, more employment, higher wages, and increasing productive demand, encountered the resistance of vested interests as expressed in invested capital's claim to at least normal return on capital outlay. Either the investors, the creditors, or the commodity owners' claim for just return was to be turned aside, or the crisis was to go on and on. 44. The crisis went on, the monopolies paralyzed the automatism of capitalist development. In Behemoth, Newman sought to pursue the implications of this position and to demonstrate that in a monopolistic system profits cannot be made and retained without totalitarian political power, and that this is the distinctive feature of National Socialism. If totalitarian political power had not abolished freedom of contract, the cartel system would have broken down. If the labor market were not controlled by authoritarian means, the monopolistic system would be endangered. If raw material supply, price control, and rationalization agencies, if credit and exchange control offices were in the hands of forces hostile to monopolies, the profit system would break down. The system has become so fully monopolized that it must by nature be hypersensitive to cyclical changes, and such disturbances must be avoided. In short, democracy would endanger the fully monopolized system. It is the essence of totalitarianism to stabilize and fortify it. 45. Newman, Gurland, and Horkheimer agreed with Marcuse when he wrote, "The total authoritarian state brings with it the organization and theory of society that correspond to the monopolistic stage of capitalism." 46. National Socialism and monopoly capital forged, they contended, a new structure of political compromise. 47. Similar interests ensured the interdependence of the Nazi Party and big business. National Socialism pursues glory and the stabilization of its rule, and industry, the full utilization of its capacity and the conquests of foreign markets. 48. The interests of the Nazi Party, articulated in the name of the national interest, coincided with capitalist monopolies' interest in expansion. The government was interested in maximum efficiency and maximum production. It was concerned to secure and regulate a continuous supply of the necessary resources to reproduce and solidify its control. Capitalist enterprise was also interested, of course, in its reproduction and security. The vertical and/or horizontal expansion of the enterprise, whether at home or abroad, was the condition for the improvement of its economic position. In general, capitalist competition favors the most efficient, it conditions mechanization and rationalization. The enterprises with the lowest costs of production, caeteris paribus, can force a less effective firm out of business. Increased efficiency, through increased technological power, tends to ever larger units of production and to the concentration of ownership and economic control. In a monopolistic system, concern with efficiency diminishes as concern for the protection of the existing order increases. The improvement of a company's economic position, its profitability, in this situation, depends on further exploitation of existing markets and, more importantly, on the development of new markets. Expansion guarantees the realization of profit and profit stimulates expansion. 49. Apart from supporting the interests of monopolies, the Nazi Party also represented the traditional claim for economic security shared by many different groups, including small businessmen. The average businessman and shopkeeper resented and often protested against monopolies profiting, as they did, from prosperity as well as from crisis. But in opposing big business they did not mean to vindicate prohibition of trusts, combines, and cartels, but merely loathed becoming their victim instead of participating in their rise. 50. Along with monopoly capitalists, they feared the discontent of the masses. Communism and socialism were always a threat to their hard-won gains. The state, in these circumstances and in the hands of the Nazi Party, had a choice: should it reform or abolish the monopolies for the sake of the small businessman and others with similar interests, or strengthen them and aid the organization of all business activities. 51. The Nazis' position was clear. They appear to have had little difficulty in making a choice. In a capitalist economy, economic security can only be maintained with growth. Through expansion severe crises can be avoided. The party, therefore, came to stand for expansion first. This did not mean, Newman and Gurland stressed, that National Socialism was the sole creation, and a subservient tool, of big business. 52. Both authors talked about the formation of fascism from a conjuncture of the interests of big business, including big agrarians, the party, the bureaucracy, and the military. Industrial capitalists did not crave totalitarian militarism. But, as Newman put it, with regard to imperialistic expansion, industry and party have identical aims. With rearmament the common interests of the monopolies and the party were clarified and reinforced. 53. Once rearmament began, there was no question of curtailing it, for it stabilized the economy. The aggressive and expansionist spirit of German industry became the motivating force of the system. The best name Newman could find to describe the situation was totalitarian monopoly capitalism. For the German economy had two broad and striking characteristics: it was a monopolistic economy and a command economy. It was a private capitalist economy, regimented by the totalitarian state. 54. In agreement with Newman and Gurland, Pollock explained the genesis of monopoly capitalism in terms of the economy's inherent tendency toward concentration and centralization. 55. Like the others, he maintained that the crisis growth pattern of liberal capitalism had not been destroyed under the system of monopolies. Increasing inflation and unemployment, uncoordinated policies of nation-states, the result of unevenness and disproportionality in national and international economic systems, produced economic problems and political unrest of ever greater severity. These necessitated, and could only be resolved by, massive state intervention. In a number of his earliest essays Pollock sought to document the state of affairs. 56. But the initial patterns of state intervention, he argued, only exacerbated these trends. State support and subsidization of a highly interlocked economy increased the capacity of large enterprises to resist pressures for price decreases and take advantage of price increases. Massive enterprises could rely on state support should it be needed and government manipulation of demand. Today, many enterprises in industry and banking have grown so gigantically, that no state power, no matter how liberally it behaves that is within the terms of reference of laissez-faire economics, can stand by and witness their downfall. Above a certain size of capital, the enterprise may continue to claim the profit for itself, but the risk is unrolled passed on to the mass of taxpayers, since its collapse would bring about the most severe consequences, both for the body economic and political situation. 57. While Pollock recognized that throughout past decades and centuries the state had intervened to support enterprises, he contended that the scale of such intervention was now quite different. For example, he argued, every endangered large bank has to be upheld by means of state aid, while in former times measures of this kind were an exception. The state increasingly guaranteed capitalism. In his view, monopolies took full advantage of this situation. 58. Pollock analyzed German capitalism in terms which appear to be similar to Newman et al. They agreed that concentration of economic activity in giant enterprises, with its consequences of rigid prices, self-financing and ever-growing concentration, government control of the credit system and foreign trade, quasi-monopoly positions of trade unions with ensuing rigidity of the labor market, large-scale unemployment of labor and capital and enormous government expenses to care for the unemployed, are as many symptoms of the decline of the market system. 59. They all recognized also that monopolistic organizations no longer operated as disturbing intruders. The growing intervention of the state in the economy, and of monopolies in the state, provided more and more legal backing for restricted competition and control of the market. 60. Gradually, more or less voluntary entrepreneurial associations, like the cartels, became compulsory. 61. But Pollock, contrary to Newman and Co., called the developing order state capitalism. State capitalism, he argued, was better than any other term to describe four properties of the new system. 1. That the new order is the successor of private capitalism. 2. That the state assumes important functions of the private capitalist. 3. That capitalist institutions like the sale of labor, or profits, still play a significant role, and 4. That it is not socialism. 62. He distinguished between two ideal types of state capitalism, the totalitarian and the democratic. Although his studies were concentrated on the former, he thought many of his findings and conclusions to be relevant to the latter. Under the impact of National Socialism there had been a qualitative shift in the nature of political and economic organization. In pre-Nazi Germany interference with the market made it more and more unworkable, but no provisions were foreseen to eliminate disturbances. In Nazi Germany, on the other hand, there had been, in Pollock's view, a fundamental attempt to eradicate economic disruption and crisis. All the basic principles of organization changed. The basic institutions of capitalism were transformed. Interference of the state with the structure of the old economic order has by its sheer totality and intensity turned quantity into quality, transformed monopoly capitalism into state capitalism. 63 Above all, Pollock noted the following trends. First, the market, as an indirect control of demand and supply, is superseded by direct state planning. A goal is set for all economic activities and a system of priorities and quotas established to guarantee its execution. Second, prices, as the medium for the management of scarcity, lose their function. They become a closely controlled tool. Third, there is a subordination of the individual's interest in profit to the general plan. Profit still plays a role as an incentive for efficient investment and management, and as an instrument for social control. The capitalist is increasingly reduced to a rentier, although most of capital remains in private ownership. Fourth, the occult entrepreneurial art of guessing what the future market demand will be is replaced by a comprehensive technical rationality, through the introduction of, for example, modern statistical methods, regular reports of changes in stocks, production, and plant, rationalization of technical and administrative processes, systematic training of workers, etc. Fifth, the whole system is coordinated by a powerful bureaucracy and the senior management of the largest enterprises. All these developments were thought to be operative in democratic forms of state capitalism, but Pollock did not know what political forms they would eventually generate. He was sure, however, about the nature of the regimes under fascist control. Under a totalitarian form of state capitalism, the state is the power instrument of a new ruling group, which has resulted from the merger of the most powerful vested interests, the top-ranking personnel in industrial and business management, the higher strata of the state bureaucracy, including the military, and the leading figures of the victorious party's bureaucracy. Everybody who does not belong to this group is a mere object of domination. 64. The success of the totalitarian state was predicated on the destruction of national and international working class movements, through internal repression, brutal discipline, and war. Writing in the early 1940s, Pollock seemed in no doubt that National Socialism had accomplished this. The new system was, in his view, a new order. He claimed to be describing a new stage of economic and political development, and not just a wartime economy. Such a system could solve the major economic problems that had forced the collapse of liberal capitalism. There was no logically necessary reason why state capitalism, whether it be totalitarian or democratic, would fail. In short, it could contain contradictions and conflict. The primacy of politics over economics, so much disputed under democracy, is clearly established. 65. Pollock's work implied that the contradictions of capitalism could be resolved by political forms other than socialism. Hitherto most Marxists, including Horkheimer and Adorno, had not believed it was possible for capitalism in any form to sustain a rise in social product, to maintain fairly full employment, coordinate productive units, expand plant and plant capacity, and reproduce management and labor on a level commensurate with technical progress. With the advance of economic concentration and centralization, the growth of centralized administration, etc., this now seemed possible. State capitalism could not be expected to break down as a result of internal contradictions. 66. This did not mean, however, that there were no limitations to the system's development. Pollock posited a number of natural and non-economic constraints. These included an adequate supply of raw material, plant, and labor at all skill levels, struggles within and between the country's elites, and conflicting interests within the ruling class inhibiting the creation and execution of a general plan. But for all those who had expectations about economic breakdown or the necessity of socialism, these constraints did not militate against the thrust of Pollock's main conclusion. It was taken seriously by Horkheimer and Adorno, and became a contributing factor to their post-1940 political pessimism. These views were strongly contested by Newman in Behemoth. He rejected Pollock's conclusion. The present writer does not accept this profoundly pessimistic view. He believes that the antagonisms of capitalism are operating even in Germany on a higher and, therefore, a more dangerous level. 67 On Newman's account, the state did not have complete control over the economy. Nor was control ever the objective of the state, in any capitalist society, or of the Nazi leadership, in particular. Consequently, the economy's highly rigid structure ensured its continued susceptibility to severe crisis produced by unevenness in growth, disproportionality between sectors and fluctuations in the world market. German capitalism had not ceased to exist. Newman's position did not imply a belief in the inevitable collapse of monopoly capitalism. The flaws and breaks in the system and even the military defeat of Germany will not lead to an automatic collapse of the regime. It can only be overthrown by conscious political action of the oppressed masses, which will utilize the breaks in the system. 68 Although he maintained that there exists objectively a profound antagonism between the two classes, he was quick to add, whether and when it will explode we do not know. 69 The cracks in the system leading to conflict arose, Newman argued, from the antagonism between the magical character of propaganda, with its promise of strength through joy, and the laborer's actual status and experience. Workers live in a world which is highly rationalized and depersonalized, and where they are often reduced to being mere adjuncts to the means of production. 70 These conditions pervade working class life. The gap between pseudo-socialist ideology and the naked facts of authoritarian monopoly capitalism must deepen. The anti-capitalist and anti-state propagandas contain inner dynamics, which for a time can be halted by various devices but which cannot be permanently stopped. Thereby the regime unwittingly furthers genuine socialist trends. 71 The gap between promise and actuality was further highlighted by the extensive dislocation and suffering produced by the clashes between the shock troops and the masses in industry and in the army. National Socialism required complete authoritarianism for the maintenance of a stable disequilibrium. The contradictions of the system were also manifested, with particular acuteness, in the relationship between the engineer, by whom Newman understood all technicians, foremen and skilled workers, and the requirements of totalitarian monopoly capitalism. The engineer exercises the most rational vocation and he knows what beneficent powers the productive machinery can wield. Every day sees how this machinery becomes an instrument of destruction rather than of welfare. The conflict between potentiality and actuality is, taking place before his very eyes. 72 These circumstances will mold, Newman contended, the consciousness of the working class and, within it, especially the skilled worker. He strongly disagreed, moreover, with the concept of state capitalism. The very term is a contradictionary in adjecto. Following, and quoting, Hilferting, he argued, the concept of state capitalism cannot bear analysis from the economic point of view. Once the state has become the sole owner of the means of production, it makes it impossible for a capitalist economy to function. It destroys that mechanism which keeps the very processes of economic circulation in active existence. Such a state is therefore no longer capitalistic. 73 Although Pollock recognized that the state was not the sole owner of the means of production, his key concept was not, Newman asserted, a useful one. Increased state ownership, planning, centralization, and rationalization were important constituent features of the present order. But, like Gurland, Newman argued that these developments were not incompatible with private capitalism, and owed their very rapid rate of expansion to capitalist production itself. The concept of state capitalism was misleading on two accounts: the degree to which capitalism was alive and well, and the extent to which there was a state. For Newman, National Socialism is, or is tending to become, a non-state, a chaos, a rule of lawlessness and anarchy. 74 The state no longer existed in any traditional sense. On this score Horkheimer was in close agreement. He pointed to the inconsistencies and apparent incoherence of the legal structure of the Nazi regime despite its capacity for smooth functioning technical operations. The state was born of political compromise, a compromise which reflected through all its structures. 75. Furthermore, there was a basic flaw, Newman argued, in the methodological basis of the works of state capitalist theorists. These theorists spoke in terms of ideal types, or models, which tried to grasp a reality that was as yet unrealized. They admitted that Germany still had remnants of markets and price systems, but maintained that these were unimportant in light of imminent developments. Such an approach, he insisted, was illegitimate. One cannot derive, from an analysis of prevailing trends within one system, the boundaries of another social order. 76 Pollock's empirical work only pointed to trends within German capitalist development. He had produced insufficient evidence to derive a new system of politics without economics. 77. Pollock retorted that to demonstrate the maintenance of the legal institution of private property and of markets and prices was not to have shown very much. The functions of these institutions, he reasserted, had changed radically. 78 It was the controlling group who decided on the scope and direction of production. The expansion of the enterprise had to fit the general plan. The disagreements between the two sides were never resolved. They were compounded by personal and political differences, and by Horkheimer's and Adorno's view that Newman's Marxism was too orthodox and mechanistic. 79 But while Horkheimer and Adorno clearly sided with Pollock, a detailed reading of some of their writings suggests that they had more ambivalent views about the future development of capitalism. This is particularly clear in Horkheimer's work. A tension exists, especially in some of his most radical writings, between a belief in eventual economic collapse and progressive political change, and a more pessimistic view. For example, in Die Juden und Europa, The Jews in Europe, 1939, he maintained that economic collapse is deducible, although he did not see it occurring in the near future. 80 The breakdown of the totalitarian economy is seen as much less likely, as is revolution itself. In The Authoritarian State, written in 1940, Horkheimer employed many of Pollock's concepts directly, yet an ambivalence in his assessment of capitalist development persisted. On the one hand, he wrote, state capitalism is, to be sure, an antagonistic, transient phenomenon. The law of its collapse is already visible. It is based on the limitation of productivity due to the existence of the bureaucracies. 81 The fascist version of state capitalism is determined by the same economic tendencies which have already destroyed the market system. The eternal system of the authoritarian state is no more real than the eternal harmony of the market system. 82 The present order, he stated, in its totalitarian or democratic guise, cannot endure. Changing material conditions make possible a leap to a classless society. The possibility of active resistance and revolutionary praxis lives on. 83 On the other hand, these remarks are offset by comments like, for every conclusion stemming from the belief that history will follow a progressing line, there is a counter-argument which is no less valid. The antagonisms today are not only more capable of producing freedom, but also less capable. Not only freedom, but also future forms of oppression are possible. With state capitalism, those in power can strengthen their position even more. 84 In Horkheimer's later works, this tension was resolved in favor of these more pessimistic views. I think a similar formulation can be found in Adorno's writings, although it is not always so explicit. Though the main principles which underpin his view of capitalism are compatible with Pollock's position, a reading of essays like Gesellschaft Society, 1966, and Spätkapitalismus oder Industriegesellschaft, Late Capitalism or Industrial Society, 1968, suggest, as will be shown later, that while Adorno thought that class conflict and crisis can potentially be managed, he did not think they would necessarily be managed successfully. Further differences between Horkheimer, Adorno, and Pollock can be pointed to by an examination of their general approaches. While Horkheimer and Adorno agreed that fascism arose when the overall economic situation required planned organization, they sought to locate these developments themselves within a philosophy of history developed as a critique of the progressive technical rationalization of everyday life, see Chapter 5 below. But despite these disagreements, the analysis of those on both sides shared some common ground. All agreed, for instance, that in totalitarian and democratic countries there had been a progressive rise in the importance of the polity. They all recognized an increase in central control over individual decision-making, bureaucratic deliberation over local initiative, planning of resources over the market allocation of resources, that is, a shift in the state's pattern of intervention from market complementing to market replacing activity. Technical considerations of general efficiency and rationality over traditional single-minded concern for an individual unit's profitability. Ideas and themes such as these are, of course, common in the history of social theory. They were often discussed in the 19th century. But it is in Weber's work that they were given the most prominence. It is not surprising, therefore, to find in the writings of many members of the Frankfurt School in the late 1930s and 1940s frequent references to Weber. Horkheimer and Marcuse were particularly concerned to come to terms with Weber's contributions to social thought. 85 It has been said that the history of Frankfurt social theory from the 1930s to the 1950s and 1960s is marked by a shift in theoretical orientation away from Marx to Weber. There is some truth in this. There are both continuities and discontinuities. It is worth clarifying a number of aspects of Weber's work and the Frankfurt School's relation to it. Rationalization, the rise of instrumental reason. Weber's concept of rationalization is extremely complex. First, it refers to the growth in mathematization of experience and knowledge, the shaping of all scientific practice according to the model of the natural sciences and the extension of scientific rationality to the conduct of life itself. This in turn must be seen as part of a specific feature of the secularization of the modern world, which Weber often terms the intellectualization and/or the disenchantment of the world. Secondly, the secularization of life leads to a growth of means and rationality, whereby there is the methodological attainment of a definitely given and practical end by the use of an increasingly precise calculation of means. 86 The expansion of capitalism presides over the transformation of social relations to the form which approximates rationalitat. Third, there is a growth of rationality in terms of the development of ethics that are systematically and unambiguously oriented to fixed goals. 87. The notion of rationalization used by members of the Institute mainly encompassed the first two of these aspects. Their analysis of the spread of rationalization, which adhered to a number of Weber's major tenets, was most often focused on the extension of means, and rationality, or as they most often called it, instrumental reason, or subjective reason. Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse, for example, agreed with Weber that the emergence of instrumental reason must be traced to ideas and modes of life which existed prior to the development of industrial capitalism. The advance of instrumental reason led to disenchantment, particularly after the Enlightenment, and to the progressive undermining of traditional worldviews. The Reformation and Protestantism were important for the formation of conditions necessary for capitalist development, and capitalism provided a major impetus to the further development of instrumental reason. 88 They shared Weber's view as to the probability of the continuing expansion of rationalization and bureaucratization. They also shared his pessimism as to the dangers and risks involved, which Weber called the iron cage of a highly bureaucratized division of labor. The extension of formal means and rationality to the conduct of life becomes a concern as a form of domination, means becoming ends, social rules becoming reified objectifications commanding directions. But this is where the agreement ends. Weber, on Marcuse's account, acquiesced and capitulated to the rationalized world as it appeared. In Weber's opinion, this was a world which also made possible the development of social institutions tending toward law and justice that would free the arbitration of civil society from collective and individual substantive interests, a world regulated by technically trained officials that becomes the absolutely inescapable condition of our existence. But the conception of rationalization as a process which is inescapable, involving inevitable expansion, masks, Marcuse wrote, a concept of fate which generalizes the blindness of a society which reproduces itself behind the back of individuals, of a society in which the law of domination appears as objective technological law. 89. For the Frankfurt School theorists, the rise of instrumental reason, the rationalization of the world, is not per se to blame for the chaotic, frightening and evil aspects of technological civilization. Rather, it is the mode in which the process of rationalization is itself organized that accounts for the irrationality of this rationalization. In advanced capitalist societies, economic anarchy is interwoven with rationalization and technology. It is the organization of production as capitalist production which, as the members of the Institute wrote in 1956, threatens the spirit and today even the material survival of mankind, and not technological progress itself. 90. Some of the arguments employed to sustain this view are developed most succinctly by Marcuse in his essay, Some Social Implications of Modern Technology, 1941. Horkheimer and Adorno developed a parallel position in Dialectic of Enlightenment. Within these works the present order is conceptualized in terms of what one might call the rule of equivalence. This is understood in two ways. First, it is explicated within the framework of Marx's analysis of capitalist commodity production, which makes the dissimilar comparable. Second, it is comprehended by examining the ways in which the rise of formal, means, and rationality undermines the status of critical, substantive rationality, the rationality of values, ends and possible attitudes towards life. Critical reason and autonomous thinking are being eroded as a result of both the bracketing of human beings within commodity production and the fall of a technological veil. Following Marcuse, the explanation for these developments can be summarized as follows. 91. 16th and 17th century thought nurtured the principle of individualism, the pursuit of rational self-interest. The philosophies which articulated the principle were committed to the view that the individual is rational, capable of independent thinking. The fulfillment of this individuality was held to be dependent upon certain social and economic conditions, conditions in which the individual would be free to work and think in a setting of his or her choice. Free competition in the market and liberalism in the polity were thought to be sufficient guarantees of the individual's rights. Over time, however, the course of commodity production undermined the economic basis on which freedom of the individual was built. Competitiveness and the autonomy of the individual economic subject was revealed as a facade of capitalist society. Under the impact of the institutions, devices, and organizations of industry, the notion of individual achievement was transformed into labor productivity figures. The individual's performance became motivated, guided, and measured by standards external to him, standards pertaining to predetermined tasks and functions. 92 Conditioned by the necessities and exigencies of capital accumulation, the spheres governed by instrumental reason or, as Marcuse called it, technological rationality, expanded, creating a common framework of experience for all occupations. Compliance and the subordination of thought to pre-given goals and standards was now required of all those who wished to survive. Furthermore, as standardized techniques advanced and the laws and mechanisms of technological rationality expanded over the whole of society, they developed, as Marcuse put it, a set of truth values which hold good for the functioning of the apparatus, and for that alone. 93 Propositions concerning production, effective organization, the rules of the game, business methods, use of science and technique, are judged true or false according to whether or not the means to which they refer are suitable or applicable, for an end which remains, of course, unquestioned. These developments tend to one general pattern: the rationalization and standardization of production and consumption, the mechanization of labor, the development of mass transportation and communication, the extension of training, and the dissemination of knowledge about the execution of jobs. 94. All these factors appear to facilitate the exchangeability of function. But the private organization of technology counteracts this trend. Under these circumstances, specialization atomizes the masses. The continued extension of divisions within the division of labor leads to the fragmentation of tasks. As tasks become increasingly mechanized, there are fewer and fewer chances for mental and reflective labor. Work experiences are increasingly distinctive and set apart from each other. Knowledge of the total work process is, as a consequence, hard to come by and rarely available, particularly for those on the shop floor. The majority of occupations, despite the possibility of a greater exchange of functions, tend to become atomized, isolated units, which seem to require for their cohesion coordination and management from above. With the development of the capitalist division of labor, knowledge of the whole work process, control, and executive functions are ever more absent from daily work situations. Centralized control mechanisms and private and public bureaucracies then appear as agencies which are necessary for, and guarantee, a rational course and order. The private and public bureaucracy thus emerges on an apparently objective and impersonal ground, provided by the rational specialization of functions. 4. The more the individual functions are divided, fixated, and synchronized according to objective and impersonal patterns, the less reasonable it is for the individual to withdraw or withstand. The material fate of the masses becomes increasingly dependent upon the continuous and correct functioning of the increasingly bureaucratic order of private capitalist organizations. The objective and impersonal character of technological rationality bestows upon the bureaucratic groups the universal dignity of reason. The rationality embodied in the giant enterprises makes it appear as if men, in obeying them, obey the dictum of an objective rationality. The private bureaucracy fosters a delusive harmony between the special and the common interest. Private power relationships appear not only as relationships between objective things but also as the rule of rationality itself. 95. As a result, the conditions are created for a decline in the susceptibility of society to critical thinking. 96. The individual has to adapt, follow orders, pull levers and be ready to perform ever different things which are ever the same. The term reason becomes synonymous with the process of coordinating means to given ends, or else it appears as a meaningless word. In societies like the present, where instrumental reason is dominant, thinking objectifies itself, Horkheimer and Adorno wrote, to become an automatic, self-activating process, an impersonation of the machine that it produces itself so that ultimately the machine can replace it. 97 The values of instrumental reason are accorded a privileged status since they are embodied in the concept of rationality itself. The confounding of calculatory with rational thinking implies that whatever cannot be reduced to numbers is illusion or metaphysics. 98 The dissimilar is recognized and evaluated only as a difference in quantity or efficiency. The individual changes from a unit of resistance and autonomy to one of ductility and adjustment. But the individual's lack of freedom is not usually experienced as a lack of freedom. It is not experienced as the work of some outside hostile force. Rather, liberty is relinquished to the dictum of reason itself. Subjective reason is pursued and put to profitable use. A number of factors have, however, conjoined to bring about the present general impotency of critical thought. The expansion of capitalism and technological rationality, while massively increasing coercive power, has, at one and the same time, transformed numerous modes of external compulsion and authority into modes of self-discipline and self-control. All men and women who seek the maintenance of their own lives have to act rationally, that is, they have to act according to the standards which ensure the functioning of the apparatus. 99 This introversion of authority reinforces and sustains modes of behavior that are adaptive, passive, and acquiescent. Needless to say, the mechanisms of social control are strengthened. The decline of critical thought is also furthered by the incorporation of opposition. Opposition has been rendered increasingly ineffective because the representatives of the forces of negativity, although they have not lost the title of opposition, have all too often become mimics of the dominant apparatus. This has been the fate of the labor movement in many countries. Its organizations have all too often been transformed into mass organizations and mass parties with a highly bureaucratized leadership structure. 100. The process of the incorporation of opposition was analyzed in much greater detail by Horkheimer in terms of the decline of issue parties and oppositions of principle. In a number of essays published in the 1950s and 1960s, he was particularly concerned to show how many former class-oriented Marxist parties in Europe were being transformed into catch-all parties with a concomitant dilution of their political concerns. 101 This change, he found, involves 5 factors: an interest in short-term political gains and a decline in ideological struggle, a strengthening of leadership, and of the leadership's identification with the entire social system. Leaders speak more and more about the national interest and less about particular party goals, a decrease in importance of the individual party member, an increase in concern with the general voter and a decline in concern with a specific social class or denominational clientele, a gain in access to financial groups which enhance the party's chances of access to the media, etc. 102 These changes follow, Horkheimer argued, from the weakening of the antagonism between the possessor and executor classes. The latter comprise all those who occupy positions, whether blue-collar or white-collar, where a job is narrowly circumscribed by strict hierarchical subordination and / or restriction to a single phase of a larger project. This itself, he maintained, was a consequence of the general process of rationalization, the spread of mass culture and consumer orientations, which sustain an illusion of freedom and choice, and the withdrawal of citizens into private life. 103. Images of society and the prospects of revolutionary change. Many of the themes discussed above were reiterated by Adorno, Horkheimer, and Marcuse in their writings from the 1950s onwards. During this period only Marcuse produced a lengthy analysis of the capitalist economy and of its changing relation to the polity. While Adorno and Horkheimer wrote a number of essays on this topic, they did not produce detailed studies. Unlike many orthodox Marxists who argue that class antagonisms and crises lead to breakdown and revolutionary transformation, Adorno continued to maintain, in his late writings, that crises can potentially be contained and the effects of class conflict managed. While the notion of relations of production still demarcates relations of domination, constraint, and inequity, it reflects, less and less, active, self-conscious relations of struggle. In an essay written in 1942, Adorno argued that, at best, the unity of classes can be stipulated negatively, that is, their unity is constituted by virtue of their formal relation to one another and their respective oppositional functions. While in liberal capitalism social classes had a certain real, positive unity, they expressed particular interests and objectives. In advanced capitalism no such unity exists. 104 As a result of the continued extension of the division of labor and the decline in the role of the market, although political and manipulative processes become more visible, the essence of class society becomes less obvious. 105 The experience of class diminishes as tasks and knowledge are fragmented. Domination becomes ever more impersonal. People become means to the fulfillment of purposes which appear to have an existence of their own. Increasingly, they become mere functionaries of planned capital accumulation, as society is coordinated by powerful organizations and administrations which are ever more self-sufficient but oriented single-mindedly towards production. The particular pattern of social relations which conditions these processes, the capitalist relations of production, is fetishized. Social relations become less comprehensible, conflict centers increasingly on marginal issues which do not test the foundation of society. Thus, the general dominates the particular, the capitalist mode of production overwhelms the individual. Men and women are reduced to agents and bearers of exchange value. 106. But behind this process, Adorno constantly emphasized, lies the domination of men over men. This remains the basic fact. In Society, 1966, he insisted that despite the extraordinary pressures on the individual, many of which are outlined in the following chapters, class struggle persists. In this essay he stressed, in contradistinction to some of his other writings of the 1960s, that in the institution of exchange there is created and reproduced that antagonism which could at any time bring organized society to ultimate catastrophe and destroy it. 107 Adorno noted that the most recent empirical sociological investigations reveal that however weak class consciousness is, it nonetheless exists. Furthermore, he added, if one brackets class consciousness, the objective differences between classes continue to grow. With the increase in the concentration of capital there is increasing impoverishment of the working class. 108 The integration of the masses into society is incomplete and the objective basis for change ever larger. Yet in the same essay Adorno also wrote that the adaptation of men to social relationships and processes which constitutes history, has left its mark on them such that the very possibility of breaking free without terrible instinctual conflicts, even breaking free mentally, has come to seem a fable and a distant one. Men have come to be, triumph of integration. Identified in their innermost behavior patterns with their fate in modern society. 109. The possibility of transcending the existing order is, he thought, threatened with suffocation, for these are not the conditions on which revolutions are made. Adorno's analysis of these phenomena sought to expose the particular social basis of seemingly anonymous domination. Through his work he hoped to contribute to the development of self-consciousness. Such awareness, without any preconceptions as to where it might lead, would, he hoped, be the first condition for an ultimate break in society's omnipotence. 110 But it would only be a first condition. What the other conditions are, however, he did not say. It should be noted that Adorno did not believe he had an adequate theory of advanced capitalist society. Because of the growing influence of the polity on economic life, the weakening of the market and the massive increase in productive power, the result of technical and industrial progress, he regarded Marx's work, in particular the theory of value, the theory of class consciousness, and the general theory of capitalist development, as inadequate. 111 Although he drew on aspects of the thought of Marx, Weber, and Pollock in an attempt to offer an alternative account, he did not offer, he readily admitted, a systematic new theory. Horkheimer was in a similar position, though the influence of Pollock seems more marked on his writings. He continued to maintain that today the productive process, a process oriented toward profit and growth, serves itself instead of man. 112 He stressed, as he had done earlier, that the fault does not lie in machines and technique. Like Adorno, he held that while the teachings of Marx and Engels are still indispensable for understanding the dynamics of society, they can no longer explain the domestic development and foreign relations of nations. 113 The growth of large-scale technology, the spread of commerce, the advance of communication, the expansion of population, the struggle between power blocks all contribute, he argued, to the growth of organization and central control. The trends point to a rationalized, automated, totally managed world. 114 Fearful of those who control the main economic and political levers of social power and the past and future perversion of socialism in Eastern Europe, Horkheimer saw fewer and fewer reasons for hope, and even fewer for radical political change. In an age which tends to eliminate every vestige of even a relative autonomy for the individual, all that was left was the yearning for the wholly other, die Sehnsucht nach dem ganz anderen. 115 For Horkheimer, writing in 1968, the urgent task was to protect, preserve, and where possible, extend the limited and ephemeral freedom of the individual. For it was here that the hope for the wholly other could be preserved. 116 Of all the members of the Frankfurt School, Marcuse's lifelong relation to his early work and political ambitions is perhaps the most consistent. There are stronger continuities in his political thinking than there are in the political thought of Horkheimer and Adorno. Marcuse was one of the few who sought to create anew a relation between theory and practice in the post-war years. It was his direct concern with developing a critique of capitalism and with the theory and politics of transition that made him a central intellectual figure in the 1960s and early 1970s. His political tract, One-Dimensional Man, vacillated, on his own account, between two contradictory hypotheses: 1, that advanced industrial society is capable of containing qualitative change for the foreseeable future, 2, that forces and tendencies exist which may break this containment and explode the society. 117 In agreement with Horkheimer and Adorno, he saw the first tendency as dominant. But he sought to explore, particularly in texts like 5 Lectures and Counter-Revolution and Revolt, the second in greater detail than the other two men did. Marcuse's analysis began by pointing to a multiplicity of forces which are combining to render possible the management and control of the capitalist economy. First, he noted the spectacular development of the productive forces, itself the result of the growing concentration of capital and financial control, radical changes in science and technology, the trend toward mechanization and automation, increased productivity and rate of surplus value, and the progressive transformation of management into administration and ever larger private bureaucracies. Second, he emphasized the increasing regulation of free competition, a consequence of state intervention which both stimulates and supports the economy, through waste expenditure in unproductive investment like armaments, for example, the linking of the nation-state's economy to a worldwide network of military and monetary alliances and the expansion of public bureaucracy. Third, he pointed to changes in social structure, for instance, the gradual assimilation of blue-collar and white-collar populations, of business and labor leaders, in terms of occupational structure and consumption patterns. Fourth, he described a curtailment of national prerogatives by international events and the permanent threat of war, created by the Cold War, the threat of communism, the enemy within and without, and the ever-present possibility of nuclear war. 118 In short, Marcuse felt that the prevailing trends in society were leading to the establishment of a technical apparatus which threatened to engulf public and private existence. The system tends towards both total administration and total dependence on administration by ruling public and private managements, strengthening the pre-established harmony between the interest of the big public and private corporations and that of their customers and servants. 119. For the Marcuse of one-dimensional man, there has been a supersession of capitalist antagonisms by industrial and technological rationality. Confronted with an effective capitalism, revolutionary theory assumes an abstract character and becomes the concern of minorities. 120 But there are forces at work, Marcuse believes, which serve to counteract this trend. The possibilities for revolutionary transformation are not exhausted. The growing productivity of labor, the continued automation of the means of production, and a growing contradiction between the enormous productive capacity and social wealth of advanced capitalist and communist societies and their destructive utilization ensures the creation not only of the material prerequisites of freedom but also of the conditions for the struggle against domination. The dramatic increase in productive forces, with its emphasis on the desirability of large-scale consumption, has created the image of a world of ease, enjoyment, fulfillment, and comfort, expectations and needs for a better life, which the established mode of production cannot fulfill. 121 The gap between promise and delivery grows, as does the base of exploitation, the number of people who, in capitalist countries, can potentially experience this gap. Marcuse is convinced that certain objective conditions for revolution exist. These he lists as a social wealth sufficient to abolish poverty, the technical know-how to develop the available resources systematically toward this goal, a ruling class which wastes, arrests, and annihilates the productive forces, the growth of anti-capitalist forces in the Third World which reduce the reservoir of exploitation, and a vast working class which, separated from the control of the means of production, confronts a small, parasitic ruling class. 122. But because of the effect of phenomena such as privatization, consumption orientations, the mass media and the continued domination of instrumental reason, the subjective factor is lagging behind. Revolutionary perspectives are only shared by a relatively small number of people. Marcuse detects, however, significant changes here too. Needs are being created which transcend capitalism, and for that matter state socialism. The contradictions between that which is and which is possible and ought to be penetrates everyday consciousness. The satisfaction of basic needs creates demands for a range of other needs, from self-determination to greater self-realization. Marcuse sees in, for example, the spreading of wildcat strikes, factory occupations, absenteeism, the demands and attitudes of young workers, genuine expression of these needs. He recognizes that there is only a small minority of people that articulates these issues in a consistent theoretical framework. Nonetheless, the issues are raised, no matter how diffusely, and represent a protest against the existing form of society. 123 The potential for mass social change exists. But the unorganized character of much contemporary protest can also support, Marcuse stresses, anti-socialist movements, for example various populist and right-wing movements, and can give rise to a proto-fascist potential. The only counterforce, he argues, is the development of an effectively organized radical left, assuming the vast task of political education, dispelling the false and mutilated consciousness of the people so that they themselves experience their condition, and its abolition, as vital need, and apprehend the ways and means of their liberation. 124. An important basis for such a development is located in social forces which are, in the first instance, outside the established system. These include two general groups. First, there are those who remain underprivileged in advanced capitalism, those whose very basic needs remain unsatisfied, minorities and the poor, for instance. Outside the capitalist nation-states, the underprivileged, those struggling for survival, constitute the mass of people and the mass basis of national liberation movements. Their fight against imperialism and neocolonialism is one of the most important threats to capitalism's capacity to reproduce itself. Second, there are some among the privileged whose consciousness and instincts break through or escape social control, for example, students, intellectuals. 125 These forces together, Marcuse believes, do contribute to the crisis development of the system. But they do not constitute an effective revolutionary threat against the whole of society. They are catalyst groups, they cannot transform society alone. Whether or not they will trigger a crisis that eventually radicalizes the mass of working people, who could overthrow the system, is an open question. But it seems, for Marcuse, less rather than more of an open question. Given the continuing presence of acute contradictions, the main question appears to be when. Marcuse does not answer this question and readily admits that no straightforward answer to it can be given. Marcuse desires a social movement which would refuse to participate in the reproduction of capitalism. His advocacy of a great refusal seeks a world that would negate capitalism, reduce overdevelopment in the developed countries, and pursue a pacified existence, a non-instrumental relation between people and nature. 126. The concept of monopoly or monopoly capitalism refers to a market situation which is open to manipulation by either a small number of companies, national and/or international, or, at the system's limit, by one or two companies. It marks the tendency towards the progressive elimination of the market and of competition. The concept refers less to the market shares, sales, profit, return on capital, etc. a given company or companies can acquire. Rather, it denotes the capacity of these enterprises to control and manipulate prices. No matter how many companies operate in a particular market, a monopoly exists if they are able to fix prices. 3. The culture industry, critical theory and aesthetics. According to most members of the Frankfurt School, the individual is enmeshed in a world where capital is highly concentrated and where the economy and polity are increasingly interlocked. It is a verwaltet Welt, a world caught up in administration. As a consequence, the importance of political economy in the critical project diminished, for it did not provide a sufficient basis to understand the penetration of market and bureaucratic organizations into more and more areas of life. The change in what the critical theorists took to be their object of study demanded the development of concepts and categories. Increasingly, attention was focused on an assessment of the mode in which ideas and beliefs are transmitted by popular culture, the way in which the personal, private realm is undermined by the external, extrafamilial, socialization of the ego and the management and control of leisure time. 1 As individual consciousness and unconsciousness were encroached upon by agencies which organize free time, for example the radio, television, film, and professional sport industries, the Frankfurt theorists stressed the urgency of developing a sociology of mass culture. For Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse, in particular, sociology and critique are inseparable. To analyze a work of art, or a particular cultural artifact, is to analyze and assess the way it is interpreted. This entails an inquiry into its formation and reception. Such an inquiry seeks to understand given works in terms of their social origins, form, content, and function, in terms of the social totality. The conditions of labor, production, and distribution must be examined, for society expresses itself through its cultural life, and cultural phenomena contain within themselves reference to the socio-economic whole. But a sociology of culture cannot rest with an analysis of the general relations between types of cultural products, for example Western music or, more specifically, opera, chamber music, etc., and social life too. It must also explore in detail the internal structure of cultural forms, the way in which the organization of society is crystallized in cultural phenomena, and the mechanisms which determine their reception. Generally, a theory of culture should include, on Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, reference to the processes of production, reproduction, distribution, exchange, and consumption. Needless to say, such a theory was never completed, nor was it ever thought that such a theory could be finished. But a large number of contributions was made to the theory of culture and cultural forms. Before and during their association with the Institute, Adorno, Horkheimer, Marcuse, Lowenthal, and Benjamin were all concerned with aesthetic theory and the critique of culture. Point 3. An emphasis on studies of mass culture came, however, in the late 1930s and 1940s. The emergence of an entertainment industry, the growth of the mass media, the blatant manipulation of culture by the Nazis and other totalitarian regimes, the shock of immigration to the US, the inevitable discovery of the glamour and glitter of the film and record industries, together all made imperative the task of assessing the changing patterns of culture. In this chapter I intend to focus attention on the critical theorists' views about these changing patterns. I will also try and locate their studies within some of their general perspectives on aesthetics and culture. It should be stressed, however, that my remarks on their writings in this sphere will be of a schematic nature. Adorno and Benjamin particularly wrote at length on aesthetics and on artistic and literary form. Almost half of Adorno's publications were on music. He analyzed the works of several composers, including Beethoven, Mahler, Wagner, Schoenberg, Berg, and Stravinsky. Point 4. He discussed the nature of different types of musical instruments, for example the violin and saxophone. Point 5. He also wrote on a number of cultural critics, for example Otto Spengler and Thorstein Veblen, 6 on literary figures such as Franz Kafka and Beckett, 7 on literary critics such as Lukács, 8 and he published a large volume on aesthetic theory. Point 9. Benjamin's writings are less voluminous but his breadth of reference was also extraordinary. Point 10. His essays include discussions of Baudelaire, Brecht, Kafka, Nikolai Lskov, and Proust. Point 11. His books include 2 major volumes on German literature, 2 books of general reflections presented as short essays and aphorisms, 12 and a great number of reviews, commentaries and critical essays. Point 13. To assess properly the contributions of either of these writers is beyond the scope of this work. Point 14. The works I have listed, however, exclude some of their more general studies on the development of cultural forms in the 19th and 20th centuries. It is these that this chapter seeks to concentrate upon. Even here the range of material they covered is impressive. It includes Adorno's and Horkheimer's major assessment of the culture industry in Dialectic of Enlightenment 15, which Adorno thought of as the basis of the 2 writers' common philosophy. He also regarded his major work on modern music as an extended appendix to this text. 16. The range of relevant writings also embraces a number of articles by Adorno on high, avant-garde, and popular culture, a most important essay by Benjamin investigating the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, 17 essays by Horkheimer on mass culture, 18 studies by Lowenthal on the history of literature and popular literary materials, 19 and, of course, Marcuse's work on the character of art and particular cultural phenomena, for instance painting, street theater, and rock. If the subject matter covered suggests diversity, so do the techniques of inquiry employed. Adorno and Lowenthal, for instance, often utilized content analysis and carried out detailed investigations into the structure of particular cultural products. Horkheimer's approach, like Marcuse's, was more exclusively philosophical and theoretical. Benjamin's approach was unique. He utilized many different styles of writing and drew upon many different modes of thinking, from the Kabbalah to Marx and various schools of Marxism. Benjamin often dissented from the opinions expressed by the other Frankfurt theorists. When general statements are made below about a Frankfurt School position, I will be referring to the works of the other four writers. The sections on Benjamin later in the chapter highlight why it is necessary to treat his work separately. They are offered here by way of a contrast, essentially, as a point from which the particularity of the other four men's writings can be appreciated. The concepts of culture and art. Unlike many orthodox Marxists who relegated culture to the superstructure of society and derived an analysis of the form and content of the superstructure from the base, the Frankfurt theorists insisted that cultural phenomena could not be analyzed within the simple base, superstructure model. Point 20. They also insisted on the inadmissibility of treating culture in the manner of conventional cultural criticism, in isolation from its position in the social totality. Any conception of culture which saw it as an independent realm apart from society was to be rejected. Culture could not be understood, as Adorno put it, in terms of itself. To suppose anything like an independent logic of culture, he added, is to collaborate in the hypostatus of culture, the ideological proton pseudos. Point 21. In fact, the notion of culture employed by Horkheimer and the others was closer to Freud's than to classical Marxist and non-Marxist understandings of the term. Point 22. For Horkheimer, etal culture emerges from the organizational basis of society as the bundle of ideas, mores, norms, and artistic expressions, the heritage and practices of intelligence and art. Point 23. Within these broad terms of Referenz, Marcuse, while discussing bourgeois culture, makes the useful further analytic distinction between the spheres of material culture and intellectual, artistic, higher, culture. Material culture comprises the actual patterns of behavior in earning a living, the system of operational values, and includes the social, psychological, and moral dimensions of family life, leisure time, education and work. Intellectual culture refers to the higher values, science and the humanities, art, religion. Point 24. Although several more distinctions will be introduced throughout the chapter, it should be noted that it is easier to discern the notions of culture Frankfurt writers rejected than the ones they accepted. Their own general concept of culture remains underdeveloped. As a consequence, I shall employ Marcuse's distinction throughout the chapter as a shorthand for delineating different realms of cultural phenomena, though it should be remembered that this is not necessarily a distinction each writer would have accepted. Institute members were, however, agreed that the products of intellectual, artistic culture could be regarded as neither simply the reflection of specific class interests nor the output of a wholly autonomous sphere. They were intent on exploring the modes in which cultural phenomena interacted with, and sometimes determined, other social dimensions. Furthermore, they sought to examine in particular detail the fate of art, understood in the broadest possible sense, in the contemporary era. For them, art was to be interpreted as a code language for processes taking place in society. Point 25. Yet, because of its form, as I explained below, it was often thought to be relatively autonomous. Art was unavoidably enmeshed in reality. And just as this reality contained objective contradictions, so art was caught up in and expressed contradictions. But a contrast was frequently drawn between those works which resist assimilation to existing modes of production and exchange and those which do not. In many genuine works of art, they believed, there are both moments of affirmation and negation. Point 26. In these works society both confirmed itself and maintained a critical image. As Adorno wrote, culture, in the true sense, did not simply accommodate itself to human beings, but it always simultaneously raised a protest against petrified relations under which they lived. Point 27. Artistic culture represents the perennial protest of the particular against the universal, as long as the latter remains unreconciled to the former. 28 The aesthetic may contain a moment of transcendence, or it may be integrated into existing conditions of domination. Affirmation and negation in autonomous art. The meaning and function of art changes historically. But there is a certain unity that underpins authentic, or, as Adorno most often put it, autonomous art. The great artists of the bourgeois era, as well as those of the Christian Middle Ages and the Renaissance, had the capacity to transform a particular, individual experience, through the language of music, painting, or words, into a universal statement. The work of art has a structure with a signifying function. It presents, or rather represents, the particular in such a way as to illuminate its meaning. Through its form or style, Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse, or aura and new technique, Benjamin, art can create images of beauty and order, or contradiction and dissonance, an aesthetic realm which at once leaves and highlights reality. Art's object world is derived from the established order, but it portrays this order in a non-conventional manner. Sensibility, imagination, and understanding give new sounds, images and words to the taken for granted. The structure of art forms enacts an alternative vision. As such, art has a cognitive and subversive character. Although this character was analyzed differently by various institute members, there was general agreement that the partisan, emancipatory effects of art are generated by its rejection of the dominant forms of world order, that is, through its very mode of expression it opens the established reality and negates reified consciousness. Art has the capacity to transcend its class origins, while preserving certain conventional images of reality. It has multiple layers of meaning and the ability to embody and promote truth. For Horkheimer and Adorno in Dialectic of Enlightenment, the elements in an artistic product which enable it to transcend reality are found in those features which ensure non-identity thinking. The truth-promoting function of art lies in its capacity to undermine the doubtful unity of concept, begriff, and object, idea and material world. The notion of non-identity thinking is elaborated on page 215. Bourgeois art strives for identity, an identity between its image of the real and the existent. It presents itself as social reality. For example, some of Beethoven's music, according to Adorno, expresses reconciliation between the subjective and objective, between part and whole. It represents the idea of an integrated community, the promise of the French Revolution. The individual part, the note or phrase, exists as a separate entity, but each part is only fully meaningful in the context of the whole, namely in the structure of the sonata or symphony. Beethoven's music is faithful to his period, to the awakening consciousness of individualistic society. But the image it presents contradicts bourgeois reality, it transfigures the existing conditions, presenting them in the moment of the musical performance as though the community of human beings were already realized. 29 The promise held out by such a work of art is, as Adorno and Horkheimer wrote, that it will create truth by lending new shape to conventional forms. 30 The promise is both necessary and hypocritical. It is necessary, first, because of its social origins. The patrons of art, whether aristocrats or wealthy buyers in the market, demand new forms to lend dignity and fresh, often conformist, images to the world around them. More important, it is necessary because in its very commitment to style, art hardens itself against the chaotic expression of the existing order and presents individual experiences in new, and truly general, forms. In the enactment of art, objective trends are played through. The promise, however, is also hypocritical. The claim of art is always ideology too. Art legitimates prevailing patterns of life by suggesting that fulfillment lies in their aesthetic derivatives. 31 Nonetheless, in its very failure to establish identity, art preserves, unlike many forms of conventional expression, a critical perspective. The truth value of art lies in its capacity to sustain a discrepancy between its projected images, concepts, of nature and humankind, and its object's actuality. In his own writings, Adorno always insisted that art loses its significance if it tries to create specific political or didactic effects. art should compel rather than demand a change in attitude. 32 Hence he was critical of Brecht's emphasis on the primacy of lesson over form. Insofar as art has a true social function, it is its functionlessness. 33 Art is most critical, in the contemporary epoch, when it is autonomous, that is, when it negates the empirical reality from which it originates. Autonomous works of art dismantle appearances, they explode from within that which committed proclamation subjugates from without. 34 Social criticism flows from a work's form, not its content. Committed work, such as Brecht's, risks assimilating itself with the existent reality. 35 In order to be fully comprehended, it must speak in the language of that order. 36 For Adorno, every commitment to the world must be abandoned to satisfy the ideal of the committed work. 37 Art must intervene actively in consciousness through its own forms and not take instructions from the passive, one-sided position of the consciousness of the user, including the proletariat. Adorno's emphasis on form, however, should not be mistaken for a simple insistence on the primacy of style and technique. Rather, form refers to the whole internal organization of art, to the capacity of art to restructure conventional patterns of meaning. Under the present conditions of society, the most genuine forms of art are those that resist pressure, created by the rule of equivalence, to identity thinking. The truth content of art derives from its ability to reformulate existent relations between subjectivity and objectivity, and to maintain non-identity. Closed aesthetic images, on Adorno's account, preserve a gap between subject and object, individual and society. They make no compromise with a society increasingly dominated by modes of thought that collapse into subjectivism, the false view that the subject's concepts produce the world, or objectivism, the false view that the world is a realm of pure objects given independently of the subject. 38 They also challenge, in their very structure, a world of purely pragmatic affairs. Authentic works of art have always stood in relation to the actual life process of society from which they distinguished themselves. Their very rejection of the guilt of a life which blindly and callously reproduces itself, their insistence on independence and autonomy, on separation from the prevailing realm of purposes, implies, at least as an unconscious element, the promise of a condition in which freedom were realized. 39 The truth value of art resides in its capacity to create awareness of, and the metais, social contradictions and antinomies. 40 A successful work is not one which resolves objective contradictions in a spurious harmony, but one which expresses the idea of harmony negatively by embodying the contradictions, pure and uncompromised, in its innermost structure. 41 As such, art is less and more than praxis. It is less because it retreats in the face of practical tasks which need to be accomplished, perhaps even hindering them. It is more for turning its back even on praxis. It denounces at the same time the limited untruth die Borniert unwaret of the practical world. For so long as the practical rearrangement of the world has not yet succeeded, praxis can have no direct cognizance of that fact. 42 Horkheimer argued, as did Adorno, that art only became fully autonomous when it was separated from the pre-capitalist patronage system which ensured its restricted religious and/or private usage. 43 Horkheimer's emphasis on the critical character of art is, however, somewhat different from Adorno's. Horkheimer maintained that classical bourgeois art preserved the utopia that evaporated from religion. 44 Through art one can conceive a world different from life dominated by commodity production. The beautiful and often harmonious images it projected promised a utopia, a vision of an ideal life, that could motivate thought and a critique of reality. Art provided a medium for critical thinking by upholding images of life which contradicted the existent. But art's affirmative vision inevitably assumed an escapist character. Men and women had fled into a private conceptual world and arranged their thoughts in anticipation of a time in which the aesthetic could be systematically incorporated into reality. 45 Art anticipates the good life. It preserves an ideal in danger of being forgotten. But this is all it can do. To the extent that it suggests utopia can be realized in the aesthetic realm, or that its images are the avenue to an ideal community, it is idealist and false. Bourgeois art often advances one of these ideas. 46. Marcuse's work examines some of these notions in greater detail. On his account, bourgeois culture led in the course of its development to the establishment of a mental and spiritual world as an independent realm of value, a realm of authentic values and self-contained ends claiming autonomy and superiority from civilization, material culture. The essential characteristic of this world, which Marcuse called affirmative culture, is the assertion of a universally obligatory, eternally better and more valuable world that must be unconditionally affirmed, a world essentially different from the factual world of the daily struggle for existence, yet realizable by every individual for himself from within, without any transformation of the state of fact. 47. Bourgeois artistic culture serves both to project unrealized possibilities and maintain harmonizing illusions. It stands as a record of the revolutionary aspirations of the bourgeoisie, with its demands for new social freedoms commensurate with the universality of human reason, and of the failure of these aspirations to be realized in practice. Bourgeois dreams remain ideals, ideals relegated, in seeming acknowledgement of the reality of commodity production, to the inner world of humanity. In this inner world the individual is exalted and ennobled. Freedom, goodness, and beauty become spiritual qualities. Culture speaks of the dignity of humans and preserves beauty for the soul. 48. The idealism embodied in bourgeois artistic culture is not simply ideology, for it contains remembrance of what might have been and what could be. While idealism surrenders the earth to bourgeois society, it preserves, Marcuse contends, the historical demand for general liberation. The culture of souls absorbed in a false form those forces and wants which could find no place in everyday life. 49. It is not that art represents in any clear fashion an ideal reality, but that it presents the existent as a beautiful reality. For Marcuse beauty is un promesse de bonheur. For what is beautiful is first and foremost sensuous. Its sensuousness occupies a position halfway between sublimated and unsublimated objectives. Beauty is representative of both the pleasurable, the realm of immediate gratification and desire, objects of unsublimated drives, and the forces of fine arrangement and order. 50. Its meaning converges with the notion of aesthetic form. Through aesthetic form, the style and qualities of a work, aspects of the human condition are revealed. In music, verse, and image an object world is created which is derived from and yet is other than the existing one. 51. This transformation does not, Marcuse argues, do violence to the objects, man and things, it rather speaks for them, gives word and tone and image to that which is silent, distorted, suppressed in the established reality. 52. The subversive truth of art resides in its capacity to create a world which has no actuality. In this universe, every word, every color, every sound is new, different, breaking the familiar context of perception and understanding, in which men and nature are enclosed. By becoming components of the aesthetic form, words, sounds, shapes and colors are insulated against their familiar, ordinary use and function, thus they are freed for a new dimension of existence. This is the achievement of style. The style, embodiment of the aesthetic form, in subjecting reality to another order, subjects it to the laws of beauty. 53. To be sure, cruelty, ugliness and pain are not thereby cancelled. But they are cast in a different framework. The horror portrayed by, for example, Goya's etchings, remains horror, but it is also eternalized as the horror of horror. 54. The artistic transformation of objects aids insight into the conditions under which objects exist. For art, through the power of negation, releases the object from its contingent surroundings. 55. Images are created which are unreconcilable with the established reality principle. Following Hegel, Marcuse maintains that through art, objects take on the form and quality of freedom. Aesthetic transformation releases objects from constraints that prevent their free realization. 56. As such, art, and artistic culture generally, is on the side of the forces which dissociate themselves from contemporary material culture. Artistic culture withdraws and rejects the rule of equivalence, the world of commodities and the domination of instrumental reason. 57. The world which art creates, however, remains, despite its objective content and truth, an illusion, shine. But the images which art projects are not straightforward illusions. For art is itself alienated from an alienated social order. Artistic alienation, as Marcuse put it, is the conscious transcendence of alienated existence, higher level or mediated alienation. 58. It is only through illusion that art opens the established reality to alternative visions and possibilities. It is in this transfiguration that art transcends its class origins and content. 59. Art must, therefore, remain alienation. Marcuse appears to support Adorno's view that art can only preserve its subversive character by remaining autonomous, although he does stress, more than Adorno did, the direct power of art as negation. Art must obey its own laws and maintain its freedom. In so doing it unites, on Marcuse's account, with all those forces engaged in the critique of ideology and with the revolutionary goal of changing the world. But it cannot represent the revolution, it can only invoke it in another medium. 60. Benjamin's views on the development of art were often at odds with those of other members of the Institute. 61. His analysis of autonomous art in terms of its possession of aura, exemplifies some of these differences. Tracing the beginning of artistic production to ceremonial objects designed to serve in a cult, Benjamin argued that what mattered then was art's existence, not its being on view. 62. Embedded in ritual and tradition, these works had an aura, that is, a unique phenomenon of a distance however close it may be, conditioned by a magical authority and authenticity. The authenticity of a thing is the essence of all that is transmissible from its beginning, ranging from its substantive duration to its testimony to the history which it has experienced. 63. With the separation of art from ritual, art became more and more a product for exhibition and inspection. It gained a semblance of autonomy. 64. But as long as artists produced works with a unique existence, aura was preserved, art objects remained embedded in tradition. The age of mechanical reproduction, the age of photography, cinema, and other mass cultural apparatuses, detached artistic artifacts from the domain of custom. 65. Through the substitution of a plurality of copies for a unique existence, enabling the beholder or listener to apperceive the work in private, aura and tradition were shattered. Art's appearance of autonomy disappeared. A sense of art's images and objects as unique and permanent was replaced by a feeling of their transitoriness and reproducibility. This shift in perception reflects, for Benjamin, an important change in the masses' actual and potential consciousness. An understanding of the universal equality of things is increased as the authority of fixed or set perceptions, reified notions of historical continuity, is exploded. The function of art radically alters. The instant the criterion of authenticity ceases to be applicable to artistic production, the total function of art is reversed. Instead of being based on ritual, it begins to be based on another practice, politics. 66. Benjamin's assessment of this situation was not without ambivalence. The end of auratic art, like the threatened end of autonomous art for other members of the Institute, was greeted with a sense of loss. 67. On the other hand, for Benjamin, the decay of aura was related to the growing desire of the masses to bring things closer spatially and humanly and to control the reproduction of objects. 68. The age of mechanical reproduction ushered in new techniques and technologies which offered possibilities for progressive political change. To an ever greater degree, he believed, the work of art reproduced becomes the work of art designed for reproducibility. Following Brecht's lead, Benjamin pointed to film as a medium, the production and reception of which could coincide with revolutionary objectives. He was well aware that the film industry, conditioned by the requirements of capital accumulation, could promote the spell of the personality, the phony spell of a commodity. But film, through its technical structure, could produce shock effects and burst everyday perceptions of the world, leading to a heightened presence of mind. 69. Furthermore, Benjamin stressed that film provided new forms of collective experience. Mechanical reproduction of art changes the reaction of the masses toward art. The reactionary attitude toward a Picasso painting changes into the progressive reaction toward a Chaplin movie. The progressive reaction is characterized by the direct, intimate fusion of visual and emotional enjoyment with the orientation of the expert. With regard to the screen, the critical and the receptive attitudes of the public coincide. 70. The new mode of perception offered by film and similar media can turn art toward the interest of the masses and contribute to their mobilization. 71. The other members of the Institute were not as optimistic as Benjamin about the effects of new techniques and cultural media. Adorno, for instance, argued that collective experiences in the cinema were anything but good and revolutionary. The laughter of an audience reminded him of some of the worst aspects of bourgeois sadism. He also accused Benjamin of the anarchistic romanticism of blind confidence in the spontaneous power of the proletariat. 72. It was much too simple to think that mechanical reproduction would bring about dramatic changes in perception and consciousness. For Adorno, Horkheimer, Marcuse, and Lowenthal, the new techniques of cultural production and reception had to be understood in the context of the decline of autonomous art and the rise of what Horkheimer and Adorno called the culture industry. For them, the new products of mass culture served to enhance political control and to cement mass audiences to the status quo. In the contemporary world, the moments of affirmation and criticism contained in autonomous art are being split apart. In an epoch in which the individual has lost his power to conceive a world different from that in which he lives, negation only survives in works of art which, as Horkheimer commented, uncompromisingly express the gulf between the monadic individual and his barbarous surroundings. Prose like Joyce's and paintings like Picasso's Guernica. 73. These works are becoming rarer and cannot be found in mass culture. Lowenthal shared this view. 74. On Adorno's account, most art and music in the 20th century has become functional for a world of commodity production, or socialist bureaucratic elitism. It is manufactured for its selling chances and offers little more than entertainment and distraction. Autonomous and critical art still survives in works which consciously or unconsciously reject and react against market requirements and which abandon 19th-century naturalism, realism, and romanticism. Artistic truth is still conserved by works which express the dissonant character of modern life. Adorno emphasized that Schoenberg's early works, his atonal music, are an important example of this genre. Works like this are relentlessly negative. 75. But they are perhaps too negative. The mode in which the critical function is sustained is remote from general popular taste and, as a result, its effectivity is severely reduced. The negative function of art is, he thought, increasingly on the decline. Marcuse was of a similar opinion. Advanced monopoly capitalism is incompatible with the progressive aspects of affirmative culture. Artistic alienation is continually threatened and tends to disappear, with many other forms of negation, in the process of technological expansion and capital accumulation. 76. The gap between art and reality, so important for the transcendent qualities of art, is closing in ever more realms of artistic culture. A number of questions arise at this point. How and why have these changes occurred? In what ways has art style, or form, or aura, been modified by the development of, and developments in, mass culture? What meaning do these changes have? The rise of mass culture and the culture industry. Irrespective of whether they characterized contemporary society as state capitalism or monopoly capitalism, the Institute's members thought that developments had taken place which created the conditions for the commodification of major sectors of artistic culture. 77. In their discussion of mass culture, the Frankfurt theorists agreed on a number of basic axioms. They maintained that 1. The more severe the difficulties of reproduction encountered by contemporary society, they are great, indeed, the stronger becomes the general tendency to sustain the existent by all means available. 2. The protagonists of the present distribution of power and property, harnessing the endogenous forces which centralize ownership and control, employ economic, political and cultural means to defend the status quo. As a result, most areas of cultural life become co-opted and transformed into modes of controlling individual consciousness. Simultaneously, culture becomes an industry. The profit motive is transferred onto cultural forms, more and more artistic products are turned into a species of commodity, marketable and interchangeable like an industrial product. 78. 3. Ever since artists sold their life and work to make a living, art possessed aspects of this form. But trade in art did not prevent the pursuit of the inherent logic of each work. Art was also a commodity. Today cultural entities are commodities through and through. 79. The process is exacerbated by increased interlocking between different economic spheres and by the dependence of cultural monopolies on industrial and finance capital. Advertising and banking lay down new aesthetic standards. Even where the culture industry does not directly produce for profit, its products are determined by this new aesthetic. The economic necessity for a quick and high rate of return on investment demands the production of attractive packages designed either to sell directly or to create an atmosphere for selling, a feeling of insecurity, or want and need. The culture industry either has to sell particular objects or it turns into public relations, the manufacturing of goodwill per se 80. What is the culture industry? The expression culture industry was used, and used for the first time, by Horkheimer and Adorno in Dialectic of Enlightenment. 81. The term's early usage was ambiguous, but its meaning was subsequently clarified by Adorno in an essay published in 1967. 82. The ideas suggested by the notion are compatible with Marcuse's views. The term culture industry replaced the concept of mass culture which Horkheimer and Adorno had employed in drafts of the Dialectic. They felt it was necessary to dispense with the concept of mass, or popular, culture because, as Adorno put it, we wished to exclude from the outset the interpretation agreeable to its advocates, that it is a matter of something like a culture that arises spontaneously from the masses themselves. 83. Such notions are false. 84. Culture today is not the product of genuine demands, rather, it is the result of demands which are evoked and manipulated. 85. However, they occasionally continued to use the term mass culture, but always then with the connotation of culture industry. The phrase culture industry, Adorno emphasized, is not to be taken literally. In the main, the sectors of production of the cultural media do not resemble conventional patterns of industrial production. With some notable exceptions, such as the film industry, individual forms of production, namely, creation and composition, are maintained. The term, therefore, does not refer to production in itself but to the standardization, the pseudo-individualization, marginal differentiation, of cultural entities themselves, the Krimi, the Western, and to the rationalization of promotion and distribution techniques. 86. The development of the culture industry undermines the intelligibility and validity of autonomous art as the distance between classical and standard advertising aesthetics grows. The seriousness and the challenge of autonomous art is further weakened through incessant speculation about its efficacy. The meaning of local and folk culture is also often destroyed, because pride and rebelliousness embedded within it are taken out of context, repeated in special programs, and often integrated into the latest fashions. Its songs and melodies are recorded, released as discs, they might enter the charts as another new sound, but the sense and feeling they convey radically alter. Most types of folk music, Marcuse notes, are now heard as performances where they once were lived. The crying and shouting, the jumping and playing of black music, for example, now takes place in an artificial, organized space. It is directed to an audience, whether it is in an auditorium or a semi-detached. 87. The culture industry produces for mass consumption and significantly contributes to the determination of that consumption. For people are now being treated as objects, machines, outside as well as inside of the workshop. 88. The consumer, as the producer, has no sovereignty. The culture industry, integrated into capitalism, in turn integrates consumers from above. Its goal is the production of goods that are profitable and consumable. It operates to ensure its own reproduction. The cultural forms it propagates must, therefore, be compatible with this aim. The popular culture it claims to produce masks special interests. But the ideological effects of the culture industry need not be the result of conscious decision or manipulation, although they sometimes are. Point 89 As a result of the exchange of cultural artifacts, fetishism is reinforced as ideology, more generally, is sustained. The modes in which this occurs are analyzed by institute members in a number of different ways. The produce of the culture industry, advertising aesthetics. In the classical epoch of bourgeois art a contradiction existed, the Frankfurt theorists claimed, between the human resources and techniques employed in the formation/composition of a work and the organization and processes of social and economic life which served as the conditions for the creation of that work and, more generally, of exchange value. The contradiction between the forces and relations of production manifested itself in the cultural sphere. The production of autonomous art, according to standards which derive from the laws of form and artistic technique, contradicted audiences' expectations and, in particular, their norms of thought or standards of intelligibility, Adorno. The exchange of cultural products led to familiar difficulties of comprehension. The meaning of artistic production remained obscure. But the persistence of a contradiction between autonomous artistic composition and the prevailing level of consciousness always meant that art might contribute to a crisis of values and attitudes. While genuine, autonomous, art is still created today, the bulk of cultural production serves to mitigate a crisis of this kind. The culture industry gears itself almost entirely to the development of cultural forms which are compatible with the preservation of capitalism. The effects of capitalist contradictions on consciousness, Horkheimer and Adorno suggest, can be managed. The essay on the culture industry in Dialectic of Enlightenment summarizes some of the major themes of Horkheimer's and Adorno's separate and joint reflections on the nature of mass culture. Their views expressed in this text by no means exhaust their work on the topic. This is especially true of Adorno. In expounding their views I will draw on a number of their individual writings where I think these clarify and develop ideas contained in the dialectic. Their central concern is to show how the products of the culture industry fall short of claims made on their behalf even by the industry itself. Without regard for the integrity of art, the culture industry leads to the predominance of the effect. Deriving its life and form from extra-artistic techniques of mechanical reproduction, it creates diversions, distractions, amusements, entertainment. Whereas once art had sought to fulfill the idealist dictum, purposiveness without purpose, Kant, it was now bound by purposes set by the market, purposelessness for purposes. The fate of culture is a symptom of tendencies in society as well as of institutionalized wants and typical trends in individual identity formation. The desire for distraction reflects needs to escape from the responsibilities and drudgery of everyday life. The lack of meaning and control people experience registers accurately a truth about their lives: they are not masters of their own destiny. They are caught within the present mode of production, with its rationalized and mechanized labor process and all its hierarchies. The pattern of recurring crises of the mode of production, its continuous expansions, recessions, and depressions, engenders strains, fears and anxieties about one's capacity to earn a living, employment prospects, the security of family life, health, old age, etc. Capitalism creates conditions of dependence on the powerful, who can give or withhold things greatly wanted. It also creates dependency needs. Point 90 Situations continually arise in which people cannot cope. They are often beset by ego weakness and narcissistic defenses which aid them to compensate for their feelings of inadequacy and inferiority. More often than not these feelings are expressions of objective conditions in reality, that is, a reality that is inadequate and quite inferior when measured against its promise. Personal problems are frequently internalized public issues, C.W. Mills. But in the face of the system's pressures many individuals seek to hide. Point 91 One can take flight and escape into the world of entertainment. It offers fun, relaxation, and relief from demands and effort. Temporarily, boredom can also be overcome without labor and concentration, both of which are necessary for the enjoyment of autonomous art. Point 92 Irrational susceptibilities and neurotic symptoms. ever present within most human beings, are open, as a consequence, to exploitation by the mass media. The natural corollary of capitalist industrial production is the culture industry. The attempt to escape both tedium and concentrated effort is, however, contradictory. 93 New experiences cannot be won through resignation to managed leisure time. Only thought and effort can lead one out of a life of ennui and exhaustion, for the media through which escape is sought reinforce the very psychological attitudes to which we are accustomed. As Adorno wrote, the modern mass media tend particularly to fortify reaction formations. Reaction formations utilize the energy of a repressed wish to constitute a habit and/or set of attitudes in reaction against it, and defenses concomitant with actual social dependence. 94 Its messages appear to offer escape, they suggest pleasure, spontaneity, and something metaphysically meaningful. 95 In fact, there form duplicates an opaque and reified world. They do not shatter existing images of reality, they reproduce them. The culture industry stands for adjustment to existing social organizations. Under its auspices, free time experiences all too often serve to sustain capacities for wage labor. How does this situation come about? How are the effects of the culture industry achieved? The main characteristics of the culture industry reflect the difficult problems it faces. It must at once both sustain interest and ensure that the attention it attracts is insufficient to bring its produce into disrepute. Thus, commercial entertainment aims at an attentive but passive, relaxed and uncritical reception, which it induces through the production of patterned and predigested cultural entities. 96 Horkheimer and Adorno analyze these entities in terms of their negation of style. They present little, if any, new shape to conventional forms. The produce of artistic culture is, less and less, divorced from reality. It is art's second alienation, Marcuse, alienation from alienation, that is disappearing today. 97 The end of art is threatened. The culture industry's style kills style. Its products fail to come to terms with reality's essence, they have no genuine content, they are essentially mimetic. 98 The culture industry becomes an extension of the outside world. Furthermore, its product reproduces, reinforces, and strengthens dominant interpretations of reality, it schematizes, classifies, and catalogs for its customers, and often represents a spurious reconciliation between society and the individual, identifying the latter with the former. The plots, the goodies, the heroes rarely suggest anything other than identification with the existing form of social relations. There is passion in movies, radio broadcasts, popular music and magazines, but it is usually passion for identity, between whole and part, form and content, subject and object. The products of the culture industry can be characterized by standardization and pseudo-individualization. It is these qualities which distinguish them from autonomous art. Standardization refers to a process that affects the general features as well as the details of a work. Structural similarities arise in cultural forms as a result of the technique of the culture industry, distribution and mechanical reproduction. Popular works, or a successful new work, are imitated under the behest of big business agencies anxious to cash in on their appeal. The material style is plugged, ceaselessly repeated, and frozen, rigidly reinforced. 99 Yet newly released works of the old style, or new fashions based upon them, must maintain the appearance of novelty and originality, hence pseudo-individualization, endowing cultural mass production with the halo of free choice or open market on the basis of standardization itself. 100 Each product affects an individual air, its actual differences from other cultural entities are trivial. Not only are the hit songs, stars, and soap operas cyclically recurrent and rigid in variable types, but the specific content of the entertainment itself only appears to change. The details are interchangeable. The short interval sequence which was effective in a hit song, the hero's momentary fall from grace, which he accepts as good sport, the rough treatment which the beloved gets from the male star, the latter's rugged defiance of the spoiled heiress, are, like all the other details, ready-made clichés to be slotted in anywhere. they never do anything more than fulfill the purpose allotted to them in the overall plan. 101. Within moments of most films starting, we can predict quite accurately how they will end, who will win out, lose or be forgotten. The structure of a popular song is well known before the song is actually heard. The first few notes, or phrases, of a hit are enough to tell us what the rest will be like. The surrounding framework of events can automatically be supplied to a detail known about a television show. Magazines and newspapers usually present little news and certainly no surprises. Even special effects, tricks and jokes are all allocated particular places in the design of programs by experts in offices. The result of standardization and pseudo-individualization for the physiognomy of the culture industry is essentially, as Adorno summarizes it, a mixture of streamlining, photographic hardness and precision on the one hand, and individualistic residues, sentimentality, and an already disposed and adapted romanticism on the other. 102 As long as a product meets certain minimum requirements, a feature which distinguishes it from others, a little glamour and distinctness, marks of mainstream conventional character, it is suitable material for popular presentation. But it is not just the industry's produce that is standardized. Dozens of cues are provided to evince correct responses. For example, in case there is any question as to what type of show a comedy is, laughter is often pre-recorded. Continuous commentary is supplied on many radio and television programs should one be uncertain what to think. Standardization aims at standard responses. Apart from effects generated by promoters, cultural commodities embody a system of response mechanisms which tend to automize reactions and weaken the forces of individual resistance. 103 Frameworks for, or models of, interpretation are offered. These often lead back to familiar experiences, safe grounds for the reception of the culture industry. Programs watch for their audiences as popular music hears for those who listen. Despite the repetitiveness and ubiquity of mass culture, its structure is multi-layered. In Lowenthal's well-known phrase, mass culture is psychoanalysis in reverse. The culture industry appears to recognize that individuals have multi-layered personalities. This knowledge, far from being used for the purposes of emancipation, is employed in order to ensnare the consumer as completely as possible and in order to embroil his or her senses in the vicissitudes of predetermined effects. A number of examples drawn from Adorno's work on television, astrology, and music can usefully highlight this theme. Examples: television, astrology, and music. In Television and the Patterns of Culture, Adorno discusses the layers of meaning of an American comedy series. 104 At one level, the series of shows presents an entertaining tale about the struggle for survival of an underpaid, young, very hungry school teacher. Supposedly amusing situations arise as she tries, without success, to win a free meal from friends and foes. The very mention of food becomes a stimulus for laughter. The series does not push any set of ideas. Its hidden message emerges as its pseudo-realism promotes identification with the charming and funny heroine. The script implies, Adorno contended, if you are as humorous, good-natured, quick-witted, and charming as she is, do not worry about being paid a starvation wage. You can cope with your frustration in a humorous way, and your superior wit and cleverness put you not only above material privations, but also above the rest of mankind. In other words, the script is a shrewd method of promoting adjustment to humiliating conditions by presenting them as objectively comical and by giving a picture of a person who experiences even her own inadequate position as an object of fun apparently free of any resentment. 105. Patterns of reaction are set for the audience without either party's necessary awareness of them. An atmosphere of the normality of hunger, or crime and killing in detective stories and westerns, is established quite easily. Further, the show's set frames of reference suggest and reinforce certain stereotypes, for instance about how good girls behave. The response formations and presuppositions of the culture industry are brought out even more clearly, with much greater detail, in Adorno's discussion of astrology. The results of a content analysis of the daily astrological column of the Los Angeles Times, covering a period of about 3 months, along with a number of observations on astrological journals, were published under the title, The Stars Down to Earth in 1957.106. Conventional astrology, Adorno argued, is institutionalized superstition. It is another product of the culture industry to be passively received. Astrologers offer authoritative advice to individuals whose specific situation they know nothing about. Their columns are remarkable for their seriousness and practical attitude toward everyday problems. The emphasis of the Los Angeles Times column is always on the capacity of the private individual to find the right approach to particular problems. Although fate is essentially set by the stars, a pragmatic, read conventional, conformist, and contented attitude to life is recommended, for it can ensure satisfaction and the prospect of high rewards. Urge to tell off official would alienate helpful partner, so keep calm despite irritation. Later material benefits will follow, making more cooperative deal at home. November 10, Aries. Sulking over disappointing act of influential executive merely puts you deeper in disfab hour. November 10, Scorpio. Get away from that concern that seems to have no solution. November 10, Sagittarius 107. The astrologer, in this case, places his magical authority behind certain strategies and tactics for the day. He has to write as if the constellation of stars had endowed him with certain knowledge. But the fictitious reasonableness of the advice masks the arbitrary and entirely opaque nature of his authority. The source of his knowledge is depersonalized, it remains remote and is treated as impersonal and thing-like. Astrology reflects accurately that the fate of individuals is independent of their will, that the order of life appears as natural. But it does not simply register the dependence of individuals on social configurations beyond their immediate control, it further justifies the state of affairs. If you want to survive and be happy, then astrologists recommend coming to terms with your inner and outer life. They suggest you forget frustrated wants and needs and remember/accept all that cannot be changed, the nature of your job, social hierarchies, family life, etc. Thus, one can come to terms with life, the main stages of which one cannot control. To be rational in astrological terms means to adjust private interests to given social configurations. If one does not heed the stars, then one incurs a number of risks. But help is available. If you submit to the stars, if the astrologer's advice is followed, if you give in to the absolute power, pleasure without threat, including sexual pleasure, can be assured. 108 As a necessary result of this, communication with the stars also offers the individual increased security, the comfort of being directed and protected by another, and a certain relief from responsibility. At the same time, people are continually flattered and made to feel that it is their individual efforts that count. The individual is provided with the narcissistic gratification that he is really all important, while at the same time being kept under control. 109. The columnist is a homespun psychologist. His role, however, is the opposite of an analyst or therapist. He plays up to people's defenses, for instance narcissism, and seeks to strengthen rather than undermine them. The continuous suggestion of threats, of grounds for anxiety, drive carefully, ensures that the reader will seek help. Underlying destructive urges are satisfied, while aid for a more pleasurable life is promised by a superhuman agency. Individuals are reassured, if fate doesn't solve your problem, effort will. 110. Astrology stresses and appears to promote individualism, independent thinking, and a concern for play, while, at the same time, it strengthens and reinforces dependencies, adjustment to the status quo, and the work ethic. The columnist's approach, Adorno argued, supports what Otto Fenichel calls biphasic behavior, that is, the development of a reaction formation which embodies contradictory attitudes or actions. 111 Biphasic symptoms, common, according to Fenichel, in compulsive neurosis, are presented as normal in the astrologer's column. The column takes for granted and reproduces certain antinomies in the psyche of its audience which derive from social contradictions, a world which is a social construct and yet fetishized as a result of exchange. The general features of the astrologer's column also resemble the mentality of the high scorers on the F scale, Adorno et al.'s measurement device of implicit pre-fascist tendencies. The columns promote the view that the negative is essentially due to external, natural causes, the conventional is appropriate and legitimate, and everything is basically fine. Dependency needs as well as compulsive attitudes are presupposed and preserved by the pseudo-rational form of astrology. The psychological syndrome expressed promotes bourgeois ideology. As Adorno put it, it offers the advantage of veiling all deeper lying causes of distress and thus promoting acceptance of the given. Moreover, by strengthening the sense of fatality, dependence, and obedience, it paralyzes the will to change objective conditions in any respect and relegates all worries to a private plane, promising a cure-all by the very same compliance which prevents a change of conditions. It can easily be seen how well this suits the overall purpose of the prevailing ideology of today's cultural industry, to reproduce the status quo within the mind of the people. 112. Like other mass media products, astrology offers a spurious shortcut both to an understanding of the social order and to an escape into a supposedly different world. Its meaning appears as something new, fresh, and insightful. In actuality, it is a revamp of an opaque and reified social structure. A third illustration of the social meaning of the culture industry can be taken from Adorno's study of music. The range of his studies in this sphere has already been mentioned. I will concentrate my exposition on some of the distinctions he makes between serious and standardized/pseudo-individualized music. Adorno often explored these differences in considerable technical detail. For the sake of simplicity, I will restrict my discussion to his more general statements about divergencies in musical form and the respective response mechanisms he associated with different kinds of music. Adorno thought that many different types of music had been radically altered by capitalist economic processes. The commodification of music had necessarily changed its structure and the way it was apprehended. Particularly, mass distribution and new modes of mechanical reproduction, for example radio and film, had led to the corruption of classical music. Its original structure was often sacrificed to ensure immediate intelligibility, and, therefore, ease of consumption. The result was often quotation listening and the repression of the listener as well as of serious music. 113 Mechanical modes of reproduction and mass distribution enhanced the tendency to fetishize music's technical structure. Experiences in live concerts were also subject to this process as conductors and impresarios sought to appeal to ever larger audiences. 114 Further, a new variety of music had developed, the structure of which was entirely determined by its exchange value. It was functional for the new techniques of reproduction and for the needs of the masses seeking relief and distraction. This type of music Adorno called popular music, by which he meant light music, or music composed purely for entertainment, including jazz, beat and film music. Popular music is analyzed in juxtaposition to serious music. The categories of serious and popular music do not simply correspond to notions of classical and non-classical. Adorno stresses that there can be classical music which has many of the features of popular music. He noted, of course, that serious music can be bad. 115 It can also become popularized and hence lose much of its original integrity. The differences between these two musical spheres cannot be grasped either in terms of familiar ideas such as lowbrow and highbrow, simple and complex, naive and sophisticated. 116 Once again, standardization and pseudo-individualization are the central categories for analyzing the difference. The structural characteristics of these different kinds of music are listed in the table on page 101. In various works Adorno traced the history and changes involved in the development from the classical and romantic musical eras to the world of popular music. The history is marked by a series of transitions, from an emphasis on form and the highest technical achievement to structural poverty, from the development of themes to incessant repetition of opening melodies, from the whole piece of music being the prime unit of meaning to the detail and effect taking on the most significance. 117 In popular music, styles are plugged as much as the personalities of the show business world. Popular music today, Adorno held, is like a multiple choice questionnaire, but without a correct answer. For so long as one chooses, the culture industry is reproduced. 118. It should be noted that it is not always clear whether the characteristics in the table describe forms of ideal or of actual types. The structure of production and composition of serious and popular music. Serious music. Popular music. Every part/detail depends for its musical sense on the concrete totality and never on a mere enforcement of a musical scheme. Musical compositions follow familiar patterns/frameworks, they are stylized. Little originality is introduced. Themes and details are highly interwoven with the whole. Structure of the whole does not depend upon details, whole is not altered by individual detail. Themes are carefully developed. Melodic structure is highly rigid and is frequently repeated. Details cannot be changed without altering the whole, details almost contain/anticipate the whole. Harmonic structure embodies a set scheme, the most primitive harmonic facts are emphasized. Complications have no effect on structure of work, they do not develop themes. Consistency is maintained between formal structure and content, themes. Stress is on combination of individual effects, on sound, color, tone, beat, rhythm. If standard schemes are employed, e.g. for dance, they still maintain a key role in the whole. Improvisations become normalized, the boys can only swing it in a narrow framework. Details are substitutable, they serve their function as cogs in machines. Emphasizes norms of high technical competence. Affirms conventional norms of what constitutes intelligibility in music while appearing novel and original. The effects of the different kinds of music were centrally important to Adorno. Response mechanisms, he argued, are built into musical form. The table on page 103 summarizes the different responses encouraged and demands made upon the listener by the two respective types of music. Whereas the aesthetic form of serious music had ensured the transcendence of its material preconditions and a contradiction between production and prevailing consciousness, popular music affirms existing norms of intelligibility. The listeners of the music plugged by the culture industry become so accustomed to the recurrence of the same things that they react automatically. 119 Repetition enforces recognition and often then acceptance of the seemingly inescapable. While in great serious music understanding involves a spontaneous act of linking elements together in ever-new synthesis, in popular music understanding coincides with recognition. 120 Popular music presupposes and continually reinforces a frame of mind which is one of distraction and inattention. Exhaustion and boredom conditioned by the dominant mode of production is complemented by the culture industry which distracts from the demands of reality by entertainment which does not demand attention either. 121 Popular music is tailor-made for the functions of this industry. It fits well into the status quo's ideological tendencies. Whether heard on radio or in live concerts, popular music's often repeated and detachable themes, exaggerated emphases, sheer volume, etc. lead to fetishism in music and regression of the listener. 122 Irrespective of the intent of composers and functionaries in the popular music world, the music serves to prevent criticism of the social order, it enraptures and has a soporific effect. As set pieces tend to produce set responses, a retrogressive and sometimes even infantile type of person is promoted, responses become impulsive, mimetic, and generally childlike. Regression in listening focuses on details and melodies. Atomistic and quotation listening is the counterpart to the musical children's language, structural poverty, of popular music. Relieved of responsibility again, the individual does not have to worry about the correct reactions. Popular music enhances predispositions to compulsive and irrational responses and, therefore, it increases susceptibility to outside influences. The atmosphere it creates is suitable for the promotion of other goods and services. Additional escapes and comforts are usually on offer. But the gratifications and reliefs available are illusionary, as is the adjustment effected by the musical world. In listening, individuals are actually subject to the same social forces they seek to escape. This has ramifications for the attitudes of the masses. Listening habits, likes and dislikes which have been enforced upon audiences contain ambivalence. Crazes for the latest fashion/fad contain their opposite, spite and fury, which are easily released. Frequently, when promotion pressure is reduced, revenge is provoked. People compensate for the guilt in having condoned the worthless by making fun of it, for example laughing at pictures of old fashions. 123 The tremendous amount of energy, libido, employed in order to digest the goods of the industry can be deflected. But the relaxation of sales pressure on a particular product is made only so as to launch something new. In order to sustain the illusion of satisfaction, the entertainment business has to introduce constantly fresh ideas and different works. The process could, Adorno thought, continue indefinitely. The autonomy of music is vanishing. Music today is largely a social cement. 124. Differences between serious and popular music in responses encouraged/demands made upon listener. Serious music. Popular music. To understand a piece of serious music one must experience the whole of it. The whole has little influence on reception and reaction to parts, stronger reactions to part than whole. The whole has strong impact on reaction to details. The music is standardized into easily recognizable types, whole are pre-accepted/known prior to reception. Themes and details can only be comprehended in the context of the whole. Little effort is required to follow music, audience already has models under which musical experiences can be subsumed. The sense of the music cannot be grasped by recognition alone, i.e. by identifying music with another identical piece. Little emphasis on the whole as musical event, what matters is style, rhythm, the movement of the foot on the floor. Effort and concentration are required to follow music. Leads back to familiar experiences. Themes and details can be understood out of context because listener can automatically supply framework. Its aesthetic disrupts the continuum of everyday life and encourages recollection. A sense of the music is grasped by recognition, leading to acceptance. Pleasure, fun gained through listening are transferred to the musical object, which becomes invested with qualities that stem from mechanism of identification. The most successful, best music is identified with the most often repeated music has soporific effect on social consciousness. It reinforces a sense of continuity in everyday living, while its reified structure enforces forgetfulness. Renders unnecessary the process of thinking. Examples of modern art which resist assimilation. There were, however, in Adorno's and Horkheimer's opinion, certain types of modern art which resisted assimilation. In Art and Mass Culture, Horkheimer spoke of works which can still shock and provoke, works which reproduce the abyss between the individual and environment. The works in which the subject cut off from his own development still manages to find expression are those in which the abyss between him and the barbaric environment appears most insistently, poems such as those of Trucle, the Guernica of Picasso, a composition of Schoenberg. The sorrow and the horror which adhere to such works do not correspond to the experience of a subject who turns away from reality, for understandable reasons, or revolts against it. The consciousness to which these belong is cut off from society, thrust back on distorted, outre figures. The latest works of art relinquish illusion of an existing community, they are memorials of a lonely and desperate life. Insofar as they still represent communication, they denounce the dominant forms of intercourse as tools of destruction. 125. Autonomous art can make the familiar unfamiliar and cast a new light upon it. Adorno agreed in principle with this view. But his analysis of particular works was, as always, more detailed and cautious. This can be seen in his studies of the new music composed, notably, by Schoenberg, and in his writings on Beckett. 126. The new music, Adorno maintained, reveals a mode of composition which continually produced new forms and honors the listener by not making any concessions to him. The dissonance and large intervals which were articulated by the mature Schoenberg during his commitment to free atonality express the composer's refusal either to accept the rigid forms of traditional musical structure, or to bow to demands of conventional taste and attitudes. Schoenberg deliberately maintained unresolved tensions and refused to introduce ordering categories which might ease the task of comprehending his works. His music, Adorno noted, often seems fragmented and abrupt to the naive listener. But all aspects of his work are so totally formed that there is never any confusion. 127 Although Schoenberg's works sound entirely experimental, they submit classicism and romanticism to sustained criticism. In Adorno's opinion, Schoenberg liberated the latent structure of these traditions while disposing of their manifest one. Far from breaking with tradition, Schoenberg continued it. His works preserved identity in non-identity. 128 But while the form of the atonal compositions contradicted prevailing tastes and attitudes, the meaning of the music became more and more remote from the understanding of potential and actual listeners. Thus, the critical impact of these works was diminished. The transition in Schoenberg's style from free atonality to the 12-tone technique also reduced the influence of the former. Schoenberg's work developed into a new system. 12-tone rows and relations became as explicit as key relations in traditional music. 129 Another false and premature resolution of tensions was projected. Schoenberg's disciples further rationalized the system. It became a new, all-embracing fixed idea, hence, the bad air of tonality. The desire for security was once more manifest. In a social order where security cannot be achieved, its expression in artistic form simply adds to the barriers to self-reflection. The effects of the culture industry are very hard to escape, interlocked as they are with the whole development of capitalist society. The changing structure of ideology. Summarizing the effects of the culture industry, Adorno wrote, it impedes the development of autonomous, independent individuals who judge and decide consciously for themselves. 130 The industry appeals to, develops from, and reinforces a state of dependence, anxiety and ego weakness. The message it conveys is most often one of adjustment and obedience. Its essential content can be reduced to one axiom: since things cannot be other than they are, become that which thou art. Through displaced wish fulfillment, substitute gratification, Ersatzbefriedigung, the industry seeks to meet individual needs for diversion and distraction. It provides tonics, pick-me-ups, for another working day. The response mechanisms embedded in its produce calls for both passivity, susceptibility, and a sense of smugness about the individual's actual and potential achievements. Identification with prevailing norms and conditions is inculcated. Horkheimer and Adorno recognized that there is a rationale for light art. It does, after all, keep people going. 131 But its suppression of reason, sensuality, and spontaneity promotes only pseudo-activity, marginally differentiated types of social practice. The individual is tolerated only so long as his complete identification with the generality, the social totality, is unquestioned. 132 The culture industry is anti-enlightenment. The transition from autonomous to standardized/pseudo-individualized cultural forms also marks a transformation in the nature of ideology. The critique of ideology, as the immanent critique of an object, a critique which, to put it crudely, assesses an object in terms of its own standards and ideals, is possible only insofar as ideology contains a rational element with which the critique can deal. Capitalist exchange, for example, can be assessed in light of its own, substantial claim to be just. But when people become objects of calculation, as the consumers of the culture industry, then the ideology which informs this calculation is no longer simply false by its own standards, for it has none. It represents nothing other than manipulative contrivance. 133 As a Joint Institute publication put it in 1956. The socially conditioned false consciousness of today is no longer objective spirit, it is not, crystallized blindly and anonymously out of the social process, but rather is tailored scientifically to fit the society. 134. This is the case, the Institute claimed, whether one talks about television, film, radio, or newspapers, magazines and many kinds of bestsellers. Ideology is no longer just socially necessary illusion. Rather, it is rapidly becoming a planned construct which duplicates and enforces the status quo. Further differences among institute members. It would be wrong, however, to exaggerate the similarity of style and level of agreement reached between members of the institute on the status of the culture industry. While Horkheimer's individual works often repeated themes discussed above, he rarely explored them in depth. 135 Adorno's work was more sharply focused and deeply intertwined with the categories of Marx's theory of value. His theory of culture was most often couched in terms of an analysis of the production, distribution, exchange, and consumption of cultural forms. His writings are rich in detailed elaborations and illustrations. Adorno argued, as he put it in a letter to Benjamin, that autonomous avant-garde art and popular culture are both torn halves of an integral freedom, to which however they do not add up. 136 Genuine art could be preserved as little in the flux of historical circumstances as popular art could be completely dismissed. Despite his negative assessment of many forms of mass culture, he did not completely reject the validity of new techniques of production and reproduction. Furthermore, in the 1960s Adorno added significant reservations to any thesis that maintained the total commercialization and reification of culture. In some of his very last essays he contended, society remains class struggle, today as in the period when that concept originated. 137 The fundamental contradictions of society remain undiminished and, as a necessary result, consciousness is not, nor can it be, totally integrated. 138 Although Lowenthal raises a number of questions about the legitimacy of distinctions between genuine and mass art, his Literature, Culture, and Society and Literature and the Image of Man adhere to many of the same basic theoretical presuppositions as Adorno and Horkheimer. He argued, for example, that literature designed for mass consumption, for instance, popular biographies of stars, politicians, and businessmen, reflects a command psychology which seeks to ensure that people live in a limbo of children and victims. 139 Marcuse's analysis of mass culture also has much in common with the studies outlined above. But he does, of course, introduce a series of original categories, the most important being that of repressive desublimation, the systematic limitation on the scope of desublimation, the reduction of the sensual, pleasurable, and erotic to specific sexual experiences. 140 As Marcuse's work is well known and accessible, it will not require detailed treatment here. It might be usefully noted, however, that he has argued, in One-Dimensional Man and in other texts, that the development of mass culture increasingly establishes a false harmony between public and private interests, reinforces privatization and consumption orientations, spreads an advertising aesthetic, undermines indigenous working class culture, increases the domination of instrumental reason, and manipulates sexuality, leading to the general pursuit of false and limited wants and needs, repressive desublimation. I shall pursue some of these themes further in Chapter 4, in discussing Marcuse's and other Frankfurt theorists' analysis of the changing basis of identity formation. 141 Benjamin, as has already been noted, defended a rather different position from any of the others. He saw in the new techniques of mechanical reproduction, and in the distraction offered, certain positive consequences. 142 Through film, radio, and literature response mechanisms could be learnt which had radical implications. The new techniques could be of assistance to revolutionary struggle. The tasks which face the human apparatus of perception at the turning points of history cannot be solved by contemplation alone. They are mastered gradually by habit. The ability to master certain tasks in a state of distraction proves that their solution has become a matter of habit. 143 Consistent and reliable revolutionary habits could be learned through a radical politicization of art. 144 Once again following Brecht, Benjamin stressed the possibility of the functioning transformation, Umfunktionierung, of aspects of mass culture, the transformation of forms and instruments of production by a progressive intelligentsia, an intelligentsia interested in liberating the means of production. 145 In contradistinction to the other members of the Institute, the central point for Benjamin is that a writer's production, whether it be of a novel, play or program, must have the character of a model, it must be able to instruct other writers in their production and, secondly, it must be able to place an improved apparatus at their disposal. This apparatus will be the better, the more consumers it brings in contact with the production process, in short, the more readers or spectators it turns into collaborators. 146. Benjamin took Brecht's epic theater to be the model for this enterprise. Against the views of Adorno, Horkheimer, Marcuse, and Lowenthal, Benjamin contended that the writer must transform himself from a supplier of the production apparatus, into an engineer who sees his task in adapting that apparatus to the ends of the proletarian revolution. 147. Benjamin rejected the priority of form or style in favor of enlisting both form and content into the direct service of the revolutionary forces. For the changing structure of the family and the individual, critical theory and psychoanalysis. There remains left over from the critique of bourgeois consciousness only that shrug of the shoulders with which all physicians have manifested their secret understanding with death. T. Adorno, Minima Moralia. In order to explore questions about the relation between the individual and society, the members of the Frankfurt School proposed an integration of Marxism and Freudian psychoanalysis. From the late 1930s they defended an increasingly orthodox version of psychoanalysis and a less and less orthodox version of Marxism. They claimed that Freudian theory provided concepts and theorems which revealed a great deal about the socio-psychological formation of the individual. Psychoanalysis is argued to have shown how, as Horkheimer wrote, the lack of independence, the deep sense of inferiority that afflicts most men, the centering of their whole psychic life around the ideas of order and subordination, their cultural achievements, are all conditioned by the relations of child to parents or their substitutes and to brothers and sisters. 1. Marxist social theory, on the other hand, amended to take account of the Stalin-Hitler Pact, provided an analysis of the structures and conditions which the theory of identity formation presupposed. Each theoretical framework supplemented the other. The sociological and psychological, Adorno contended, in an article published in 1955, have to be drawn upon in order to analyze aspects of the social whole. 2. Their spheres are interdependent but irreducible to each other, for the individual is a unity of identity and difference with society. Every society reaches into the individual, but within the individual, it is translated into a language quite distinct from that of everyday life, the language of the unconscious. The languages of society and the unconscious are related but separate entities. Adorno believed, however, that the relationship between these phenomena cannot be stipulated once and for all. The relationship changes with history. In a contradictory totality, the spheres of the sociological and psychological cannot be integrated. The separation of sociology and psychology is both correct and false. False because it encourages the specialist to relinquish the attempt to know the totality which even the separation of the two demands, and correct insofar as it registers more intransigently the split that has actually taken place in reality than does the premature unification at the level of theory. 3. Whether or not the spheres can be integrated depends, then, on the possibility of overcoming contradictions in an alternative social order, a remote but nonetheless possible future. Horkheimer's and Adorno's interest in Freud dates from the 1920s. References to psychoanalytic literature are scattered throughout their early writings. Leo Lowenthal, in particular, encouraged Horkheimer to pursue this interest. Both underwent periods of analysis. In the late 1920s, Horkheimer played a part in the establishment of an institute of psychoanalysis at the University of Frankfurt. Although it did not have as secure a position as the Institute of Social Research, it did become the first Freudian institute to be linked to a German university. Among other activities, it offered a series of public lectures by such figures as Anna Freud and Hans Sachs. 4 But it was Erich Fromm, a member of the new Frankfurt Psychoanalytic Institute and, after emigration, a member of the Institute of Social Research, who was perhaps the most important single stimulus to Horkheimer's recognition of the importance of Freud's discoveries. Fromm influenced Horkheimer and, indeed, Adorno also in a both positive and negative manner. His early work taught them a considerable amount about personality structure and the deeply rooted nature of sadomasochism. 5 His writings of the middle and later 1930s stimulated a great deal of discussion but led to his increasing estrangement from the others. Fromm finally left the institute in 1939 in order to spend more time on clinical work and to develop a psychology that was at once more explicitly sociological and less Freudian. In the process of criticizing this phase of Fromm's career, Horkheimer and Adorno, and later Marcuse, sharpened their own focus on the nature of Freud's contributions. Fromm's relationship to the institute and his differences with institute members has received considerable attention. I will, therefore, only provide a brief synopsis of the relevant issues. 6. Erich Fromm. Fromm's changing relationship to the Institute reflects the changing commitments of the Institute's leading members to Freud. In his earliest contributions to the Zeitschrift, Fromm expressed the nature of his interest in psychoanalysis and some of his earliest objections to Freud. 7 Utilizing Freud's notion of libido, the energy underlying the sexual instinct, his early view that sexual and self-preservation instincts are at the root of human psychic life, and his stress on the significance of early childhood experiences for the overall formation of the individual, Fromm sought to show how Freudian theory could enrich Marx's concept of man and the whole Marxist enterprise. Freud's work, on Fromm's account, presupposed ideas which made it compatible with Marx's sociology. These included Freud's insight that individual psychology is simultaneously social psychology. The individual, Freud maintained, must be understood in his or her relations to others. 8 But Freud, as most psychoanalysts after him, had not produced an adequate account of people's social being. Freud's psychology had to be synthesized with Marx's grasp of social structure. Thus, the task of what Fromm called analytic social psychology became that of understanding social phenomena in terms of processes involving the active and passive adaptation of the instinctual apparatus to the socio-economic situation. In certain important respects, Fromm maintained, the instinctual apparatus itself is a biological given, but it is highly modifiable. The primary formative factors are economic conditions, while the family is the essential medium through which the economic situation exerts its influence on the individual's psyche. 9. Fromm was not advocating a monocausal view of the development of psychic life. One could not always predict from the economic base the future development of the individual or society. As will be noted later, Fromm also argued that character traits can take a long time to alter and, therefore, impede the development of new and radical changes in the economy. 10. In the early 1930s, Horkheimer, along with other members of the Institute, had been sympathetic to the thrust of Fromm's writings and, especially, his critical approach to aspects of Freud's metapsychology. Fromm referred to Freud's postulation of the death instinct as a weak intermingling of biological and psychological tendencies. The death instinct, a notion developed late in Freud's working life, contradicted his early view of the instincts as, according to Fromm, primarily wishing, desiring, and serving man's striving for life. The early view, Fromm felt, was the correct one. Not only was the idea of a death instinct poorly supported by clinical evidence, but it seemed to lead to a false view of humans, abstracted from the status quo, which could justify civilization in its present form. 11 However, from Fromm's earliest essays onward, the basis was set for the disagreements which were to motivate his departure from the Institute. Apart from the rejection of the death instinct, which Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse were all later to acknowledge as an important concept, Fromm castigated Freud for placing too great an emphasis on early childhood experiences as against the whole personality in its social relatedness and isolation. Furthermore, he argued with ever more vehemence that the main elements of Freud's work are bound to bourgeois and patriarchal values. 12 Freud's neglect of social structures had led him to generalize phenomena like the Oedipus complex into universal human mechanisms. This was misleading. It failed to register the historical specificity of many of the problems Freud tackled. It also meant that Freud failed to capture the particular authority relations that were at the root of many social and individual situations. As the 1930s progressed, Fromm became less and less committed to orthodox Freudianism. From the beginning of his career he had been interested in philosophical anthropology. In the mid-1930s he was influenced by the work of Johann Bachofen. Marx's 1,844 manuscripts were to become even more important for the development of his views, more important even than Freud's ideas. By the time he published Escape from Freedom, 1941, Fromm posited against Freud the notion of an original unity between people and nature. The seeds of both an historical and existentialist approach were laid. In the appendix of this important text, he argued that man is not infinitely adaptable. In seeming contradiction to the main thesis of his work, he stated that the striving for justice and truth is an inherent trend of human nature. Man's inalienable rights of freedom and happiness are founded in inherent human qualities, his striving for life, to expand and express the potentialities that have developed in him in the process of historical evolution. Point 13. In short, Fromm was more and more committed both to the idea of an essential human nature, which could, of course, be perverted and repressed, and to the view that Freud's work needed to be supplemented by a more sociological and historical approach. Point 14. In a letter to Martin J., May 14, 1971, Fromm remarked, "I consider the basic achievement of Freud to be his concept of the unconscious, its manifestations in neurosis, dreams, etc., resistance, and his dynamic concept of character. These concepts have remained for me of basic importance in all my work." In the same letter Fromm contended that he never left Freudianism, a claim Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse could not accept. Point 15. By the time he completed Escape from Freedom, Fromm had rejected Freud's libido theory, the metapsychology and such central concepts as the Oedipus complex, which he radically recast. Point 16. The other three men came to see and defend these elements as some of the most significant of Freud's insights. As a result they became ever more critical of Fromm. Adorno and Marcuse wrote extensive polemics against Fromm and other neo-Freudian revisionists. In a public lecture delivered on April 26, 1946, Adorno, anticipating many of the later points made by Marcuse in his famous exchange with Fromm, not only chastised Fromm and Karen Horney for misrepresenting Freud, but also criticized them for being more mechanistic and less historical in orientation than Freud himself. Point 17. Fromm and Horney failed to see that Freud's instinct theory, the theory of the life-maintaining, sexual, instincts and the death instinct, entailed the possibility of an almost infinite number of patterns in the human psyche, and that it had a most definite relation to history and culture. In denying the validity of Freud's analysis of the ID, the instinctual pole of the individual, they were unable to account, Adorno argued, for the reach of culture into the depth of human feelings and, thus, for the origin of repressions, guilt, aggressions, and needs for self-punishment. In addition, Adorno contended, the neo-Freudian postulation of, what Adorno called, the unity of the personality had uncritical, conformist implications. It implied the possibility of a smooth functioning, integrated and unified ego. Now while Freud had accepted that the ego had a synthetic function, he postulated the destructive instincts to account for precisely those deep-rooted conflicts in the psyche which notions of inherent unity could not account for. The impact of childhood traumas and the fragmentary impulses that he discovered, present, Adorno insisted, a more accurate picture of the personality in a contradictory totality than beliefs that imply innate harmony. Marcuse's critique, published almost 10 years later, 1955, pursued and elaborated upon these and other themes. Point 18. On Marcuse's account, the neo-Freudian redefinition of some of Freud's most explosive discoveries, the relation between the ID and ego, the function of the unconscious, the scope of sexuality, along with the rejection or defusing of Freud's most speculative concepts such as the death instinct, the hypothesis of the primal horde and primal crime, had destroyed the integrity and import of Freud's work. Marcuse also claimed that the neo-Freudians had distorted Freud and oversimplified psychology with their stress on the necessity of dealing with the total personality, against the particular concern with childhood, and sociological factors, supposedly neglected by Freud. Such a stress revealed an ignorance of both Freud's notions of identity formation and the profoundly sociological and historical character of his thought. The de-emphasis on sexuality also led to a neglect of the antagonisms Freud uncovered between the individual and society, between the individual's search for gratification and existing forms of civilization. Behind all the differences among the historical forms of society, Marcuse wrote, Freud saw the basic inhumanity common to all of them, and the repressive controls which perpetuate, in the instinctual structure itself, the domination of man by man. Fromm's attempt to sensitize social psychologists to the total individual and changing social conditions was, Marcuse concluded, sociologically and psychologically far more inconsequential than Freud's neglect of these conditions. As a consequence, the critical nature of Freud's work was inaccessible to Fromm. Furthermore, his failure to pursue Freud's conception of the depth of the conflict between the individual and society encouraged a false political optimism and moralism. 19. The debate with Erich Fromm maps some of the contours of the significance of Freud for critical theory. The same can be said about the Frankfurt theorists' relationship to Reich. Wilhelm Reich. According to Marcuse, Reich's early writings represent one of the most serious attempts to elaborate the critical social theory implicit in Freud. 20. Reich's attempt to avoid a reduction of Marxism to psychoanalysis or vice versa is noted and praised. In his early work, social and instinctual structures specify related but distinct realms, as they do for the Frankfurt theorists. Reich's concern with sexuality, the effects of repression, authoritarianism, and the mediating influence of the family between the economy and the individual influenced the thinking of most of those associated with the Institute. But the way in which he developed these concerns did not meet with uncritical enthusiasm. This was the case even in his pre-1935 writings, that is, even before he distanced himself from both Marx and Freud. In his book Character Analysis, written in the 1920s and early 1930s, and in Mass Psychology of Fascism, 1933, Reich sought to show that every social order creates those character forms which it needs for its preservation. Character structure, he maintained, represents the crystallization of the sociological process of a given epoch. 21. Fromm defended a similar position in a 1932 essay. 22. But unlike Fromm, who then discussed psychoanalytic characterology in fairly familiar psychoanalytic terms, Reich introduced a series of new categories. Ultimately, he understood personality in terms of three structured layers. The first, the most superficial level, consisted of a false, sham social surface, an artificial mask of self-control, restraint, politeness and conscientiousness. The second is the Freudian unconscious, or what is repressed, in which cruel, sadistic, lascivious, predatory, and envious impulses hold dominance. The third is the biological core. In this deepest layer, people's capacity for natural sociality and sexuality, pleasure, love and work can be uncovered, as well as a capacity, if motivated, for rational hatred. Under non-capitalist and non-patriarchal institutions, people could live honestly, industriously, and cooperatively. 23. However, in the existing order where human natural instincts are repressed, the conscious ego, split from the natural core, predominates, along with the unconscious. The result, Reich held, is distorted identity formation and maimed character. Destructiveness and many a perverse impulse are the product of repressed libido, by which Reich essentially meant sexuality. It is the inhibition of sexuality, which makes aggression a power beyond mastery. 24. Repressed sexuality, especially genital sexuality, blocks impulses for liberating experiences. Reflections on such experiences become infused with guilt, which, Reich argued, is a crucial condition for confused thinking, submissiveness, self-abasement and fear of authority. Reich explained this process as follows. It was not until relatively late, with the establishment of an authoritarian patriarchy and the beginning of the division of the classes, that suppression of sexuality begins to make an appearance. It is at this stage that sexual interests in general begin to enter the service of a minority's interest in material profit, In the patriarchal marriage and family, the state of affairs assumes a solid organizational form. The moral inhibition of the child's natural sexuality through the formation of a strong superego, the last stage of which is the severe impairment of the child's genital sexuality, makes the child afraid, shy, fearful of authority, obedient, good, and docile. It has a crippling effect on man's rebellious forces because every vital life impulse is now burdened with severe fear, and since sex is a forbidden subject, thought in general and man's critical faculty also become inhibited. 25. Rigid, conservative, and reactionary thinking is the result. Authoritarian patriarchy ensures the organization of sexuality and the production of authoritarian ideologies. Thus, ideology is anchored in the character structure of the individual. Although Reich often focused his analysis on the authoritarian and fascist tendencies of the petty bourgeoisie, he frequently generalized his findings to include other social strata in Germany and elsewhere. Fascism is only the politically organized expression of the average human character structure. This structure has nothing to do with this or that race, nation, or party but is general and international. 26 Reich's conclusions as to what could bring about an end of the state of affairs included recommendations establishing the sexual rights of all, including children and adolescents. To define freedom, he declared, is at the same time to define sexual health. To Marcuse, Horkheimer, Adorno, and Fromm, Reich's notions of sexuality and sexual repression were inadequately developed. His early writings tended to reduce, unjustifiably, Freud's concern with the broadest spectrum of erotic sensibilities to a narrow focus on genital sexuality. For Marcuse, this meant that Reich was unable to distinguish between different types of repression and sublimation, and their respective, historical, dynamics. 27 The basis for the degeneration of Reich's later work into an obsession with orgasm and argon energy was, therefore, laid at an early date. The importance Reich ascribed to sexual liberation per se was condemned by all as naive, especially in light of the Nazis' relative openness about sexuality. 28 Nonetheless, the intentions behind some of his earlier writings were defended. The critiques of Fromm and Reich helped to clarify the conception of Freudian theory which became so important to the Frankfurt School. Unfortunately, it is difficult to define this conception precisely. Adorno's and Horkheimer's engagement with Freud's work remained incomplete. Their approach to the specific problems of the changing relationship of the individual to society, and to the individual's loss of autonomy, the end of critical thinking, can, nevertheless, be specified. Concepts of human nature. In his introductory chapter to the Institute's first major publication, Studien über Autorität und Family Studies on Authority and Family, 1936, Horkheimer specified the limits of his general approach to the notion of human nature. It is worth quoting at length. The term human nature here does not refer to an original or an eternal or a uniform essence. Every philosophical doctrine which sees the movement of society or the life of the individual as emerging out of a fundamental, ahistorical unity is open to justified criticism. Such theories with their undialectical method have special difficulty in coming to grips with the fact that new individual and social qualities arise in the historical process. Their reaction to this fact either takes the form of mechanical evolution, all human characteristics which arise at a later point were originally present in germ, or it takes the form of some variety of philosophical anthropology, these characteristics emerge from a metaphysical ground of being. These mutually opposed theories fail to do justice to the methodological principle that vital processes are marked by structural change no less than by continuous development. 29. As is shown below, Adorno and even Marcuse sometimes expressed a similar position. But there is no simple convergence of views. Following Freud, Adorno ventures the hypothesis that various historical situations and social settings favor various psychological syndromes and bring out and accentuate distinct types of possibilities ever present in human beings. 30 Rational and irrational susceptibilities define part of the human condition. The introductory chapter of The Authoritarian Personality states a theory of personality structure which is compatible with this view. The primary forces underlying individuals' identity are, on this account, a bundle of needs, wishes, and impulses which are in various states of integration and conflict. Among individuals they can vary in their quality, intensity, mode of gratification, object, of their attachment etc. 31 Personality, as the organization of these needs and desires, is not, however, according to the authors, to be hypostatized. It evolves under changing historical conditions and can never be isolated from the social totality. 32 Early childhood, the family, education, economic and political factors are crucial determinants of identity. This means that broad changes in social conditions and institutions will have a direct bearing upon the kinds of personalities that develop within a society. Although personality is a product of the social environment, it is not a mere object of the contemporary environment, and is frequently very resistant to fundamental change. 33. An adequate approach to personality must take into account both fixity and flexibility, as the extremes of a single continuum along which human characteristics may be placed. 34 Writing alone in his section of the authoritarian personality, Adorno stressed the danger of losing sight of the fluid reality of psychological life. But he balanced this remark with the argument that more than ever one can legitimately talk of character structure and character types. For people are typified, standardized, in the present social epoch. Today, standardized, opaque, and overpowering social processes leave the individual little freedom for action and true individuation. 35 How society constitutes the individual, producing social character types, became a major focus for Adorno and, indeed, for the Frankfurt School in general. The Institute's members appeared to agree that the distinctive nature of society has a very important role in the conditioning of character traits common to its members. On this point there were no differences with Fromm. Character structures emerge, as he put it, from the basic experiences and modes of life common to particular groups. 36 In fact, Fromm's early work on psychoanalytic characterology was a prime influence on Horkheimer's and Adorno's thinking in this area. In his 1932 essay on this topic, Fromm viewed character traits as sublimations or reaction formations of certain instinctual drives that are sexual in nature. 37 Sublimations transform sexual impulses into non-sexual aims, while reaction formations utilize the energy of a repressed wish to constitute a behavior pattern in reaction against it. From this position Fromm argued that character traits are likely to remain relatively stable and take a long time to alter. As a consequence, resistance is set up to rapid social transformation. The superstructure is embedded in mechanisms that are slower to change than those of the economic base. Escape from Freedom attempted a thorough exploration of this theme. This idea has also, of course, been held by Reich. In separate works Horkheimer and Adorno pursued the same notion, although they tied it to a different theory of instinct and need. 38 The insight provided, they both believed, a foundation for understanding why a yoke was so often borne, for so long, by social classes. It helped shed light on why people can still cling to ideas and behavior patterns long after their rational justification has been dissolved. As Horkheimer wrote, that men preserve economic relations which they have outgrown in force and need, instead of replacing them through a higher, more rational form of organization, is possible only because the actions of a numerically significant social stratum are not determined by cognition, but by an instinctual motive force that falsifies consciousness. In no way do mere ideological maneuvers form the root of this historically important moment. On the contrary, the psychic structure of these groups, that is the character of their members, is constantly renewed in connection with their role in the economic process. 39 But within this broad framework, important differences existed between Horkheimer and Adorno, and Marcuse, differences about which they most often remain silent. The issues can be seen most clearly by juxtaposing the views of Adorno and Marcuse. Adorno is extremely critical of all conventional psychoanalytic ideas about the well-balanced personality. 40 The ideal good Freudian uninhibited by repressions would, he commented, in the existing acquisitive society, be almost indistinguishable from the hungry beast of prey. The psychologist's image of a Superman is someone whose freedom, in fact, remains false, neurotically greedy. As long as society is constituted by structural inequality and presupposes unfreedom, every image of man is ideological except the negative 1.41. The best possible resolution of the conflict between individual and society cannot be specified. Resolutions that surmount existing contradictions can only be pointed to negatively. The method of immanent criticism cannot justify a positive image of utopia. Such a notion would be highly abstract and ahistorical. Marcuse, on the other hand, explicitly defends a more elaborate theory of human beings and their potentiality. Negative thinking is important for him. But although he begins by investigating the negative in the present, he insists that history contains the possibility of negating this negation, that is, of realizing that which is constrained by the given and exists in possibility. A concern with sexuality, pleasure, and the mechanisms of repression manifested itself in his early writings. 42 It was not until the late 1930s and 1940s that he pursued these interests in detail. In his classic Eros and Civilization, 1955, and 5 lectures, 1970, an extremely bold position is expressed. Life and Death in the Works of Marcuse. Marcuse aims to develop the political and sociological substance of Freud's work. 43 His analysis begins with an acceptance of some of Freud's most controversial claims. These include the theory of infantile sexuality, the centrality of the unconscious, the seemingly inevitable conflict between the individual and civilization, and the notions of the life and death instincts. But Marcuse's interpretation of the significance of these ideas is original and provocative. Ultimately, he seeks to argue that Freud was wrong about the permanent necessity of the repressive transformation of human instinctual structure, under conditions of post-scarcity, the reduction of overdevelopment in the Western world and redistribution of resources. A sensuous order which integrates sexuality into work and play can be established. Marcuse's position can be stated in a number of theses. 1. The human organism develops as a result of two basic instincts, the life instinct, sexuality, eros, and the death instinct, the destructive instinct. Instincts refer to primary drives which have somatic and mental dimensions. Their objectives and manifestations are subject to historical change, although their basic location and direction remain the same. The life instinct strives for the binding of living substance into ever more permanent units, while the death instinct desires regression to the condition before birth, without needs, and thus without pain. It seeks the reversion of life to inorganic matter. Human beings' instincts orient them towards satisfaction without tension. 44. 2. With the beginning of life, the death instinct becomes subjected to the life instinct. Destructive energy is diverted either towards the outside world in the form of socially useful aggression, for instance, against nature, or it is directed to help master inner impulses. Eros seeks pleasure. But within the environment within which the organism develops, the immediate gratification of the instincts is impossible. 3. Thus, the psyche's dynamic is dependent upon the struggle between three basic forces: a. Eros, the sexual instinct; b. the death instinct; and c. material conditions, the world for us. Corresponding to these forces there are three principles that govern mental functioning. The pleasure principle, the search for satisfaction. The nirvana principle, the search for the reduction of excitation to zero or as low a level as possible, and the reality principle, the transformation of energy into goal-directed behavior necessitated by conditions imposed by the outside environment. 45. For civilization, Freud argued, rests upon the transformation of the species orientation from the pleasure principle to the reality principle. An unrestrained search for pleasure comes into conflict with scarcity in the natural and human environment. According to Freud, although the reality principle entails the end of immediate satisfaction, it safeguards and modifies pleasure. However, Marcuse argues, there is a transubstantiation of pleasure itself. For gratification, if available at all, now becomes a byproduct of the organization of labor. 5. The human ego is formed and organized in accordance with the reality principle. Reason develops along with the capacity for reality testing. As a result, increased production of the means of satisfaction becomes possible. The scope of wants, needs, and the instrumentalities for their satisfaction steadily increases over time. Both at the level of individual development, ontogenesis, and species development, phylogenesis, this is a major step forward. Renunciation was necessary for the progress of civilization. But the reality principle has to be continually reinforced. Within each individual and epoch, its dominance cannot be taken for granted. The pleasure principle survives in the unconscious and conscious to affect reality. Scarcity and the eternal primordial struggle for existence enforces repression, but also the conditions for the return of the repressed, the continuous re-experiencing and reenactment of the repressed conflicts and traumas suffered in individual and societal development. 6. The ego is an outgrowth of the primary processes of the ID. It emerges in order to coordinate and control the ID's instinctual impulses. It has to fight on two fronts, defending itself against reality and modifying instincts which might lead to its destruction. But the ego's processes remain secondary. The memory of gratification is at the origin of all thinking, and the impulse to recapture past gratification is the hidden driving power behind the process of thought. The superego develops in the course of the ego's development. It represents external restrictions which have been introjected into the ego, primarily through the struggle of the Oedipus complex. The superego ensures that the ego enforces the demands of the past. Thus adherence to a status quo ante is implanted in the instinctual structure. 46. 7. The repressive transformation of the instincts leads to systematic social restraints on the individual, on his or her labor, and on outer nature itself. Paradoxically, these limitations were necessary for a certain freedom and happiness. It is Marcuse's contention, however, that this is no longer the case today. Freud believed that the price of civilization is paid for in forfeiting happiness through heightening of the sense of guilt. Every renunciation becomes a dynamic fount of conscience. Every fresh abandonment of gratification increases its severity and intolerance. Every impulse of aggression which we omit to gratify is taken over by the superego and goes to heighten its aggressiveness against the ego. 47. The more civilization progresses, on Freud's view, the more repressive it has to become in order to sustain instinctual order and, therefore, cultural development. While Marcuse agrees with those who argue that Freud generalizes from a specific historical form of reality to all civilization, from a particular form of the organization of the reality principle to a supposedly universal state of affairs, he thinks that Freud is right in pointing to a repressive organization of instincts that underpins all historical forms of the reality principle in civilization. Freud's unhistorical analysis contains the element of its opposite. 48. But in order to develop the Freudian categories so that they can be used to account more adequately for changing historical situations, Marcuse introduces two notions, surplus repression and the performance principle. The former refers to the quantitative impact of specific types of political and economic domination on sexuality, while conceding that a certain amount of basic repression is necessary for the reproduction of civilization. The latter denotes the particular historical form of the reality principle as it is organized, for example, by the exchange principle and instrumental reason. These notions, Marcuse argues, remain loyal to the main substance of Freud's thought while differentiating more consistently between the biological and socio-historical vicissitudes of identity formation. They add a fuller historical dimension to the relation between civilization and repression. With the aid of these categories, Marcuse feels, he is able to show both the correctness and limitedness of the Freudian position. 8. In the contemporary epoch, the instinctual constraint enforced by scarcity has been and is intensified by constraints imposed by the hierarchical distribution of scarcity and labor. The performance principle leads to surplus repression. Originally, sexuality was polymorphous perverse, there were no temporal and spatial limits placed on its manifestation. But at the level of ontogenesis and phylogenesis there is a natural movement from generalized bodily eroticism to genital sexuality. With the advent of the contemporary performance principle, However, this movement has been radically accentuated and distorted. The capitalist performance principle presides over the all but complete desexualization of the pregenital erogenous zones and explores, at best, repressive desublimation, that is, the release of sexuality in ways which reduce erotic energy and remain controlled by the reality principle. The result is a body free for use as labor power. Under the rule of the performance principle, body and mind are made into instruments of alienated labor. They can function as such instruments only if they renounce the freedom of the libidinal subject-object which the human organism primarily is and desires. 49. 9. With the rapid development of the forces of production, especially with the development of the processes of mechanization and automation, the historical necessity for existent forms of repression is undermined. Alienated labor is increasingly rendered unnecessary. Automation promises the end of the use of the body as a mere instrument of production. The technical need for sexual repression can be challenged. For the performance principle generates the conditions for its own negation. 50 Freud's equation of civilization with repression can be broken, and for reasons, according to Marcuse, which are consistent with Freud's own thinking. A vision of a non-repressive order now becomes possible. 10 Within the dialectic of civilization the conditions have been created for a reconciliation between the pleasure and reality principles. Such a reconciliation would reactivate early stages of the libido which were surpassed in the development of the reality ego, and lead to the dismantlement of existing institutions in which the reality principle exists. The goal of the new society would be to develop lasting erotic relations between conscious, mature individuals. Its conditions include the transformation of toil into play, the self-sublimation of sensuousness and the desublimation of instrumental reason, and the overcoming of time so that gratification can endure. All this adds up to the convergence of reason and happiness in a rationality of gratification. 51. Can the sex instincts, released from the distortions imposed by surplus repression, create and sustain liberation of this kind? Marcuse clearly believes they can. Given specific preconditions, the abolition of scarcity, the transformation of relations of production, the cultivation of faculties, sexuality, he argues, can create highly civilized human relations. Under the altered conditions there could be a reactivation of all erogenous zones and a resurgence of pregenital polymorphous sexuality. This does not mean simply the pursuit of genital sexuality or the release of suppressed sexuality. Previous restrictions on the aim of the object of the instinct would be relaxed, the organism in its entirety would become the substratum of sexuality. Sexuality would be integrated with the order of work and play. However, in this context, Marcuse further argues, sexuality would tend to its own sublimation. The libido would not simply reactivate pre-civilized and infantile stages, but would also transform the perverted content of these stages. While the sexual instinct would not be deflected from its aim, it would be gratified in activities and relations that are not sexual in the sense of organized genital sexuality and yet are libidinal and erotic. 52 What then of the death instinct? Since the death instinct operates under the nirvana principle and aims at a state of minimum tension, in a non-repressive society it can be stifled. The conflict between life and death would progressively diminish the more society approximated the new sensuous order. With changes in social structure, Marcuse concludes, Eros can be expected to absorb the death instinct. The conclusions of Marcuse's analysis are a far cry from Adorno's. Adorno's emphasis on exposing the negative in reality is in marked contrast to Marcuse's defense of a positive conception of reconciliation in human affairs, a reconciliation which suggests the possible supersession of all social contradictions. Despite these differences, however, Adorno and Marcuse shared, along with Horkheimer, a number of similar opinions on the changing nature of the individual, the family and society. The individual, family and society. The social influence on character, the Frankfurt theorists argued, especially in the mid-1930s, operates most often through the family. In liberal capitalist society, the family is the mediator between the economic structure of the order and its ideological superstructure. The family has, As Horkheimer wrote, a very special place among the relationships which through conscious and unconscious mechanisms influence the psychic character of the vast majority of people. The processes that go on within the family shape the child from his tenderest years and play a decisive role in the development of his capabilities. The growing child experiences the influence of reality according to the mode in which the latter is reflected in the mirror of the family circle. 53. The family, as one of the most important agencies for identity formation, sees to it, Horkheimer maintained, that the kind of human character emerges which social life requires, and imparts to human beings the indispensable capacity for authoritarian attitudes and behavior on which the existence of the bourgeois order largely depends. 54 On these points, Fromm, Reich, and the Frankfurt School were in agreement. Conventionally and traditionally the family is seen as either a natural and eternal formation or as an institution the structure and change of which can be directly derived from the structure of society and its change. In the former case, the naturalistic conception, the necessity of reproduction and child care are taken for granted and give the family a validity that is beyond question. In the latter case, the sociological conception, no autonomy or independence is ascribed to the family's capacity to maintain or promote society. The members of the Frankfurt School rejected both these conceptions. 55 The term family, they argued, does not refer to a given social form. It is subject to varying social dynamics and it, in turn, affects these dynamics. Throughout history, the family has, of course, had numerous and changing roles. In contradistinction to the period in which it was the predominant productive unit, the family of the 20th century has clearly fewer and more ambiguous tasks. Horkheimer, in this introductory essay to Studies on Authority and Family, argued that not only has the family completely lost many of its former functions but even the ones left to it have been affected by changes in society as a whole. 56 He noted that in 1911 it was still possible for one scholar of the family, Müller-Lehrer, to list its functions as the management of the household, reproduction, rearing, education of children, the control of population growth and genetic lines, the development of sociableness, the care of the sick and elderly, the accumulation and hereditary transmission of capital and other property, as well as the determination of choice of occupation. 57. Today, 1936, however, Horkheimer stressed, sociological publications are full of evidence that the family is unable to fulfill these functions adequately. Increasingly, the family is under the sign of crisis. Concentration of capital in large-scale manufacturing, the increasing intervention of the state in previously private realms of determination, mobility of labor, etc., have all contributed to an alteration of the structures which condition and support family life. 58 In Horkheimer's opinion, the family still exercises necessary functions, production and nurturing of children, for instance. But it does so in an ever more inadequate way due to increasing contradictions and crises. This situation can be altered only with a radical change in the organization of social relations. The adequate fulfillment of family tasks depends on the creation of a non-competitive, rational society. 59 In order to examine this view more carefully, three questions need to be asked. What is Horkheimer et al.'s conception of the modern family? Why is the family held to be operating in an increasingly inadequate way? What is their conception of an alternative? In the Communist Manifesto, Marx argued that the bourgeois family was founded on capital and private gain. Its form and content depended on commodity production and successful capital accumulation. The hallowed correlation of parent and child was, he held, bourgeois claptrap. 60 Hegel, writing in the Phenomenology, had a very different conception. For him the family represented the indwelling principle of sociality. It was a natural ethical community, the foundation, ultimately, for all communities. 61 Hegel recognized, however, an opposition between the family and the larger community. The family's positive purpose was the individual as such. Individuals are valued for their own sakes. 62 Outside the family, in civil society, individuals act in segregation and violation, in competition with one another. Hegel did not conceive of a resolution to this opposition. He was unable, as Horkheimer put it, to think of the possibility of a truly united and rational society in which the individual as such could be the center of all social institutions. 63 The Frankfurt School's own approach drew upon Hegel's and Marx's concepts. The family, in their view, served contradictory functions and needs. As people were being reduced to mere adjuncts of the means of production, a similar process was occurring, it was argued, within the family insofar as set sex roles were determining individuals' fates. The father was becoming the money earner, the woman a sexual object or a domestic servant, and the children either heirs of the family possessions or living forms of social security who would later make up with interest the effort expended upon them. 64 But within the family itself, it was still the case, according to Horkheimer and Adorno, that the individual could find some care and protection. It was a place where suffering and injury could be given expression and where the individual could voice protest against the outside world. In contradistinction to public life, relationships were not conditioned directly by production and the market. Individuals were not simply in a competitive exchange relation. Horkheimer made the point thus. In contrast to public life, within the family, human beings always had the possibility of being effective not as a mere function but as human beings. Whilst in bourgeois life the collective interest Gemeinschaft like Interesse, even where it is not mediated through contract as in times of natural catastrophe, war, or in repression of revolution, bears an essentially negative character concerning itself with defense against danger, it has in sexual love and maternal care a positive character. In this context the development and happiness of the other is the aim. In the yearning of some adults for the paradise of their childhood, in the manner in which a mother speaks of her son, even if he is in conflict with the world, there are notions and forces alive, which though not connected tied to the existence of the contemporary family, and are even in danger of atrophy in this social form, have no other resting place in the bourgeois order of life than in the family. 65. In Minima Moralia, Adorno adopted a similar stance. 66. But family life, Horkheimer and Adorno agreed, was being progressively undermined. Changes in familial relations were being forced by the transformation of liberal capitalism into a post-competitive, state capitalist system. In the context of the specification of these general stages of the development of capitalism, study was focused on the relationship between family, authority, and authoritarianism. The birth of capitalism emancipated the family from serfdom. Yet the family retained a pseudo-feudal, hierarchical structure as the direct personal dependence of women and children survived in the home. 67 The power of the father was always based on the dependence of others, he had the capacity to give or withhold things that were greatly wanted. Under capitalism the basis of his authority was, at least for a period, reinforced. Father rules the roost not only in virtue of his physical strength but also because he is often the sole breadwinner, and, as a consequence, the one with the most experience of the real world, etc. The relative isolation of women and helplessness of children in the home strengthens his position. The seeming naturalness of father's power ensures that the restricted family is a first-rate schooling in the authority behavior specific to this society. The world in which the male child grows, most of the Frankfurt studies focus on the male child, is one of dependence. His experience and fantasies of the world, the mode in which he peoples it, his ideas, wishes and dreams are all, Horkheimer claimed, dominated by the thought of man's power over man, of above and below, of command and obedience. 68 Psychoanalytic theory is drawn upon to explore the processes of the child's identity formation in this situation. One of the cornerstones of psychoanalysis is the Oedipus complex. Freud believed that this complex constituted the fundamental mechanism in the development of the child and was the nucleus of neurosis. The complex defines a crucial avenue in which the struggle for personal autonomy is or is not realized. Crudely put, the child desires, at the age of 4 or 5, the parent of the opposite sex. The desire is thwarted as the child fears the repercussions, for example castration, from the parent of the same sex. The result is various forms of identification with, and internalization of, the commands and prohibitions of the parent of the same sex. The child redirects the aim of his desire. The internalization of a previously feared outside authority figure, the father, becomes an important stage in the successful development of the ego. The relationship must be internalized and the superego thus formed. As Marcuse wrote, through the struggle with father and mother as personal targets of love and aggression, the younger generation entered societal life with impulses, ideas, and needs which were largely their own. The formation of their superego, the repressive modification of their impulses, their renunciation and sublimation were very personal experiences. 69. Through these experiences the child takes over the role of the father, develops a conception of self and wins autonomy. However, through these experiences the child also learns to respect what is existent and given. In this process he comes to understand and adapt to the bourgeois relationship to authority. 70. The son, Horkheimer argued, may think what he will of his father, but if he is to avoid conflicts and costly refusals he must submit to his father and satisfy him. The father is, in the last analysis, always right where his son is concerned. The father represents power and success, and the only way the son can preserve in his own mind a harmony often shattered in the years before puberty's end, is to endow his father, the strong and powerful one, with all the other qualities the son considers estimable. Childhood in a limited family becomes an habituation to an authority which in an obscure way unites a necessary social function with power over men. 71. In this situation whatever autonomy the child achieves develops with and against the other. But with the massive changes that have occurred with the development of capitalism, this process, Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse all argued, has radically altered. With the decline of the independence of the economic subject, the subject itself is threatened with the loss of its autonomy. The sociological conditions of the Oedipal situation were thought to be decisively changing and, with them, the psychodynamics of identity formation. This process was analyzed in a number of different ways by the three men. But from all their analyses, two factors emerge as central. Increasingly the legitimacy of the father's authority is undermined, and the child aspires ever less to become like his father. Although they recognized that the authority structure of the family and, in particular, the father may maintain itself after its material basis has disappeared, they nonetheless contended that this structure had been severely weakened. Drawing on evidence collected from a wide variety of sources, including the Institute's own studies on authority and family, they argued that within the family children are provided with less and less protection against the pressures of the outside world. 72 For the family's reliability as a source of economic life support is decreasing. The father's position as wage or salary earner is insecure. Particularly during times of chronic unemployment and inflation, his position as provider is severely threatened if not completely undermined. With the reduction of his authority as a transmitter of material goods, there is also a reduction of his authority as a teacher of skills and experiences. In the total schema of things, father has less and less to offer. One of the foundation stones of his image as potent is shattered. The position of the father is made worse by his son's early economic maturity. In studies it was found that adolescent boys are increasingly independent of their father's income. Of course, during economic crisis they are some of the first to be made redundant. Nonetheless, their sense of independence lives on and is a permanent challenge to paternal authority. 73. The forces leading to the progressive disintegration of the family have by no means solely the positive aspect of liberation from heteronymous authority. The decline of the bourgeois family does not entail that freer, less authoritarian forms are taking their place. 74 In fact, more authoritarian forms took their place in Weimar and Nazi Germany and are taking hold often today. As it was expressed in aspects of sociology. In the early phases of his development the child still undergoes the same experiences of hate and love with respect to his father, which constituted the Oedipus complex. More rapidly than before, however, the child discovers that the father by no means embodies the power, justice, and goodness the child had initially expected. The actual weakness of the father within society extends into the innermost cells of the psychic household. The child can no longer identify with the father, no longer can accomplish that internalization of the familial demands, which with all their repressive moments still contributed decisively to the formation of an autonomous individual. Therefore there is today actually no longer the conflict between the powerful family and the no less powerful ego. Instead the two, equally weak, are split apart. From his relationship to his father the child now carries away only the abstract idea of arbitrary, unconditional power and strength, and then searches for a stronger, more powerful father than the real one, who is truly adequate to this image, a superfather, as it were, like the one produced by the totalitarian ideologies. 75. Father's weakness means that his prohibitions do not have the force they once possessed. The superego is not formed in the usual manner, it no longer evolves in a protracted struggle with the father. Although the child still learns of father's strength and power, which is of course greater than his own, he is, as he gets older, made ever more aware of father's impotence in reality. The father is unable to justify his image in the child's eyes. In this situation the child retains a concept of the powerful but searches elsewhere for its fulfillment. A general state of susceptibility is created to outside forces. Increasingly the superego is the representative of collectivities, for example the school class, the club, the state. The child has to adapt to an external authority that is more powerful and less spiritual, less internalized than parental authority ever was. 76. In this context the child continues to fear and submit to authority. Fear, in fact, becomes one of the main sources of motivation. The development from a state of fearing another, the father, to the internalization of this outside figure and, therefore, to the negation of this fear, does not occur. The process of internalization fails. Thus, an autonomous ego is not formed. The overwhelming pressures of external forces, the culture, industry and other authorities become more influential in determining the demands and prohibitions with which the individual identifies. This view of changes in the pattern of identity formation is not only consistent with aspects of Freud's work but dependent upon certain of his insights, especially those disclosed in his group psychology and the analysis of the ego. In this text Freud argued that, in a number of situations, the object of libidinal cathexis can be put in the place of the ego ideal, which he later replaced by the concept superego. He discussed the situation in which the ideal of the father can be transferred to secondary groups and their leaders. He interpreted this process as one in which the individual gives up his ego ideal and substitutes it for the group ideal as embodied in the leader. 77. This can occur when a number of individuals have put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideals and have consequently identified themselves with one another in their ego, that is, all egos now have the same relationship to the ego ideal. In such circumstances we have an impression, Freud points out, of a state in which an individual's private emotional impulses and intellectual acts are too weak to come to anything by themselves and are entirely dependent for this on being reinforced by being repeated in a similar way in other members of the group. 78. On the Frankfurt School's account, this is the case today. The male child does not wish to become like his father but, rather, like the image projected by the culture industry, or by fascist demagogues, as in Nazi Germany. The classical process of ego differentiation and individuation is increasingly undermined. An autonomous ego is not formed and yet there is submission to authority. The modern family, interlocked with other institutions, produces the ideal object of totalitarian integration. For the collectivized ego ideal is the satanic counterpart of a liberated ego. 79. These developments were thought to have been exacerbated by changes in the role of the mother. Writing in 1936, Horkheimer stressed that if the present-day family remains a source of strength to resist dehumanization, it is essentially because women still foster human relations. 80. But, he added, it must also be recognized that because of her dependence woman herself has been changed. Her dependence in the family, and in extrafamilial institutions, on men ensures that her own development is lastingly restricted. Despite enforced passivity and the systematic restrictions on her wants and needs, Mother, Horkheimer argued, strengthens the authority of the status quo in two ways. First, through her dependence on her husband's economic resources and earnings, she is linked to his ambition. As a result, she often becomes a conservative force. Her main worries often focus on the stability of her husband's work and income, thus reinforcing a sense of economic and social responsibility. Struggle against given historical conditions becomes, therefore, fraught with greater anxiety. 81 Second, through her submission to the patriarchal family, women become instruments for sustaining the existing patterns of relations and authority. Since women are particularly dependent on the equation of marriage, security, and family, they contribute to the social maintenance of sex roles and to the exaltation of marriage, thereby inhibiting non-monogamous sensual urges. 82. Women's gradual admission into the economic world of the male has not helped, according to both Horkheimer and Adorno. Increasingly, she also takes over the behavior patterns of a thoroughly reified society. She becomes just another mouthpiece of reality. Her former capacity to be a mitigating intermediary between her children and brute reality is sapped. 83. These social processes had, of course, a class-specific impact. When conditions in the labor market were more or less buoyant, proletarian families took the shape, in Horkheimer's view, of the bourgeois family, although some differences remained. He felt that the fate of the proletarian families in the modern era was often similar to the case described above, but he recognized that working-class families were particularly susceptible to external forces. Economic pressures quickly forced husband, wife, and child, in the early stages of capitalist development, and husband and wife, in advanced capitalism, outside the home. As a consequence, home life became more difficult. With unemployment, the situation was made even worse. There can be no longer any question of a private existence with its own satisfactions and values. In the extreme case, the family becomes the available form of sexual satisfaction and, for the rest, a source of multiplied anxieties. 84. In 1936, Horkheimer still maintained that, out of the suffering caused by the oppressive conditions that prevail under the sign of bourgeois authority, there can arise a new community, to replace the individualistic motive as the dominant bond in relationships. 85. Horkheimer's view seemed to be that as the family fulfilled fewer and fewer of the tasks that sprang from its original antagonistic character, a community of men and women might arise outside of the family. It must be said, however, that the nature of this possibility is never elaborated in his work. It is conceived only negatively. His texts are full of highly suggestive remarks, but there is no full historical account. Adorno's essays on ego weakness and narcissism. In a number of essays written during the 1940s and 1950s, Adorno sought to explore further the psychoanalytic dimension of the individual's loss of autonomy. 86. He set out to examine the consequences of the failure of the process of internalization. Of these, two in particular were of importance: ego weakness and narcissism, which leave the ID impulses susceptible to manipulation. According to Adorno, Freud clearly foresaw the rise and nature of fascist mass movements in purely psychological categories. 87. In Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, 1922, Freud came to see, through reflection on the individual, traces of its profound crises and willingness to yield unquestioningly to powerful outside, collective agencies. In his Freudian Theory and the Pattern of Fascist Propaganda, Adorno registered agreement with this analysis. Following Freud, he believed that the bond which integrates the individuals into a mass, is of a libidinal nature and is to be explained in terms of the pleasure principle, in terms of the gratifications individuals obtain when they surrender to a large group. Within a group, the individual is in a situation which encourages the undoing of repressions of unconscious instincts, thereby unleashing and utilizing energy from other psychological agencies which are pressed into the service of the unconscious, for example, energies of destructiveness or energies which derive from the subject's archaic inheritance. 88. The central mechanism for transformation of libido into a bond between follower and between follower and leader is Identification. Identification involves an essential, primitive narcissistic aspect, one which makes the beloved object part of oneself. The authoritarian leader becomes, Adorno argued, an enlargement of the subject's own personality. Hence strong narcissistic impulses can be absorbed and satisfied by identification and idealization of a leader. Hostility to outgroups can also be explained by this mechanism, for all individual and/or group characteristics which are different from the in-group's own pattern of development are taken as a criticism or threat. 89 Adorno's discussion of the relationship between the ID, ego, and superego in circumstances such as these remains incomplete. In sociology and psychology, however, he stressed that the ego's formation under modern conditions is subject to severe strain. In an analysis of the ego, he pursued the theme of its present weakness and narcissistic tendencies. The concept of ego is dialectical, both psychic and extra-psychic, a quantum of libido and the representative of outside reality. The ego is the coordinator of psychic impulses. It both arrests the play of inner forces and tests them against outside reality. 90 But its cognitive activity, Adorno argued, performed in the interests of self-preservation, has to be constantly reversed, and self-awareness foregone in the interests of self-preservation. 91 This is because the ego has both to understand society in order to operate within it, and in order to sustain this operation it has to establish unconscious prohibitions to manage the often senseless renunciations imposed on it. Further, many forms of renunciation remain unintelligible, they are prohibitions which the individual does not identify with nor internalize. Thus, the contradictory situation arises in which the ego is supposed to be both, qua consciousness, the opposite of repression, and, qua unconsciousness, the repressive agency itself. 92 Freud did not, on Adorno's account, provide an adequate view of the life and death nature of the ego's position. Adorno's views on the concept of superego remain somewhat unclear in this essay. Traces of the concept remain, although it is evident that, because of the changing structure of the family etc., Adorno no longer thinks this key Freudian category can be employed in the traditional manner. The ego, Adorno held, is constantly taxed beyond its powers. Where the ego does not develop its potential for self-differentiation, it regresses towards ego libido, libido which cathects the ego is taken as love object, or, at the very minimum, it mingles its conscious and unconscious functions. The usual result is that the ego is both negated and rigidified, there is chronic ego weakness, which the authoritarian personality sought to understand, and narcissism. In fact, Adorno appears to suggest that narcissism replaces internalization. In narcissism the ego's self-preserving function is retained, but split off from that of consciousness and thus lost to rationality. 93 The ego is left in a frail state both in its relation to the instincts and to outside forces. This frailty is usually experienced as narcissistic injury. The ensuing experiences of helplessness gives the ego limited choices in any attempt to overcome its position, it can either change reality or retreat to the ID. Retreat is frequently chosen. But the exact nature of retreat, the course of regression, is determined by objective historical factors. The individual is exposed to a variety of sources offering gratification and protection. Taking advantage of this susceptibility, particular social forces can mobilize ID impulses and infantile defense mechanisms to their advantage. Fascism and the culture industry feed on and nurture regression. They determine its prevalent form. Marcuse, the obsolescence of the Freudian concept of man? Pursuing a number of similar ideas, Marcuse argues that as a result of the strengthening of extrafamilial authority, the absorption of the ego's confrontation with father by social reason, there is a reification of the ego itself. 94 The ego's independence is undermined. Delivered to the superego, it becomes all the more a subject of destruction and all the less a subject of eros. As individuals tend to identify with a group ideal at the expense of their own ego ideals, external, conventional and stereotyped values replace their own thinking. The individual's psychological state becomes highly rigid and, therefore, unable to cope with the unexpected. The unpredictable and irrational remain unmastered. The ego is faced with growing anxiety, constriction, and destructiveness. 95. Marcuse's analysis, however, goes a step further than that of Adorno, and of Freud. He contends that the decline of entrepreneurial capitalism, the decline in importance of inherited skills, the rise of general education and the expansion of public and private administrations have all been so dramatic that even Freud's group psychology seems obsolete. Freud's theory requires the internalization of social control through a struggle between instinctual and social needs, a struggle which takes place within the ego and against personal authority. 96. No matter how remote this authority is from the individual's life, it must still be embodied in a person, so that the ego ideal can be transferred to the leader, or an equivalent, as father image. Film stars, personalities, and leaders, of course, still have an effect in this role. But today's conditions, Marcuse declares, do not correspond to the society Freud observed. We are faced with a society without fathers and, as a consequence, the threat of an enormous release of destructive energy. Even stars and leaders are increasingly caught up in the seemingly self-perpetuating authority of the production apparatus, a society of total reification. The ego ideal becomes embodied in economic laws, the technical code, the moral code, and that of profitable productivity are merged into one effective whole. 97. Society is still, of course, held together by a form of libidinal relationship. But it is a relationship constituted by reified social relations and personified things, for example automobiles. Everyday gratification remains ungratifying, unsatisfactory, it reflects repressive desublimation. In a society tending toward one-dimensionality, the individual Freud understood is threatened with obsolescence. In summary, this is because severe limits are placed on ego development. There is a decline of the position of the father. Individuals do not develop an autonomous conscience. Values and prohibitions become less central to the individual's concerns and reflections. There is a transference of the ego ideal to a group ideal, now itself being undermined. Repressive desublimation reinforces social control. As a result, regression and the transgression of old moral codes become ever more likely. A certain amount of aggression, in Marcuse's opinion, is absorbed by normalized avenues of hostility towards sanctioned outgroups, for instance communists, black people. But a situation of unstable equilibrium is created. It is a situation which could be undermined by any number of events and which could well lead to the further unleashing of irrational forces. Thus, despite themselves, the Neo-Freudians registered a truth about existing society. The Freudian model of the individual is an unsatisfactory basis for understanding the individual's fate in society. However, Marcuse argues, psychoanalysis draws its strength from its obsolescence, from its insistence on individual needs and individual potentialities which have become outdated in the present. That which is obsolete is not, by this token, false. The Freudian concepts invoke not only a past left behind but also a future to be recaptured. 98. The Neo-Freudians, therefore, are guilty of absolutizing a developmental trend in society. They take society's present for its essence. Their realism marks a premature and false abandonment of the most provocative hypotheses of psychoanalysis. Studies on prejudice and authoritarianism. The Institute initiated and participated in a variety of projects to investigate the relationship between the individual, family and society. Some of its most original empirical work was executed in this area. The focus was nearly always on problems relating to prejudice, authority and authoritarianism. From the early 1930s, Horkheimer sought to plan and involve himself in research in this field. In the 1940s, Adorno participated in one of the most far-reaching studies ever conducted in social psychology in an effort to pursue at an empirical level many of his concerns about the individual's capacity for authoritarian behavior. Marcuse was one of the few who did not carry out extensive empirical work on these, and, in fact, on all the other issues. The most well-known and most important study was, of course, The Authoritarian Personality, 1950, by Adorno, Els Frankel Brunswick, Daniel Levinson, and Arnevit Sanford. But the study was only one part of a larger project entitled Studies in Prejudice. It consisted in its published form of 5 volumes. Apart from the authoritarian personality, these include, Prophets of Deceit, 1949, by Leo Lowenthal and Norbert Guterman, Rehearsal for Destruction, 1949, by Paul Massing, Dynamics of Prejudice, A Psychological and Sociological Study of Veterans, 1950, by Bruno Bettelheim and Morris Janowitz, and Antisemitism and Emotional Disorder, A Psychoanalytic Interpretation, 1950, by Nathan W. Ackerman and Marie Jahoda. The studies were directed by Horkheimer. Although he did not write extensively in any of the volumes, he shaped the overall plan of the contributions, and much of the final content. 99 project work began in 1945. Lowenthal and Guterman's work investigated the devices employed by rabble-rousers, a small group of American neo-fascist demagogues, to win over and stimulate audiences. The research consisted of a series of detailed analysis of radio speeches, leaflets, and pamphlets written by people often explicitly sympathetic to Hitler. It was discovered that the rhetorical tricks were often the same in America and Nazi Germany. This was not simply because the Americans copied the Nazis. Rather, it was because in both countries the agitators speculated and played on similar emotions. Since few positive political programs emerged from their speeches, it seemed clear that the conveyance of rational information was not their goal. Their often shrewdly emotional oratory sought to provide surrogate satisfactions for audiences through the very nature of the oratory itself. Their whole style, Lowenthal and Guterman argued, functioned as a form of wish fulfillment, substituting means for ends. It appealed to the individual, to the little man who seeks to be less lonely, threatened and isolated. It speaks to the secretly self-ordained who wish to belong, to be powerful and great. The agitator's ceaseless repetition of clichés, and the rigid thinking that it reflected, was investigated further by some of the other studies. While Paul Massing's text provided an account of the emergence of antisemitism, as a political tool and confused expression of social protest, in Imperial Germany, Bettelheim and Janowitz presented a substantial analysis of prejudice among veterans. Lengthy interviews were carried out with 150 such individuals in Chicago. Although Bettelheim and Janowitz concluded that the weaker the personality, the more vulnerable the individual to outside influences, they did not find positive correlations between conformity and prejudice, one of the main findings of the authoritarian personality. It has been suggested that the discrepancy between the two studies on this issue can be explained by the different class backgrounds of those in their respective samples. 100 But in agreement with the authoritarian personality, they found that prejudice tends to diminish with increased ego strength. An autonomous ego is more tolerant than an ego formed in processes involving inadequate internalization and differentiation. Ackerman's and Jahoda's research consisted of a secondary analysis of 40 case studies collected from 25 analysts. Both Ackerman, a trained analyst, and Jahoda were extremely reluctant to draw generalizations about the relation between antisemitism and particular emotional syndromes. The psychological specificity of the antisemite varies, they argued, from case to case. The selection of antisemitism, from the psychodynamic point of view, is a more or less accidental manifestation of the prejudiced person's deficiencies. A readiness to generalize, however, about the relation between aspects of personality and prejudice, was not absent from the authors of the authoritarian personality. The authors of this study benefited greatly, as did studies in prejudice generally, from previous research conducted by the Institute, particularly from 2 early projects concerned with beliefs and their relation to character. 101 The authoritarian personality aimed at analyzing the susceptibility of individuals to anti-democratic propaganda. It sought to investigate the socio-psychological preconditions of the potential fascist. The central question was, why do certain individuals have fascist leanings while others do not? The study endeavored to establish interconnections between certain character traits and beliefs, such as aggressive nationalism and racial prejudice. Its authors were guided by the hypothesis that the political, economic, and social convictions of an individual often form a broad and coherent pattern, and this pattern is an expression of deep-lying trends in his personality. 102 The study claimed to uncover a personality syndrome which is associated directly with rigid, dogmatic, and prejudiced thinking. Adorno and Sanford were the co-directors of the project. Sanford, along with Els Frankel Brunswick and Daniel Levinson, were leading members of the Berkeley Public Opinion Study Group, with which the Institute cooperated for the duration of the project. The Berkeley contribution, not surprisingly, considerably strengthened the Institute's capacity to handle research techniques, including the creation of scales, the categorization and quantification of interview material, and the use of statistical techniques. While each of the four authors participated in many parts of the study, there was a division of labor. 103. The project combined both quantitative and qualitative approaches, questionnaires, statistical tests, projective measures, and clinical interviews. Despite Adorno's very critical attitude towards the use of quantitative methods, he felt that given a suitable theoretical framework, they could be employed fruitfully. 104 The categories which underpin quantitative research are, he insisted, always qualitative and must be derived from appropriate theoretical considerations. 105 The project's main categories were derived from psychoanalytic characterology. The study's model of the individual was influenced heavily by Freud. Academic psychology provided the approach to the more directly observable and measurable aspects of personality. But Adorno characteristically did not feel that the theory which underpinned the study was on test in the study itself. As he put it, "We never regarded the theory simply as a set of hypotheses but as in some sense standing on its own feet, and therefore did not intend to prove or disprove the theory through our findings but only to derive from it concrete questions for investigation, which must then be judged on their own merit and demonstrate certain prevalent socio-psychological structures." 106. The authoritarian personality, he thought, succeeded in demonstrating the existence of such structures, although he admitted that the study as a whole was open to a number of fundamental criticisms. 107. The subject population for the project was drawn from fairly diverse groups, though there was a very marked slant in the sample towards the middle class. Over 2,000 questionnaires were distributed. On the basis of the results, approximately 1/10 of the respondents were interviewed. In order to help clarify the meaning of the data from questionnaires, interviews, which often extended over a number of sessions, explored issues relating to both the individual's childhood and relationship to the family, and his or her worldview. Both questionnaires and interview schedules were carefully drawn up so that results from each could be compared and contrasted. Interviews were designed so that they could be analyzed statistically and employed to assess further the results from the questionnaires. 108. The most famous device employed by the project was the F-scale, so called because it is concerned with the measurement of implicit pre-fascist tendencies. The scale was the result of continuous efforts to measure anti-Semitism, ethnocentrism, and political and economic conservatism, and their respective relation to character structure. Research began by using 3 separate scales to measure each phenomenon, respectively, the AS scale, the E scale and the PEC scale. The F scale synthesized aspects of the 3 measurement devices. It had 2 interrelated goals: to measure prejudice without mentioning, for example, religious and ethnic groups, and to measure the character structure underlying such opinions. The aim was to reveal a syndrome or a structural unit which its authors declared represents the potentially fascist character. The syndrome was thought to be constituted by 9 basic personality variables. Conventionalism, rigid adherence to conventional, middle-class values. Authoritarian submission, submissive, uncritical attitude towards idealized moral authorities of the in-group. Authoritarian aggression, tendency to be on the lookout for, and to condemn, reject, and punish people who violate conventional values. Anti-introception, opposition to the subjective, the imaginative, the tender-minded. Superstition and stereotypy, the belief in mystical determinants of the individual's fate, the disposition to think in rigid categories. Power and toughness, preoccupation with the dominance, submission, strong, weak, leader, follower dimension, identification with power figures, overemphasis upon the conventionalized attributes of the ego, exaggerated assertion of strength and toughness. Destructiveness and cynicism, generalized hostility, vilification of the human. Projectivity, the disposition to believe that wild and dangerous things go on in the world, the projection outwards of unconscious emotional impulses. Sex, exaggerated concern with sexual goings on. 109. Within the general frame of reference of the authoritarian personality, a number of further types, or subsyndromes, were pointed to. They were differentiated according to an emphasis on one or another of the personality variables. The subsyndromes were analyzed by Adorno on the basis of the empirical findings and theoretical developments of the study. 110. They were given a tentative status. For Adorno, they suggested the necessity of further research into each of the character traits. A massive array of data was presented by the authors and was claimed to give considerable support to the contention that the general syndrome existed. The results attained by the F scale were found to have a 0.75 correlation with those of the E scale. Although the average correlation between the F and the PEC scale was only about 0.57, this was explained by the prevalence of pseudo-conservatism, a phenomenon that was thought to be most expressive of the personality trends which the F scale measures. Pseudo-conservatism entails a relatively superficial identification with authoritarian patterns with considerable carryovers of emotional conflicts, strong ambivalence and destructive counter-tendencies. 111. The authors refrained from drawing many generalizations about how widespread the authoritarian personality might be. No data was presented about the frequency of high and low scores within the surveyed population. 112. But despite this stance, a number of remarks can be found which suggest that the researchers had a view about the extent of the syndrome. In his section, Adorno referred to an indubitable mass basis, and general concluding comments suggested that the majority of the tested population are not very high but in the middle of the scale. 113. These remarks were at best, given the database, injudicious, as critics of the study have pointed out. They do not point, nor are they, of course, intended to the most interesting aspects of the project, the revelation of the syndrome itself. The classic authoritarian type emerges, Adorno argued, from a sadomasochistic resolution of the Oedipus complex. Love for the mother is placed under a severe taboo. A strict father, or a general atmosphere of coldness and little love, forces the infant to repress feelings of desire. A home of marked but often arbitrary discipline ensures that strong feelings of ambivalence and hostility to the parents have to be hidden. The child must learn to direct his feelings along socially acceptable channels. Hatred for the father is, as a result, transformed by reaction formation into love. 114. The early rebellion against the father is thereby also repressed, but only to resurface later in the form of authoritarian aggression that is turned both into masochism and sadism. Findings from the interviews indicated that those who were highly susceptible to fascist propaganda idealized their parents and uncritically identified with their families. The image of the parents is conventionalized and stereotyped. The father is stern, just, successful, detached and sometimes, generous disciplinarian, while the mother is good-looking, healthy, clean and endowed with many practical skills. A tendency to complete submissiveness to family authority in early childhood was also revealed. Repressed early resentment of parental harshness seemed to go hand in hand with the parents' idealization. But along with these attitudes, little evidence was found of genuine attachment to the parents as individuals, to their problems and weaknesses. As Horkheimer summarized the point, the abstract glorification of the family is paralleled by an almost complete lack of concrete emotional ties, either positive or negative, to the parents. 115. The actual underlying weakness of the parents' position was suggested by the way in which parental values remained ego-alien to the child. In these circumstances a particular type of superego is formed, one which remains over-rigid and externalized. 116. Thus, the father does not have genuine inner authority. The child's identity remains poorly integrated and susceptible to external pressures. The authoritarian syndrome is based, then, on ego weakness. Outside forces, of suitable intensity and direction, can activate and draw upon the repressed urges. In the face of powerful social forces, the ego is unable to cope with the demands of self-determination. Unmanageable and repressed desires are dealt with by projecting them onto groups in the environment. In the search for security and escape from responsibility, the individual identifies with powerful external authorities. Submissiveness and coldness, combined with aggression, against the self but projected, against others, are the likely characteristics of this type. Relief and pleasure are gained from obedience and from the destruction of those who are weak and represent qualities the individual finds intolerable in his or herself. The syndrome is, Adorno suggested, highly characteristic of the lower middle classes in Europe. 117 It is likely to result from conditions in which the structure of the family are rapidly changing, where there is disintegration of petit bourgeois property relations, and discrepancy between actual and aspired status. 118 These conditions, themselves the result of the false goals of the economy, exacerbate individual propensities for sadomasochism. 119 Exaltation of the in-group, racial prejudice, a commitment to nationalism and a contempt for indecision, discussion, and democracy become familiar attitudes of this type. But a pervasive confusion about political and social issues also typifies the authoritarian personality. Political attitudes are often riddled with fear and uncertainty. In an analysis of the belief structures of those interviewed, Adorno showed that although there is an ignorance and confusion, when it comes to social matters beyond the range of immediate experience, a gap exists between individuals' official ideology, what they feel, and think they ought to feel, about the conventional sphere of politics, and their ideas about issues which express more immediate problems and needs. In the discussion of everyday concerns, Adorno detected a certain progressiveness. 120 Thus, an incomplete identification with authoritarian patterns was revealed, a pseudo-conservatism. As against genuine conservatism, this type can be compatible with support for populist movements. But it most often leads to uncritical identification with higher and more powerful social groups. It has highly regressive qualities. The authoritarian personality was contrasted to an identity pattern characterized mainly by affectionate, basically egalitarian, and permissive interpersonal relationships. With a strong sense of personal autonomy and independence, this type is capable of critical thinking. He or she is a person who actively seeks progressive social change, who can be militantly critical, though not necessarily totally rejective, of the present status quo. 121 The non-authoritarian personality directs emotions and feelings towards the other as subject. ID tendencies are not banished but synthesized with a capacity for love and compassion. As the authors of the study concluded, if fear and destructiveness are the major emotional sources of fascism, Eros belongs mainly to democracy. 122. Anti-Semitism. It has often been said that the authoritarian personality turns authoritarianism into a phenomenon of the psyche and fails to explain it at the sociological level. It should be clear, however, that if the study is properly located within the Institute's program, this charge misses the mark. The authoritarian personality is only one study amongst a number, many of which have complementary purposes. Furthermore, while it was being planned and executed, Horkheimer and Adorno were writing Dialectic of Enlightenment. In the fourth part of this latter text, they concentrated on an explication of some of the major social conditions of anti-Semitism. Their major thesis is, bourgeois anti-Semitism has a specific economic reason, the concealment of domination in production. 123 Since the mechanism for the generation of structured inequality is hidden in the day-to-day process of production and exchange, the source of misery and toil is hard to understand. Capitalists claim to be productive, to be engaged in the creation of social wealth in the national interest. Further, they often blame the non-productive for society's problems. In Nazi Germany, the Jews, among other groups, were the victims of this accusation. Throughout the ages the Jews have often been denied access to the ownership of the means of production and to many different types of employment. They have found economic opportunities, however, in trade and commerce, in the circulation sector. The activity of this sector, in relation to manufacturing, is difficult to comprehend. The tradesman or merchant appears to be unproductive, and yet the profit-taker, a thief or parasite. On Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, the merchant most often the Jew presents the workers with the bill which they have signed away to the manufacturer. The merchant is the bailiff of the whole system and takes the hatred of others upon himself. 124 Thus, a tendency is established to attribute the injustice perpetuated by a whole class item to the Jews. The situation is compounded by the growth of monopolies and trade organizations, for example, cartels, which reduce in importance the role of the independent circulation sector. The middleman becomes less and less necessary and potentially dispensable. As a result, the Jews, and others in similar positions, seemed ready-made to be blamed for the failures of the economic system. Their economic position and symbolic significance made them easy targets for aggression and persecution. Utilizing psychoanalytic theory, Horkheimer and Adorno tried to explain in greater detail what it was that Jews represented to the masses. Anti-Semitism, they argued, is based on a projection of fears and repressed wants. For example, feelings of inability to cope and impotence are projected onto those who appear, or are made to appear, capable and potent. The Jews were a suitable case for such treatment. They were perceived as both no better than animals and a threat. For they were thought to live according to feelings and styles their tormentors envied but found intolerable and dangerous. In desperation, the anti-Semite sought to castrate the feared castrator. Anti-Semitism is, in part, a manifestation of unconscious, regressive processes. It could express and unite both the repressed desires of working people and the frustrations and paranoia of the bourgeoisie. Of course, other factors were thought to be important. Many of these have already been mentioned, including changes in the family, culture, and the economy. In Dialectic of Enlightenment, Horkheimer and Adorno also sought to trace the history of anti-Semitism back to pre-bourgeois life, particularly to early Christian beliefs and to general developments in the nature of reason. 5. The Critique of Instrumental Reason, Critical Theory and Philosophy of History. Developments in science, technology, and production have increased the range of possibilities facing human beings. Yet, as it has turned out, only a real hell, Adorno, has been distilled from these opportunities. In Dialectic of Enlightenment, the task Horkheimer and Adorno set themselves was nothing less than to discover why mankind, instead of entering into a truly human condition, is sinking into a new kind of barbarism. 1. They attempted to focus attention on the nexus of rationality and social actuality, and upon what is inseparable therefrom, that of nature and the mastery of nature. 2. For it is the fundamental intention to dominate nature which, according to Horkheimer and Adorno, increasingly underlies the way the social and natural worlds are appropriated and apprehended. Dialectic of Enlightenment is crucially important to the development of the Frankfurt School. For the text addresses one of the school's most central concerns, the rise and domination of instrumental reason. The theme is explored with reference to the philosophy of the Enlightenment and to forms of enlightenment. The Enlightenment is, of course, associated with a variety of the intellectual currents which informed and helped stimulate the political upheavals in Europe in the closing decades of the 18th century. The notion of enlightenment does not refer to a definite period or to a particular set of intellectual currents, but, as will be shown below, to more encompassing principles. Contradictions are revealed between the philosophy of the Enlightenment and enlightenment. In examining the importance of instrumental reason in this context, Horkheimer and Adorno hope to prepare the way for a positive, emancipatory notion of enlightenment released from entanglement in blind domination. They did not define the concept of domination. However, as a minimal condition for its application, they suppose a situation in which the thoughts, wants and purposes of those affected by it would have been radically different, if it had not been for the effects created by domination. This view appears to be consistent with Marcuse's later position. Domination is in effect whenever the individual's goals and purposes and the means of striving for and attaining them are prescribed to him and performed by him as something prescribed. Domination can be exercised by men, by nature, by things. It can also be internal, exercised by the individual on himself, and appear in the form of autonomy. Point 3. Capitalist exploitation is seen as only one specific, historical form of domination. The history of civilization reveals, all three authors contended, a threefold pattern of domination. First, domination over oneself, over one's own nature. Second, domination of the labor achieved by such disciplined and controlled individuals. And third, domination of outward nature, science, and technology. Point 4. In the dialectic, the history of domination is traced back to the turning points of Western civilization, from the first chapters of Genesis and Olympian religion, to the Reformation and bourgeois atheism, and to the culture industry and the authoritarian state. Horkheimer and Adorno were concerned to show how the rational domination of nature comes increasingly to win the day, in spite of all deviations and resistance, and integrates all human characteristics. Dialectic of Enlightenment, philosophical fragments towards a philosophy of history. The dialectic of enlightenment does not present a systematic reconstruction of history, and deliberately so. The authors do not intend to construct a philosophical system on the model, for example, of Hegel's philosophy. Their work clearly involves the attempt to develop concepts that contribute to a philosophy of history. But these concepts are not offered as a definitive set. Systematic philosophies of history tend, they held, to impose themselves upon, and to distort, history. Point 5. History becomes interesting only as the correlation of a unified theory, and as such it is transformed into its opposite. Point 6. In addition, systematic philosophies tend to legitimize acts of severe brutality. For example, Christianity, idealism, and materialism, which in themselves contain truth, are also responsible for the barbaric acts perpetrated in their name. As representatives of power, even if of power for good, they themselves became historical forces which could be organized, and as such played a bloody role in the true history of the human race, that of the instruments of organization. Point 7. Belief systems like Christianity became fixed ideas and universal recipes. They led, as Adorno put it elsewhere, to the rejection of anything not already analytically assimilated. While dissenting, critical thought becomes irrational when measured against the system. Those who have privileged access to the system's content can wield it to perpetuate particular favors and interests. The authors of the dialectic present a critical rather than constructive view of history. They do not recommend particular practices as correct and beneficial. Their work is motivated by an awareness of the ever-present threat of domination. They offer, as the subtitle, curiously omitted from the English translation, promises, philosophical fragments. Their philosophy of history attempts to break the grip of all closed systems of thought. 8. It is conceived as a contribution to the undermining of all beliefs that claim completeness and encourage an unreflected affirmation of society. The dialectic can be read at two different levels. At one level, the notion of enlightenment is traced from Kant's discussion of reason and freedom to Hegel's and Nietzsche's recognition of the dialectic of enlightenment. The Enlightenment's concept of reason, expressed most clearly by Kant, has, it is argued, a dual structure. Part of which, as the transcendental, supra-individual self, comprises the idea of a free, human social life in which men organize themselves as the universal subject and overcome the conflict between pure and empirical reason in the conscious solidarity of the whole. This represents the idea of true universality, utopia. At the same time, however, reason constitutes the court of judgment of calculation, which adjusts the world for the ends of self-preservation and recognizes no function other than the preparation of the object from mere sensory material in order to make it the material of subjugation. Point 9. The dialectic is between these two aspects of reason, reason as universal, common to every being, and reason as domination of the particular. The first aspect has provided the ideals and legitimations which have become embedded in people's interpretations of their activities, while the second has generated the structure of conventions which have actually conditioned day-to-day practice. The Enlightenment can be seen as a unity of enlightened thought, myth and domination. At a more fundamental level, however, the book is a study of the structure of enlightenment. Liberating reason or enlightenment, like every social phenomenon, expresses the contradiction that it is both itself and at one and the same time something other than itself, a unity of opposites. The dialectic of enlightenment can be characterized in two short theses: myth is already enlightenment, and enlightenment reverts to mythology. They see enlightenment, as one commentator succinctly put it, as subject throughout history to a dialectic wherein it all too easily gives itself an absolute status over and against its objects, thereby constantly collapsing into new forms of the very conditions of primeval repression which it earlier set out to overcome. Point 10. Through the development of this thesis, Horkheimer and Adorno hope to reassess many of the traditional problems posed by German idealist thinking. In particular, they sought to recast, within a historical and dialectical context, the concern with reason and truth. Their discussion is indebted to Hegel. The opening chapter of the dialectic employs many of Hegel's insights, from phenomenology of mind, into the Enlightenment's concept of reason. Particularly, Hegel's claim that there is an internal relationship between enlightenment, an ethic of utility and terror, especially the terror of the French Revolution, is paralleled in their own discussion of the relationship between scientific consciousness, based on instrumental reason, pragmatism, and ethical decisionism, and barbarism, especially the barbarism of totalitarianism. Point 11. For Hegel, the Enlightenment is marked by the dominance in the intellectual world of universal scientific consciousness. The concept of science Hegel had in mind was Francis Bacon's, for whom scientific knowledge is potential power, the instrument or tool which can be used to master nature. Science is the key to the control of nature and, as Bacon well recognized, of human beings. By obeying nature one can, on Bacon's account, command her, for you have but to follow and as it were hound nature in her wanderings, and you will be able, when you like, to lead and drive her afterwards to the same place again. Point 12. Enlightenment consciousness, Hegel argued, objectifies the world. It sees it as an absolute reality of pure and simple things, a world of material things, which are given to the senses with no further determination of any sort. Point 13. Nature is perceived as neutral, disenchanted. Matter has no intrinsic significance. 14. It is, therefore, open to manipulation and alteration. Following Hegel's reference, the dialectic begins with a lengthy quotation from Bacon, in which Bacon suggests that the human mind can and should overcome all forms of superstition, for the sovereignty of man's power lieth hid in knowledge. In drawing on Bacon, Horkheimer and Adorno sought to indicate that what men want to learn from nature is how to use it in order to fully dominate it and other men. The domination of nature, they contended, is at the basis of the philosophy of the Enlightenment. The transformation of what was once liberating reason into a repressive orthodoxy, of the Enlightenment into totalitarianism, can be understood as a result of elements integral to this very form of enlightenment itself. On Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, the Enlightenment's fundamental character is contained in the concept of nature to which most of the Enlightenment thinkers adhered. The concept suggests a radical disjuncture between subjectivity and nature. In contradistinction to the Greek concept of nature, which did not sharply distinguish mind or subjectivity and the world of objects, the Enlightenment concept refers to nature as essentially pure matter, structured according to laws and capable of being known through a mathematically formulated universal science. This conception of nature had one of its earliest expressions in Galileo's writings. The Galilean notion was developed in the context of a web of ideas about life and its place in the universe. But it was, Horkheimer and Adorno maintained, inextricably connected with the goal of dominating nature. Technology is the essence of this knowledge. From now on, matter would at last be mastered without any illusion of ruling or inherent powers, of hidden qualities. For the Enlightenment, whatever does not conform to the rule of computation and utility is suspect. Point 15. Nature is the sphere of pure objects. Since consciousness and purposeful activity are attributes of humans and/or God, the use to which nature will be put depends upon human decision and/or divine bequest. The specific categories under which nature is subsumed depend on a view as to how it can be used. Nature is useful. The concept of useful follows almost naturally from the Enlightenment perspective. Nature is not valuable in and for itself and, therefore, if it is to have significance, it must serve the ends and purposes of another, human beings and/or God. Utility becomes, as Hegel noted, the ethic of the Enlightenment. 16 Acts and ideas are judged according to their usefulness, which is assessed in terms of their consequences for some, variously set, goal or aim. The development of this notion of nature predates the Enlightenment, although its clearest articulation is found there. The traditions which shaped it are multifarious, as are the empirical conditions which determined its rise to prominence. Horkheimer and Adorno refer to and discuss a number of these. First, the idea can be traced in myth and magic. Myth intended report, naming, the narration of the beginning, but also presentation, confirmation, explanation, a tendency that grew stronger with the recording and collection of myths. At a very early moment in history, a strong didactic element appeared in narratives. Every ritual includes the idea of activity as a determined process which magic can nevertheless influence. 17 Myth and magic represent an important stage in the development of the instrumentalist view of nature. Second, myths, in Greek culture, are already, on Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, characterized by the discipline and power that Bacon celebrated as the right mark. In place of the local spirits and demons there appeared heaven and its hierarchy, in place of the invocations of the magician and the tribe the distinct gradation of sacrifice and the labor of the unfree mediated through the word of command. The Olympic deities are no longer directly identical with elements, but signify them. 18. Renunciation and sacrifice to these deities was linked to a certain degree of control over nature. Third, the domination of nature as a concept is part and parcel of the Judeo-Christian tradition. Within it, religious spirit is held to be distinct from nature and endowed with capacities to shape and rule over it. God has sovereignty over the universe, and humans have God's authority to govern on earth. This rule is established by God upon the creation: let us make men in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. 19 The story of the creation in the book of Genesis tells us that the domination of nature is a natural part of life. Fourth, the idea of establishing and extending the domination of humanity over nature through science entered into philosophy and tradition in the late 16th and 17th and 18th centuries. Most of its authors, Bacon especially, saw the quest to dominate nature as sanctioned by religion and ethics. It was conceived as a means to combat the fall from the original state of paradise. For man by the fall fell at the same time from his state of innocency and from his dominion over creation. Both of these losses, however, can even in his life be in some part repaired, the former by religion and faith, the latter by arts and sciences. 20. The Renaissance and Reformation gave an impetus to these ideas. Instrumental reason came to penetrate an increasing number of areas of everyday life. The impetus to these ideas was reinforced, of course, by economic pressures. Fifth, the development of capitalism institutionalized economic growth and led to the systematic exploitation of the new forms of knowledge. Bacon's formula was easily secularized. Scientific and technical development became interdependent. The sciences were transformed into an important productive force. The domination of nature became an interest of the whole economic system. For Horkheimer and Adorno, then, the domination of nature denotes a particular type of relationship between human beings and nature. Nature has meaning insofar as it has utility, insofar as it is instrumental to human purposes. Matter is defined as a possible object of manipulation. 21 People, embodying the natural, are also potentially controllable. Domination is potentially all-embracing. there is a necessary relation, on Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, between our concept of nature and the domination of nature and, therefore, of human beings. The history of the concept is to a large extent the history of the coming to be of the relationship that it posits. Both mythology and enlightenment find their roots in the same basic needs: survival, self-preservation, and fear, angst. Man imagines himself free from fear when there is no longer anything unknown. This determines the course of demythologizing. Enlightenment is mythic fear turned radical. The pure immanence of positivism, its ultimate product, is no more than a so to speak universal taboo. Nothing at all may remain outside, because the mere idea of outsideness is the very source of fear. 22. Fear of the unknown in an environment which threatens survival is, according to Horkheimer and Adorno, the root of the desire to dominate nature and the basis of both ancient and modern systems of thought. Like science, myth, and magic pursue objectives, but the way in which they do so are obviously not the same. The latter seek to achieve their goal by mimesis, the reenactment in ritual of natural processes as an attempt to control and understand them. They do not posit a radical distinction between thought and reality. Science seeks progressively to distance itself from its object domain. It is grounded in the sovereignty of ideas. Myth compounds the inanimate with the animate. It is structured, to a significant degree, by the projection of the subjective onto nature. For the scientific consciousness of the Enlightenment, nature is disenchanted. To the Enlightenment thinkers, myth is essentially superstition and unconscious error. There is an apparent asymmetry between the two modes of thought. But the dualism between humans and nature is found, in an underdeveloped form, in myth. 23. As Horkheimer's and Adorno's analysis of Homer's Odyssey sought to demonstrate, people acknowledged early the power of the solar system. They learned to respect nature and uncover its forces of repetition. In the struggle to come to terms with laws of nature, humans qua subjects were born. 24. Horkheimer's and Adorno's treatment of the Odyssey is elaborated in the appendix. Myth already contained elements of enlightenment. On the other hand, the systematic exploitation of enlightened reason led to the compounding of the animate with the inanimate. Although reason originated in the struggle to come to terms with nature, it turned against the thinking subject. The extension of enlightenment in practice led to the decline of critical thought. Enlightenment with every step became more deeply engulfed in mythology. 25. In societies where myth and/or magic are prominent, the human subject tends to be dominated by the object. Praxis is embedded in an undifferentiated unity between humanity and nature. In the Enlightenment, as in contemporary consciousness, there is a radical separation of subject and object. But as it develops and unfolds, reducing the external world to quantified objects of manipulation, the subject becomes increasingly repressed and dominated by a second nature, by a history which appears as fatefully structured. Preg. Ivan, Adorno. The replacement of myth by empiricism and positivism and the context-bound practices of the medicine man by all-inclusive industrial technology, lead to the reification of the social and to what Adorno called the false whole. 26. The increasing control of humanity over nature seems to bring ever greater oppression. The expansion of the productive forces has not opened the path, as orthodox Marxists expected, to a liberated society. 27. The potential for emancipation has expanded. However, the division between control and the execution of tasks, between mental and repetitive mundane labor, along with the effects of the culture industry, etc., signal the eclipse of reason. The idea of reconciliation. The recognition of the dialectic of enlightenment as a condition and continuing experience of Western civilization owes a great deal to Nietzsche, as Horkheimer and Adorno acknowledged. Nietzsche was one of the few after Hegel who recognized the dialectic of enlightenment. He discerned both the universal movement of sovereign spirit, whose executor he felt himself to be, and a nihilistic anti-life force in enlightenment. 28. Unlike Hegel, he did not succumb to the repressive and absolutist moment of the dialectic by positing a final universal goal unfolding in history, a comprehensive system which is closed and uncritical. Nietzsche recognized that reason only enables us to misunderstand reality in a shrewd manner. His instrumental theory of truth provided a basis for many critical insights, although it also led, ultimately, to substantial errors. For Nietzsche, knowledge works as a tool of power. In order for a particular species to maintain itself and increase its power, it must comprehend enough of the calculable and constant for it to base a scheme of behavior on it. The utility of preservation stands as the motive behind the development of the organs of knowledge. They develop in such a way that their observations suffice for our preservation. In other words, the measure of the desire for knowledge depends upon the measure to which the will to power grows in a species. A species grasps a certain amount of reality in order to become master of it, in order to press it into service. Point 29. There is no ultimate criterion of truth. Truth is whatever is imposed as truth. It expresses will to power, which extends a capacity for prediction and control and, therefore, self-preservation. As a result, the domination of nature is, according to Nietzsche, a universal characteristic of reason. Horkheimer's and Adorno's own emphasis on the organizational power of concepts and ideas which structure our perceptions and sense impressions points in a similar direction. Their discussion of the domination of nature suggests some similar ideas to those of Nietzsche. But Horkheimer's distinction between critical and subjective, instrumental, reason, which is discussed in Chapter 6, and the implied notion in the dialectic of a reconciliation between humankind and nature, leaves open the possibility of a fully liberating reason. Point 30. Adorno's own work contains the same implication, although it appears as if the idea of reconciliation only has logical status. 31. In One-Dimensional Man and Counter-Revolution and Revolt, Marcuse also offers a conception of an alternative to the status quo. He defends, as will be seen in Chapter 8, the idea of a liberated nature, a nature free from forces of domination and destruction. The writings of the Frankfurt theorists all conclude on a note which is in contrast to Nietzsche's skeptical view of reason. Enlightenment and morality. The ideological components of the Enlightenment can be revealed most clearly, according to Horkheimer and Adorno, in the thought of Kant, the Marquis de Sade and Nietzsche. For in their works we can see how the radical separation of subject and object, humanity and nature, legitimizes the subjugation of the natural world and the treatment of men and women as objects. A continuity exists, Horkheimer and Adorno maintained, between elements of liberalism, developed and exemplified by Kant, and totalitarian thought and practice, anticipated by de Sade. Nietzsche's contributions lie between these poles. The moral teachings of these figures reveal a desperate attempt to replace enfeebled religion with some raison d'être. 32. Their writings bear witness to the intrinsic difficulties of this enterprise. The discussion of Kant's moral philosophy in the dialectic of enlightenment is similar to Hegel's critique of this doctrine. On Hegel's account of Kant, the most important task of practical, moral, reason is to be consistent. All that is asked is that the principle upon which one acts is universally valid. Kant had argued that there was a practical rule which was a categorical imperative. It was valid unconditionally, it was a priori. The rule which states act only on that maxim through which you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law, was argued to determine the possible principles which could be objectively valid for decisions of the human will. 33. It determined what duty was, but solely as regards its form. For Hegel this sort of reason is dissociated. Reason so employed remains indifferent both to the context within which a principle is applied and to the ends of practical activity. If all that is required is consistency, a justification can be offered for almost anything which can be formulated as a general rule. Moral reason remains divorced from an assessment of human wants, goals and passions. 34. Horkheimer and Adorno endorsed this criticism of Kant. For them the extreme formalism of the categorical imperative leaves reason unable to evaluate substantive goals. 35. Furthermore, Kant's attempt to derive the duty of mutual respect, that men should never treat each other as mere means, from the law of reason could not, they thought, be sustained by the arguments of the critique of practical reason. Kant's ambition to ground respect upon something other than material interest and force, is more sublime and paradoxical than previous attempts. But it remains, they bluntly stated, as ephemeral as all such philosophies. 36. While Kant, one of the most remarkable of the Enlightenment thinkers, failed to provide an adequate way of assessing competing ends, many other Enlightenment philosophers seemed content simply to sanction a utilitarian or decisionistic ethics. Decisionism is a doctrine which teaches that there is no rational way of adjudicating between competing values other than through private individual decision. For Horkheimer and Adorno it was de Sada, more than any other thinker, who ensured that people became aware of the large range of choices open to them within these terms of reference. De Sada did not leave it to the Enlightenment's opponents to reveal its black side. He mercilessly declared its shocking truth. His Chroniques scandaleuses anticipated the fulfillment of some of the imminent possibilities of Enlightenment thinking. His private vices constitute a predictive chronicle of the public virtues of the totalitarian era. 37. Horkheimer and Adorno suggest that de Sada represents the embodiment of Enlightenment rationality. Following many Enlightenment thinkers, he separated mind and body, Geist and nature, and, as a result, the spiritual from the corporeal side of love. His Histoire de Juliette and 120 Days of Sodom pursue many of the implications of this dualism. His treatment of both women and men are classic illustrations of the consequences of reason reduced to instrumentalism. Reason becomes the organ of calculation, of planning. It is neutral in regard to ends, its element is coordination. 38 The form of activity, its usefulness, becomes more important than its content. For example, Juliet believes in reason and science. She wholly despises any form of worship whose rationality cannot be demonstrated. 39 She is dedicated to tabooed activities which she pursues efficiently and with the self-discipline of the criminal. Within this framework, individuals as natural beings are open to potentially total subjugation. De Sada took his critique of solidarity with society, family, and morality to the point of preaching anarchy. The tale of Justine and Juliet is the Homeric epic, the Odyssey, with its last mythological covering removed, the history of thought as an organ of domination. 40 The Marquis continually proclaims and reveals the identity of subjective reason and domination. As such, he has one redeeming quality: he is more honest and admirable than those moralistic lackeys of the bourgeoisie. 41. The same is said of Nietzsche. His malicious celebration of the powerful and their cruelty at least has honesty to commend it. Nietzsche also placed the subject in a central position. But the autonomy he bestowed on the newly formed subject is highly exaggerated. Paradoxically, people within Nietzsche's anti-system find few freedoms. The ideal form of subject becomes that of unrestricted strength and authority. Nietzsche correctly recognized, Horkheimer and Adorno maintained, that scientific technical progress in the 19th century undermined claims to validity of traditional worldviews, for example, religious and metaphysical systems. He quite rightly saw the course of the Enlightenment as nihilistic. His non-rationalist concept of reality suggested, in harmony with the modern age, that any moral belief can maintain the same claim to validity as long as it is grounded in a want or need. It is our needs that interpret the world. 42 His analysis of the will to power also revealed an important aspect of bourgeois history. He was right to argue that bourgeois liberalism and tolerance are more often than not myths masking a will to rule. But he falsely generalized this insight into a theory of the source of all knowledge. Every drive has its perspective that it would like to compel all other drives to accept as a norm. 43 For Nietzsche, understanding owes its importance to the yardstick of survival. 44 It recognizes only one law of existence, namely, that the will to power predominates. All moral thinking is reduced to an effect of this law. A morality becomes, as Nietzsche put it, a mode of living tried and proved by long experience and testimony. It enters social life as a law, as dominating, it becomes venerable, unassailable, true. 45 To be free, within this frame of reference, is to assume responsibility for oneself, to maintain distance from others and to become more indifferent to the difficulties of others. Ultimately, the free individual is a warrior, for freedom means that the manly instincts which delight in war and victory dominate over other instincts, for example, over those of pleasure. 46 Despite Nietzsche's many important critical works, only domination survives as an end in itself. German fascism, not Nietzsche, raised the cult of strength to a world historical doctrine. On Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, the realization of Nietzsche's assertions both refutes his views and at the same time reveals their truth. 47 The same thing is true of many of de Saude's statements. Both Nietzsche and de Saude anticipated the future by carefully examining the past and present. They both contributed to the affirmation of this reality, but they did not directly create it. To their credit, they do not try, like bourgeois apologists, to ward off the consequences of the Enlightenment by harmonizing theories. They have not postulated that formalistic reason is more closely allied to morality than to immorality. 48 They both exposed and helped to sustain the unity of reason and domination. Science, social science, and positivism. According to Horkheimer and Adorno, the Enlightenment came to its fulfillment with the foundation of modern science, with the mathematization of nature. The new science established a purely rational, ideational world as the only true reality. It understood the world as a scientific universe which could be systematically comprehended only by science itself. Within this world, every object, represented by means of mathematical theorems, became a possible focus of study. The development of a universal, mathematically formulated science and its emergence as the model for all science and knowledge represents a culmination of the Enlightenment's project. Although such a notion of science predates the Enlightenment gave an enormous impetus to it. With these events, European thought entered, as Marcuse put it, an era of positivism. The era made itself known, in part, through systems of positive philosophy. In Reason and Revolution, Marcuse discusses three of these systems: Auguste Comte's Cours de philosophique positive, Friedrich Stahl's Positive Philosophy of the State, and Schelling's Berlin Lectures on the Positive Philosophic. 49 I will restrict my exposition to Marcuse's analysis of Comte's work, which provides a useful introduction to critical theory's general assessment of positivism. Comte, like the other philosophers mentioned above, sought to explore reality through an assessment of matters of fact available in experience. He aimed to counter the influence of purely a priori thinking and establish the authority of observation. 50 On Marcuse's account, Comte made few distinctions between the methods appropriate to the physical and human sciences. 51 Accordingly, sociology is to be modeled after the natural sciences and, in particular, after biology. Society is to be treated as a complex of facts governed by general laws. Comte taught that human beings and their institutions must be viewed as neutral objects which can be investigated in more or less the same way as any other scientific object. The form and pattern of society is equated with that of nature. Both realms are seen as governed by natural necessity. Therefore, Comte's philosophy implies, as Marcuse expressed it, educating men to take a positive attitude towards the prevailing state of affairs. Positive philosophy was going to affirm the existing order against those who asserted the need for negating it. 52 Comte did not, of course, deny the necessity of progressive reforms. But the form of these changes, Marcuse argues, is always given by the machinery of the established order. 53 Comte saw all social movements as subject to law-like regularities. He regarded many social institutions as unalterable through the application of rational will. Political action, therefore, must resign itself to fixed and general limits. Comte preached, in his words, resignation and the consolidation of public order, against the anarchic force of purely revolutionary principles. 54 Central issues in social struggle are to be withdrawn from its arena and resolved by expert opinion informed by scientific investigation. Thus the critique of the given gives way, in Marcuse's opinion, to an ideological savior. Comte's system surrenders metaphysics and political imagination to the existent. Which of the principles of positive philosophy ensure that it legitimizes the existing order? On Marcuse's account, the offending principles are those which attempt to justify the authority of observation against alternative forms of reason and imagination. Resignation to the given follows from the positivist view that concepts must be grounded in observed facts, and from the notion that the real connection between facts represents an inexorable order. In emphasizing the importance of natural laws of societal statics and dynamics, human activity is subsumed under the category of objective necessity. Further, in maintaining that sociology as a positive science has no relation to value judgments, and that facts and values are quite separate entities, there is held to be no objective basis independent of science and its findings to criticize society. What is what, with certain moderate adjustments, ought to be. But this position cannot itself be justified by positive philosophy. For questions of ought, of value judgment, are condemned to irrationality by the separation of fact and value. In common with later forms of positivism, discussed below, positive philosophy builds upon prejudgments and evaluations which it cannot ground, that is, rationally justify. Marcuse's discussion of the positivist method is, however, not wholly critical. He notes that it helped undermine theological and metaphysical illusions and aided the promotion of free thought, particularly in the physical sciences. 55 Horkheimer, writing in the late 1930s, made a similar claim about the import of the tradition of Hume and Locke. He argued that the sceptical empiricism of Hume, for example, had an underlying moral impulse in its critique of prevailing dogmas. 56 Horkheimer and Adorno writing together also stressed a certain emancipatory effect from the Enlightenment's emphasis on instrumental reason and from its expression in a positivist understanding of science. The desire to impose on our assertions the responsibility of satisfying relevant independent controls was certainly justified. 57 As Adorno put it, numerous stalwart assertions can be tested and refuted with the aid of strict investigations. 58 Likewise, the tendency to equate legitimate knowledge with a conception of the form of knowledge derived from the natural sciences also had some justification. In the 19th century the natural sciences appeared to be progressing at such a rapid rate and with such spectacular results that they seemed only to be burdened by metaphysical theories. These sciences were generally thought to be the most systematic source of the type of knowledge which could be utilized to liberate humanity from natural necessity, domination by the forces of nature and drudgery in work. 59 Much attention was focused, therefore, on the nature and methodology of natural science. Biology and with time physics, as the most developed, advanced, and prestigious natural sciences, increasingly took center stage. The other sciences, both natural and social, were regarded as poor seconds and less developed. However, it was generally assumed by the very late 19th century that all these other sciences essentially admitted of the same structure and procedure as physics and would eventually produce significant advances and benefits. On Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, with the 20th century, the moral impulse behind these developments faded and the developments themselves became increasingly destructive. The promises of a social science modeled on biology and/or physics had not been fulfilled. In fact, important questions in social theory, as well as various useful approaches to social phenomena, had been closed off. Capacities for a critical analysis of society were being undermined. In order to understand Horkheimer's and Adorno's opposition to the state of affairs, it is necessary to examine their critique of positivism in more detail and ask what they meant by positivism itself. Positivism is a term which is used to cover a range of philosophical positions. Hence it is often difficult to reach a clear understanding of the term's meaning. When Horkheimer and Adorno use it, they often refer to the logical positivism of the Vienna Circle, although this is not always stated with clarity. 60 From their employment of the term in this way, it can be inferred that as long as a philosophy adheres to some version of the following 5 tenets, it is, in their eyes, positivist. The tenets are: all synthetic knowledge is founded in sensory experience. Meaning is grounded in observation. Concepts and generalizations only represent the particulars from which they have been abstracted. Conceptual entities don't exist in themselves, they are mere names. Positivism is, normally, associated with nominalism. Sciences are unified according to the methodology of the natural sciences. The ideal pursuit is knowledge in the form of a mathematically formulated universal science deducible from the smallest possible number of axioms, a system which assures the calculation of the probable occurrence of all events. 61. Values are not facts, and hence values cannot be given as such in sense experience. Since all knowledge is based on sensory experience, value judgments cannot be accorded the status of knowledge claims. The goal of positivism is to construct an objective, empirical and systematic foundation for knowledge. Given the above 5 tenets, it follows that positivists would hold that the world is composed of facts, or sense data, or atoms. These facts are given directly, or indirectly, in sensory experience and are the only objects of knowledge. The world of immediate sensations, experiences, and perceptions appears, Horkheimer and Adorno noted, to be the ultimate foundation of knowledge. Its appearance as ultimate, however, belies its dependent and derivative status. 62 Observations, for example, do not merely present a copy of a given object world. The world of objects is always the world of our objects, of our interpretations. As Hegel noted, objects are always objects for us, the being for consciousness of an in itself. The given is mediated in many ways by consciousness. But the structure of the world given to us through consciousness is based, in turn, for Horkheimer and Adorno, on the inner historicality of consciousness itself, which is a result and product of the whole of social practice. 63 Marcuse agrees, facts are the work of the historical practice of man. As Lukács wrote in History and Class Consciousness, the desire to leave behind the immediacy of empirical reality, must not be allowed to become an attempt to abandon immanent, social, reality. To leave empirical reality behind can only mean that the objects of the empirical world are to be understood as aspects of a totality, i.e. as the aspects of a total social situation caught up in the process of historical change. 64. There are no social facts which constitute the substratum of social theory, as the positivists thought. Every facet of social reality can only be understood as an outcome of the continual interplay between moment, phase of, aspect of, totality, and totality. The structure of the social process conditions and determines both the place and function of every particular thing and the form in which it appears as an object of experience. Any given object can only be understood in the context, and in the light, of its conditions and relations. These do not appear in immediate experience but are important in the understanding and explanation of things. 65 Positivists fail to comprehend that the process of knowing cannot be severed from the historical struggle between humans and the world. Theory and theoretical labor are inextricably intertwined in social life processes. The theorist cannot remain detached, passively contemplating, reflecting, and describing society or nature. The structure of knowledge, and, therefore, of reality is as rigid for any positivist as for any dogmatist. Despite their criticisms of the rationalist claim that there are a range of propositions which cannot be contradicted by any experience, propositions concerning the rational nature of reason and reality, positivists posit a fixed structure of being. As Horkheimer put it, in principle, the whole world for positivists has its place in a fixed system. The statement that the correct form of all knowledge is identical with physics, that physics is the great unity of science in terms of which everything must be stated, posits certain forms as constant. Such an assertion constitutes a judgment a priori. 66. From the outset, positivism's unjustified judgment prejudices what is taken as the nature of the object of study. For example, the human subject is viewed as an isolated subject, a set of physical events like every other set. Adorno made a similar point when discussing the influence of positivism on methods in sociology. Certain methods, he argued, which are indebted to a positivist understanding of science, often stipulate in advance what is to be ascertained. 67 For instance, survey methods in opinion research all too often create, through the fixed selection of questions put to the individual or through the very generality of the questions, opinions where they do not exist, and an artificially limited range of responses. Frequently these opinions are then treated uncritically as objective accounts of subjective attitudes. The structure of the object is neglected in favor of what is taken as a general objective method. In this way opinion research both produces its own object and hypostatizes its results. 68 Rather than prescribing their objects, Adorno maintained, methods must be adequate to them. Despite the considerable differences between critical theory and phenomenology, Horkheimer's, Adorno's, and Marcuse's critique of the positivist concept of modern science parallels a number of points made by Husserl in The Crisis of European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology. 69 Some of the parallels they note. 70 A brief outline of Husserl's views and the similarities of opinion provide a useful aid to understanding Horkheimer and the others' position. In The Crisis, Husserl examined a model of science which makes two central claims: systematic observation is the medium for objective access to the world, the basic language of science is mathematics, and geometry. He sought to criticize the currents of thought that support the mathematization of nature and idealization of reality into a mathematical manifold, although it should be noted that this was not the main purpose of his book. 71 He objected to the typically unself-conscious presentation of quantified, ideational forms of nature as the only real and true forms. In a detailed discussion of the Galilean concept of science, he exposed the historicity of what is represented as pure or objective theory and method. He unfolded science's pre-scientific foundations in the life world, Lebenswelt, the world of human praxis, intentional activity, and everyday knowledge and beliefs. The Galilean notion of science retains, in the very structure and meaning of its concepts, the ultimate purpose which it was supposed to serve, a purpose which, Husserl argued, necessarily derives from the activity of the pre-scientific life world. 72 Science embodies the particular ends and values which aid the enhancement of practical interests and the discovery of new possibilities for the technical control of nature. 73 Modern science, according to Husserl, abstracts from the infinite world a form of knowledge capable of technical exploitation. It conceives its object domain in terms of geometric shapes and calculates the relationships between objects in mathematical formulae which allow precise measurement of motion and causality. But this picture is, ultimately, an abstraction from the concrete qualities of certain aspects of the life world. It is the result of the constitution of the world from, Husserl sometimes suggests, and often implies on Marcuse's reading of his work, one particular standpoint, that is, from the standpoint of an interest in controlling the environment, a Lebenswelt like a priori. 74 Once one possesses the formulae, Husserl noted, one possesses the foresight which is desired in practice to anticipate the regularities of the practical Lebenswelt and, therefore, to better coordinate it. However, the internal connections between science and life practice remain unacknowledged by modern science and positivist philosophy. The Ideenkleid, the ideational veil, of mathematics and mathematical physics represents and at the same time disguises the empirical reality and leads us to take for true being that which is only a method. 75 What is, in fact, only one approach and method appears as the sole mode in which reality can be disclosed. Husserl's analysis highlights, for Horkheimer, Adorno and Marcuse, the illusionary nature of modern science's claim to neutrality. The concern with exactness, calculability, and foresight predisposes science to seek knowledge of a particular type and form, namely knowledge suitable for prediction and, therefore, technical control. Legitimate by a positivist philosophy, it constitutes the world solely from this standpoint. As Husserl put it, modern science operates like a machine, reliable in accomplishing obviously very useful things, a machine everyone can learn to operate correctly without in the least understanding the inner possibility and necessity of this sort of accomplishment. 76 Thus the modern scientific project is seen to have, prior to the utilization of its findings, an inherently instrumental character. 77 Its a priori condition is its tie to a specific societal project, namely, the adaptation of nature to human purposes. Furthermore, The Frankfurt theorists agree with Husserl that this character implies that modern science has, when viewed from a positivist self-understanding, an inner core which it cannot account for or master. It is intrinsically impossible for the science to assess its own objectives, or the purposes for which it is employed. Since it regards the world as a domain of neutral objects, as one such object itself, it cannot even comprehend or assess itself, for it cannot reflect upon itself. Unable to explicate the foundations of systematic thought, it remains unaware of its own origin and application. As Marcuse wrote, scientific experience as well as pre-scientific experience are false, incomplete inasmuch as they experience as objective, material or ideational, what in reality is subject-object, objectivation of subjectivity. 78. Positivistic consciousness objectifies the social as well as the natural world, that is, it conceptualizes the world as a field of objects open to manipulation. Under this perspective, society is conceived, as Horkheimer and Adorno put it, as second nature. The social world is reified, socially created rules, conventions, and regularities are comprehended as natural, the ways things have been and always will be. Social institutions and processes are taken to follow the order of things. Social facts are given the status of natural facts. Historical laws are given the same status as natural laws. But these concepts of social life are inadequate to their object. Men and women are of nature but make history. Nature is not, in any parallel sense, made by them. As a result, history embodies the possibility of nature, through human beings, attaining self-consciousness. The laws of history cannot simply be equated with the laws of nature. The differences are vital. To be sure, one can speak of laws in history, for example the law of increasing concentration of capital, laws which seem natural, to which the individual is subjected. But these laws are tied to specific modes of human organization. They cannot be abstracted from the context and peculiarity of particular epochs. They change and can be changed. The historical relation between the movement of general social structures and individuals is not a constant. 79. For example, a society may be possessed, such that the individual is overpowered by objective mechanisms that operate with the necessity of natural physical laws. 80. Human agency, according to this account, can be reduced to a mere support, or a carrier, of general social structures. Frankfurt social theory in the late 1930s and early 1940s clearly implied that in capitalist societies this process of reduction was well underway. The prevalence of the law of exchange and the regimentation of opinion by the mass media etc., ensured that nearly everyone's behavior became regularized and compulsive. 81. If individuals wish to survive, they must adapt their lives to these processes and become agents and bearers of commodity exchange. Under these conditions, social interaction does appear to be governed by rigid laws. Positivists' reflections on the similarities of method appropriate for the examination of natural and social life contain, despite themselves, a certain truth. To the extent that the hardening of society reduces men increasingly to the condition of objects and transforms this condition into a second nature, there is no need to treat as sacrilegious those methods which are themselves a testimony to this very process. The unfreedom of the method serves the course of freedom by bearing silent witness to the unfreedom that prevails in reality. 82. But as soon as one hypostatizes the state of affairs, one is contributing willy-nilly to its perpetuation. 83. Instead of making the individual and the conditions under which he or she lives the object of critical reflection, positivist methods duplicate the reified consciousness of their object. In fact, they distort it through duplication itself. They give an ontological status to a specific historical relation between the particular and general, the individual and society. They abstract unjustifiably from the experience of a particular epoch a general view of the structure of the object of social science. As such, social reality is distorted on a number of accounts. There is an hypostatization of the immediately given, a fetishization of aspects of the social process, a freezing of the status quo, decontextualization of the particular, absence of understanding of the conditions under which anything can be said to exist, loss of insight into the total context to which a particular relates, and following from this, loss of the category of potentiality and possibility, the existing order is taken to exhaust all possible alternatives. The spell of a world which appears to be administered by a deus ex machina, the very medium for the realization of the domination of some people over others, can be broken by critical reflection and political practice. As long as society depends for its reproduction on the consciousness and everyday practices of human beings, the possibility exists of transforming social relations. Through reification, positivism forgets this. Hence, as Enlightenment, it returns to mythology, which it never really knew how to elude. 84. Through its adherence to the principle of the uniformity of nature, the positivistic concept of science represents nature as potential instrumentality. Its concept of legitimate knowledge restricts science's findings to a technical function. This technical character of the positivist conception of science is further analyzed by Horkheimer and Adorno in Dialectic of Enlightenment, and by Horkheimer and Adorno individually in many other writings, in terms of the positivist separation of fact and value. 85. Given this dichotomy, science can judge the efficiency of means for given ends, but it cannot contribute to the formation of an objective basis for values. However, the dichotomy is untenable on a number of grounds. First, the ideals of objectivity and value freedom are themselves values. The notion that a true judgment is better than a false one implies an evaluation. Value and value freedom are not separate, rather, they are contained in one another. 86. Second, in the name of its own view of science and rationality, positivism launches a critique of ideology aimed at rooting out competing theories which are supposedly value-laden and hence illegitimately used to justify scientific practice. But this form of critique is not, as positivists maintain, value-free. For it embodies a formal, means, and, rationality and centers its interests on efficiency and economy of means to given ends. In the name of value freedom, this criticism of ideologies dictates the value system for other modes of scientific practice. Science lends itself, on this account, to technical recommendations and has an inbuilt potential for becoming little more than a technical critique. The belief in the fact/value, theory/practice dichotomies has, within these terms of reference, paradoxical results. In the name of value freedom, a certain value orientation is championed to the exclusion of all others. In the name of a separation between theory and practice, a particular form of practice is sanctioned. Seemingly passive, contemplative reason masks an underlying level of committed reason. Not being open to rational investigation and solution, practical questions become the province of the private individual and in the end can be justified only by reference to a decision or a commitment of belief or faith. By confining rational decision procedures to those utilized by the natural sciences, positivists reduce ethics to decisionism and close off ultimate principles and values from the possibility of rational justification. As a result of their own presuppositions, positivists are prevented from recognizing these inconsistencies. 87. The effect on social theory of this hidden value commitment is a conceptualization of problems and alternative solutions which encourages the development of a technological rationality and mentality. Only those problems which are amenable to scientific, technological solutions are rationally decidable. Ultimate goals are supposedly not accessible to rational decision and therefore are beyond the control of science and rational dialogue. The grounding of science on instrumental reason ensures the technical applicability of its findings. With positivism, instrumental reason finds its most advanced stage of expression. But its advanced development entails moments of the severest regression. For its program of demythologizing the world reaches a reductio ad absurdum, positivism not only condemns to irrationality the process of adjudicating between values but also the whole process of conceptual thought itself. According to one of the most classical, but early, formulations of logical positivism, the meaning of statements is specified by the verifiability theory of meaning. Generally, The verifiability theory maintains that a statement is meaningful only if it is capable of a particular type of empirical verification. A statement's meaning is the mode of its verification. The question is, how is this principle to be justified? If empirically verifiable, and tautologous, assertions alone are thought to be meaningful, then in disagreement or debate about the concepts of meaning, science and truth must themselves contain meaningless statements. Philosophy becomes an impotent, meaningless sphere. The whole debate as to the status of science cannot take place within the terms of reference of the positivist program. The verifiability principle is inadequate for determining what may be justly called science and truth. 88 It guarantees positivism's inability to account for itself, let alone justify itself. If science is to be secure in its stand against obscurantism and mythology, philosophers must, Horkheimer argued, set up a criterion for the true nature of science. 89 Positivist philosophy of science is able to elucidate neither the conditions and limits of its own validity and method nor those of modern science. The Frankfurt theoreticians also rejected the place accorded to prediction by positivist philosophers. Within the positivist framework, all data can be classified with a view to predicting future facts and can be formulated as laws or law-like generalizations. A discipline worthy of the name science must proceed in a generalizing manner, testing generalizations made against experience. A scientific theory is tested by checking the validity of its law-like hypotheses. Since the logical structure of explanation is held to be identical with the logical structure of a prediction, tests are made by comparing the events expected with those observed. However, on Horkheimer's and Adorno's account, this manner of testing hypothesis is an insufficient test for theory. As Adorno put it, the cheap satisfaction that things actually come about in the manner which the theory of society has suspected ought not to delude the theoretician that he has penetrated society. 90 In fact, for Adorno, the theoretician has, in all likelihood, conflated social and natural processes and hypostatized a particular stage of development of society. Predictability, Horkheimer also asserted, does not lead to truth. Rather it highlights the extent to which social relations are relations of unfreedom. The more society takes the form of, and is perceived in, the categories of a second nature, the more it is shaped by the outcome of individual actions locked in relations of economic necessity, the more human agency is subjugated to laws of development, the easier it is to predict societal outcomes. 91 As Marcuse wrote, the less a society is rationally organized and directed by the collective efforts of free men, the more it will appear as, governed by inexorable laws. 92 From these views, it follows that critical theory cannot be empirically assessed, if assessment implies verification or falsification, solely by the success or failure of predictions. Critical theory is concerned to examine the particular historical conditions that gave the present its shape. It seeks to explicate the extraordinary range of human experience that cannot be assessed within the straitjackets of positivist, or, as we will see, interpretative, science. In refusing to dismiss the importance of a wide range of different types of experience, critical theory seeks to show the historically given potentiality for the expansion of realms of freedom. With positivism, science is no longer understood as one possible form of knowledge but is identified with knowledge as such. There is no mode of thought left which may criticize the conceptual forms and the structural patterns of science. 93 The consequences, Horkheimer maintained, a ghost-like and distorted picture of the world. 94 Positivism, restricted to a program of investigating observable particulars, cannot grasp the self-formative process of man as process. It hypostatizes the abstract concept of fact or datum. By declaring meaning to be revealed in sensory observation and in identifying, in the social sciences, legitimate scientific experience with the sensory observation of manifest and overt action, positivism closes off central aspects of social reality. It excludes from inquiry different meanings the subject-object might attach to his or her own actions. The way dimensions of social relations might be organized to avoid certain types of actions and the expression of certain types of interests, that is the mode in which relations of domination systematically exclude, Through ideology and repression, certain types of meaning, for example claims, demands, which might otherwise be present and thematized in everyday life. The possibility of things being otherwise than thus, an assessment of the potentiality of constrained and avoided actions being set free. Critical theory addresses itself directly to an investigation of these dimensions of the social world. It seeks to explicate human reality as a self-structured, self-unfolding, and contradictory whole. If it is to pursue its task successfully, it must proceed 1. Through the explication of the constitution of ideas in consciousness and interaction, in the dialectics of experience. 2. Through the analysis of the creation, maintenance, and change of people's intersubjective, historical concepts. 3. By refusing to ignore and smooth over contradictions and contradictory claims at the phenomenal level, in other words, it must observe and explain determinate and historical acts of negation and grasp the dynamic movement of the subject. 4. By leaving open the possibility of a critically reflexive understanding of history and tradition. It must not only accept the importance of an understanding of the meaning structure of tradition, but also recognize that tradition must not be idealized. For it might also embody interaction based on deception and distortion, ideology. The goal of such an approach is to be able to judge between competing accounts of reality and to expose realms of ideology. Within the terms of reference of critical theory, science and evaluation are united. One must be able to evaluate aspects of reality, of which ideology, myths, etc., are of course a part, in order to describe it accurately. A positivist approach cannot grasp this. It has no basis to come to terms with, or assess, competing frames of meaning. It bows to the existent as comprehended through its own epistemological and methodological strictures. The relapse of certain types of Marxism in the 20th century into positivistic philosophy testifies to the consequences of this surrender. By reducing ideas and cultural phenomena to the status of mere epiphenomena of physical events and by elevating natural necessity to the status of the foundation of all social phenomena, orthodox Marxism can legitimate quietism and the end of critical thinking. 95 The relation of the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom becomes purely quantitative and mechanical. The realization of freedom now depends on the necessary natural evolution of the forces of production which drive society onwards towards its highest stage of development. History must take its course. Thus the subject is denied an active role in the making of history. Class agencies, such as the party, are ascribed a limited facility for active intervention. The party can initiate policies which might accelerate and/or manage social change, but it cannot alter the direction of this change. As a result, technocracy becomes the appropriate mode for the consummation of history and technical success the only recognized standard of thinking. Instrumental action and knowledge determine the scope of just alternatives. Thus the legitimacy of a critical theory is threatened when reason is tied to instrumental rationality. In order to sustain their critique of positivism and positivist philosophy, the Frankfurt theorists had to elaborate their own notions of reason, objectivity, and truth. The rejection of positivism required the development of alternative philosophical and social foundations. There are important differences in the approach and style of Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse to these issues. 6. Horkheimer's formulation of critical theory, epistemology and method. 1. The following 3 chapters are devoted to a reconstruction of Horkheimer's, Adorno's, and Marcuse's positions with respect to epistemology and method. What is a critical theory? How is it justified? What is its structure? In seeking answers to questions such as these, it will be seen that each of the Frankfurt theorists elaborated a different and original position. Under Max Horkheimer, the Institute of Social Research was oriented to develop social theory on an interdisciplinary basis. He wanted theory to benefit both from the reflective capacity of philosophy and the rigorous procedures of the individual sciences. From his inaugural address onward, he stressed the necessity of forging a new unity between philosophy and science, science and criticism, fact and value. There are a number of different ways of gaining further insight into this approach. One of the most fruitful is through Horkheimer's understanding and assessment of Hegel. Hegel. Horkheimer accepted and sought to re-express Hegel's critique of Kant on many occasions in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung. He found in Hegel's thought, with its emphasis on historical process and change, a great deal of promise. He always distanced himself, however, from Hegel's philosophy of history. Commenting on Hegel's reflections on his own system, Horkheimer argued that Hegel forgets a very definite part of experience. The view that this system is the completion of truth conceals from him the meaning of the time-bound interest which influences the individual dialectical presentations as regards the direction of thought, the choice of material and the use of names and words, and which turns his attention from the fact that his conscious and unconscious partiality vis-a-vis the questions of life must necessarily become operative as constitutive elements of his philosophy. Point 2. Horkheimer accepted important parts of Marx's critique of Hegel. The question is, what is retrieved from Hegel's work? Conversely, what does Horkheimer reject in Hegel's program? Horkheimer contended that a critique of knowledge, presented as a dialectical critique of ideology, must locate all thought in its historical context, uncover its rootedness in human interests and yet, itself, avoid relativism and be distinguished from scepticism. Point 3. He accepted the Hegelian idea of a critique of forms of thought, as exemplified by the phenomenology of mind, but rejected Hegel's systematic intention, the mapping out of the nature and range of all forms of consciousness. In making these distinctions, Horkheimer stressed the centrality of the governing principle of dialectical thought, Hegel's concept of determinate, bestimmt, negation. This governing principle Hegel called the soul of the dialectic. It is a notion which manifests itself throughout Hegel's writings and is one of the major modes in which the dynamics of the dialectic is specified. At the beginning of the phenomenology of mind, the subject, and thereby also reason, is conceived as a stable entity, independent of its object domain. The realm of real objects is defined in opposition to consciousness. Hegel claimed this state of affairs to be unstable, for reason discovers that its posited separateness from the object world cannot be sustained. It discovers itself behind the objects, the world qua known is generated from its own constitutive practice. In this process of discovery, new conceptions of both subject and object emerge and hence new oppositions. The process whereby consciousness attempts to come to terms with the world around it involves continuous negation, that is, continuous criticism and reconstruction of the knowledge of subject and object and of their relation to one another. The development of consciousness through determinate negation consists precisely in the experience of surmounting old forms of consciousness and in incorporating these moments into a new reflective attitude. Hegel sought to show how the identity of phenomena cannot be separated from history and, in the last analysis, from the genesis of the subject. The world as we understand and interpret it changes with the development of the subject. But any determinate thing, or concept of a thing, or any finite perspective, is not thereby dismissed out of hand. Rather, as Horkheimer pointed out, through the cognition of the conditional nature of every view or perspective, and the rejection of the claim on its part to unlimited truth, limited knowledge is not at all destroyed, but is taken up as limited, one-sided, and isolated into the total system of truth. Point 4. For Hegel, then, the critique of knowledge seeks to reveal the essential boundedness, limitedness, isolatedness, etc. of concepts and complexes of concepts through their progressive incorporation into the total picture of the whole. Point 5. The result is not the simple negation of each such view. The recognition of the conditional nature of knowledge, its partiality, does not lead to scepticism or relativism. Instead it leads, at least on Horkheimer's reading of Hegel, to the preservation of each notion, view, or perspective as a moment of truth. Point 6. In his essay Montaigne and the Function of Scepticism, published in 1938, Horkheimer argued that Hegel's judgment about the relation between dialectical theory and scepticism should be regarded as definitive. Point 7. The dialectic contains sepsis in itself insofar as it shows the one-sided, limited, and transitory in particular representations and opinions. 8. It differentiates itself from scepticism, however, inasmuch as it does not consider incomplete or partial views as simply null and void. Rather, it finds in them a limited validity. 9 The result is not the view that one can forget everything because it is valueless, as it were the emptiness of consciousness as ideal, but the whole process of thought with all its assertions, analyses, limitations, etc., within which not only particular views are taken up, but in which are also recognized the real relationships in all their relativity and temporariness. 10. Ultimately, for Hegel, the true is the whole, and the whole, Horkheimer argued, is not something other than the parts in their determinate structure, the whole process of thought which contains in itself all limited representations in the consciousness of their limitedness. 11. What distinguishes the dialectical method is its recognition of the insufficiencies and imperfections of finished systems of thought. The dialectical method is a critical method, for it reveals incompleteness where completeness is claimed. It embraces that which is in terms of that which is not, and that which is real in terms of potentialities not yet realized. Through continuous criticism and reconstruction, however, the partiality of perspectives can be progressively overcome. For Hegel, every point of view has a place in the unfolding of the universal, absolute idea, the final transcendence of all subject-object differentiation. The closer our knowledge comes to this limit, the closer it is to truth. But Horkheimer cannot ground a materialist critique on Hegel's comprehensive system. Hegel's philosophy, consonant with the innermost effort of his own thought, has to be superseded, as Marcuse put it, not by substituting for reason some extra-rational standards, but by driving reason itself to recognize the extent to which it is still unreasonable, blind, the victim of unmastered forces. 12 To the extent that the dialectic is embedded in an idealist system, it must be recast and itself determinately negated. As Horkheimer wrote, with Hegel the complete theory is no longer integrated into history, there is an all-enclosed, all-embracing, umgreifend thinking, the product of which is no longer abstract and changeable. The dialectic is concluded or closed, complete, abgeschlossen. 13. Although Horkheimer rejected Hegel's concluded concept of history, his philosophy of history and identity theory, it was his intention to preserve central aspects of the dialectic. He sought to defend Hegel's insight into the knowing process, the critique of forms of knowledge and the dynamism and fluidity of history against, on the one hand, an empiricist rejection of Hegel's approach and, on the other, the attempts of certain orthodox Marxists of the Second and Third Internationals simply to invert Hegel's system and to equate Marxism with an evolutionary determinism. In contradistinction to these Marxists and to Hegel, of course, Horkheimer formulated the dialectic, the materialist dialectic, as the unconcluded dialectic, unabgeschlossen dialectic. The recognition that prevailing conditions are transitory and limited does not mean, Horkheimer held, that they will necessarily be overcome by a more complete or perfect state of affairs. He rejected all notions of a predetermined abolition and overcoming of contradictions. Progress is not guaranteed in history, it depends on the productive and reproductive practices of historically acting subjects. History gives rise to a number of contradictions and a number of modes of resolving them. When and how imminent possibilities will be actualized is not an issue that theory alone can resolve. It is a practical question. The materialistic dialectic is unabgeschlossen. Furthermore, objective reality can never be identical with, or fully grasped by, people's concepts. An isolated and completable theory of reality is simply inconceivable. 14 In accord with Marx, Horkheimer argued, there is no complete picture of reality, neither according to essence or appearance. Even the very idea of a subject, who can grasp all, is a delusion. Moreover, neither does the overcoming of the one-sidedness of abstract concepts lead in the art of dialectical constructs construction, as Hegel believes, to absolute truth. It always occurs in the thought of particular historical men. 15. Thought can never gain an overview of history as a pre-given totality. The central claims of identity theories, whether idealist or materialist, purporting to have insight into an essential nature which underlies the past as well as the future, are criticized as entailing an ahistorical perspective. 16 Genuine materialism does not build up supertemporal concepts and abstract from the differences introduced by time. 17 One might form complexes of concepts of events and periods of history, but these are not to be interpreted as the ground of history in its totality. Thus, for example, Horkheimer argued, the scientific idea of man, as well as nature which is known and to be known by science, are elements in the dynamism of history and will play a role even in the future. But they themselves are determined and altered by the total process, just as much as they in turn determine and alter it. The application, therefore, of definitions constructed in the context of the contemporary situation, or, what comes to the same thing, the contemporary signification of these concepts, can someday become meaningless. 18. For Horkheimer, society is a totality which is continuously restructuring itself. As a consequence, the idea of a social absolute, a complete or perfect state of social phenomena, is criticized. The claim that there is an absolute order and an absolute demand made upon men always presupposes a claim to know the whole, the totality of things, the infinite. But if our knowledge is in fact not yet final, if there is an irreducible tension between concept and being, then no proposition can claim the dignity of perfect knowledge. Knowledge of the infinite must itself be infinite, and a knowledge which is admittedly imperfect is not a knowledge of the absolute. 19. In classical idealist metaphysics, concept and object are held to be identical. Horkheimer, on the other hand, maintained that there is an irreducible tension between concept and object, and thus that there exists a critical weapon of defense against belief in the infinity of the Mindgeist. 20 There is an ever-present tension between the object as known and the object's actuality and development. Critical theory seeks to examine and assess this tension. Feuerbach, Marx, and Materialism. Feuerbach's critique of philosophy and theology, with its emphasis on the human origin of all philosophical and theological categories, represented, for Horkheimer, a crucial turning point in the attempt to dislodge the dialectic from its idealist form. In particular, Horkheimer shared Feuerbach's stress on material human existence as the ground or foundation of all consciousness. For Feuerbach, it was not the absolute, that is, abstract spirit which determined the cognitive process, but the whole essence, Wesen, of humanity. 21 Reality is constituted by human beings in their sensible existence, that is, through their sensibility, Sinnlichkeit, through their consciousness of their needs, wants and interests, rooted in particular physical and social conditions. Feuerbach's philosophy was, however, just the beginning of important developments in the philosophy of materialism. As Hegel had failed to adequately concretize his concepts, so too had Feuerbach. The sensibility which Feuerbach takes as the domain of the dialectic is insufficiently differentiated as various types of social and political practice. 22 Feuerbach's awareness of concrete human activity was undeveloped. The concept of man which he claimed as the subject of the knowing process was an hypostatization of the dynamics of that subject. It was left to Marx to thoroughly expose this. Marx decisively advanced the doctrine of materialism. From his early writings onward, it became possible to conceive of the subject as man of a definite historical epoch, and of the relation of human beings to nature and to each other in terms of their transformative, world-structuring activity. 23 The central importance of Marx's notion of praxis is emphasized. Thereby, reality is understood as constructed by practice. It can never be broken down into neatly separable subjective and objective elements. 24 But this does not mean that it is arbitrarily produced by human will. From a materialistic perspective, reality is a process of interaction between society and nature, freedom and necessity, already existent and emerging cultures. 25 The human and material are themselves derived from concrete situations of historical human activity. 26 As a corollary of this position, Horkheimer argued that while materialists must acknowledge as real what is given in sense experience, they must not absolutize sensation. The requirement that everything manifest itself through the senses does not mean that the senses do not change in the historical process or that they are to be regarded as fixed cornerstones of the world. If the evidence of sense experience is part of the grounds for existential judgments, such experiences are far from identical with the constant elements in the world. Point 27. While sense experience is a crucial basis of knowledge, it is conditioned and changeable. It is a product of the structure of human activities in various societies, and of culture and theory. Point 28. What people see depends on how life is produced and interpreted. Cognition is always the cognition of particular men and women, in particular social relations within a particular society. Materialism, Horkheimer maintained, challenges every claim to the autonomy of thought. Point 29. All factors in the total societal process are held to be in the process of movement. This includes the relation of parts to whole. Point 30. Through the constant interaction and development of parts, whether they be individuals, social classes, or institutions, the whole also changes, realizing some of the possibilities given in prior stages. This conception of the whole implies, as Bertel Ollman has written about dialectical and materialist conceptions of the totality, that flux and interaction, projected back into the origins of the present and forward into its possible future, are the chief distinguishing characteristics of the world. 31. It is a consequence of this view, Horkheimer argued, that there is no general formula for handling the interaction of the forces which must be taken into account in particular theories. The formula must be searched out in each case. 32. For example, in the understanding of a theory itself, we must grasp the relation between subject and object, part and whole, particular and universal, historically. We must grasp the interplay of both aspects, the human and the extra-human, the individual and the classifiable, the methodological and the substantive, and not separate any of these, as realities, from the others. 33. There is no linear path from ignorance to knowledge. We may posit the existence of the totality and may strive toward knowledge of it, but its terms are not constants and so it can never be made fully transparent. The image of a knowing process involving the simple realities knowledge and object is an hypostatization of abstract significations. 34. The structure of critical theory. Every thought, idea, and particular is interwoven with the whole societal life process. Critical theory, in spite of its efforts to reflect the object in its manifold forms of development, depends in its every step on particular historical conditions. 35. Its content is ever changing. There are no general criteria for critical theory as a whole, for such criteria always depend on a repetition of events and thus on a self-reproducing totality. 36. The sociological radicalism, however, raises questions as to the logical structure of critical theory. In his essay on the problem of truth, Horkheimer contended that a dialectical theory which has given up the metaphysical character of finality, the solemnity of a revelation, becomes itself a transitory element bound up with the destiny of men. The unconcluded dialectic does not, however, lose the stamp of truth. In fact, the uncovering of limitedness and one-sidedness in one's own and in others' thought, constitutes an important aspect of the intellectual process. The abstract reservation that one day a justified critique of one's own epistemic situation will be put into play, that it is open to correction, expresses itself among materialists not in a tolerance for contradictory opinions or even in a skeptical indecision, but in a watchfulness against one's own error and in the mobility of thought. The theory which we see as right may one day disappear because the practical and scientific interests which played a role in its conceptual development, and more importantly the things and conditions to which it referred, have disappeared, but a later correction does not mean that an earlier truth was an earlier untruth. The dialectic freed from the idealist illusion overcomes the contradiction between relativism and dogmatism. While it does not presume that the progress of critique and determination will end with its own standpoint, it in no way gives up the conviction that its knowledge, in the total context to which its concepts and judgments refer, is valid not only for individuals or groups but simply valid, i.e., that opposed theories are false. 37. But how are the relationships between theory and practice, fact and value, etc., conceived to avoid scepticism or relativism? To what concept of truth does critical theory appeal? Horkheimer's responses to these questions are complex. It should be said from the outset that his positions are not always consistent and that they changed over time. I will focus my analysis on his works written during the most productive period of the Institute, 1930 to 1945, although reference will be made to his later writings. During this period his position contained, at least, three elements. First, there is the idea of a critique of ideology which he took to be similar in structure to Marx's critique of capitalist commodity production and exchange. Second, there is a stress on the importance of methodical research in an interdisciplinary context. Third, there is an emphasis on the central role of praxis in the ultimate verification of theories. Each of these requires comment. The critique of ideology. Horkheimer maintained that there is an hiatus between concept and object, word and thing. These are interdependent but irreducible aspects of the total societal process. On his account, it is as false to reduce spirit, or culture, to nature as it is nature to spirit. The hypostatization of either of these polarities is, likewise, a mistake. Philosophical concepts like nature and spirit become inadequate, empty, and false when they are abstracted from the total context in which they are embedded, the processes through which they have been obtained. 38. The assumption of an ultimate duality is also therefore inadmissible. The two poles cannot be reduced to a monistic principle, yet their duality too must be largely understood as a product. 39. These ideas provide the foundation for understanding central aspects of Horkheimer's idea of truth. Critical theory aims to assess the breach between ideas and reality. The method of procedure is immanent criticism. 40 Immanent criticism confronts the existent, in its historical context, with the claim of its conceptual principles, in order to criticize the relation between the two and thus transcend them. 41 For example, following Marx, Horkheimer argued that there is a contradiction between the bourgeois order's ideas and reality, between its words and deeds. The bourgeois social order places the great universal ideals, justice, equality, and freedom, at the center of its political and moral philosophy. It claims to put universality into practice by creating the conditions for free and just exchange. The commodity or market system is held to create a dynamic equilibrium between demand and supply, utility and disutility, individual interests and scarce resources, etc. It is held to be the most efficient and fairest mode of satisfying individual needs and wants. Its universalistic principles are, however, negated in practice. Through the immanent critique of capitalism, there is a transformation of the concepts that thoroughly dominate the economy into their opposites, fair exchange into a deepening of social injustice, a free economy into the domination of monopolies, productive labor into the strengthening of relations which hinder production, the maintenance of society's life into the impoverishment Verelendung of the peoples. 42. But the process of changing concepts into their opposites is not just an abstract and logical process. The method must be adequate to the object. The commodity economy, it is contended, reveals its own inherent negativity. Its development contradicts its own claims about itself and about what is possible. From this perspective, Horkheimer felt he could argue that the further bourgeois society moves from keeping its revolutionary promise of justice, equality, and freedom, the more it can be said to fail against its own standards. The ideology of liberal capitalism, which preached a harmony between egotistical individual interest and societal progress, conceals the negative dialectic, that the masses, by means of their own work, produce a reality which enslaves them to an increasing degree and threatens them with every kind of suffering. 43. Social theory, developed through immanent criticism, is concerned to investigate aspects of the social world in the movement of its development. It starts with the conceptual principles and standards of an object, and unfolds their implications and consequences. Then it re-examines and reassesses the object's function, for instance, in light of these implications and consequences. Critique proceeds, so to speak, from within and hopes to avoid, thereby, the charge that its concepts impose irrelevant criteria of evaluation on the object. As a result, a new understanding of the object is generated, a new comprehension of contradictions and possibilities. Thus, the original image of the object is transcended and the object itself is brought partly into flux. To re-express the point in Horkheimer's own language, the social investigator observes an object that is a unity of identity and difference, a unity of opposites that contains within itself contradictions. The object's view of itself is contradicted by its effective actuality. Through reflection and critique, it can become aware of its own limitations, that is, that it fails by its own standards. Through this awareness it develops and becomes open to radical change. In confronting the existent with the claims of its own conceptual principles, critical theory retains the principle of negation as the mainstay of its approach. The truths to be drawn out are primarily negations. But a critique of ideology based on immanent criticism derives a certain positive character by pointing to the limits and, therefore, the closed-off possibilities, immanent in the existing order. Negation plays a crucial role. The negation is double-edged, a negation of the absolute claims of prevailing ideology and of the brash claims of reality. Philosophy developed as critical theory takes existing values seriously but insists that they become parts of a theoretical whole that reveals their relativity. Inasmuch as subject and object, word and thing, cannot be integrated under present conditions, we are driven, by the principles of negation, to attempt to salvage relative truths from the wreckage of false ultimates. 44. It should be noted that Horkheimer does not imply that the understanding of negativity in existing social life is coextensive with the praxis of freedom. The practice of reflection and critique is a necessary but by no means sufficient condition for the overcoming of particular historical situations. To assume this would be to confound true philosophy with the idealistic interpretation of history, and to lose sight of the core difference between the ideal and the real, between theory and practice. 45. Therefore, there is a gap between theory and practice, precisely that which must be filled by a conscious, revolutionary politics. Early Horkheimer. Only such a practice can create the conditions of real material freedom. By disclosing contradictions in the social totality, especially those between the existent and ideology, critical theory, Horkheimer held, can contribute to the development of this practice. Ideologies, on this account, are not to be confused with the necessarily limited and conditioned validity of propositions. The conditional nature of a proposition and ideology are two quite different things. The limit of what we may rightly call ideology is always set by the present state of affairs and our knowledge. Insight into the historically conditioned nature of a proposition or general perspective is never identical with the proof that it is ideological. Rather, for this there is needed understanding of its societal function. 46. Whether or not ideas and modes of cognitively appropriating reality are ideological, depends on their roles and functions in particular historical contexts. Individual, or sets of, claims, perspectives, and philosophies can be regarded as ideological if they conceal or mask social contradictions on behalf of a dominant class or group. For example, forms of consciousness are ideological insofar as they claim to represent generalizable interests but conceal the particular and sectarian interests of the ruling class, or insofar as they maintain that societal outcomes represent natural ones, when they are the result of particular constellations of social relations, or insofar as they glorify the social situation as harmonious, when it is, in fact, conflict-ridden. Ideologies are not, however, merely illusions. They are embodied and manifested in social relations. The ahistorical and asocial character of certain kinds of interpretation of social life may itself be a reflection of the transformation of social relations into impersonal and reified forms. Ideologies can express modes of existence. Therefore, ideologies are often also packages of symbols, ideas, images, and theories through which people experience their relation to each other and the world. The degree to which ideologies mystify social relations or adequately reflect distorted social relations, but thereby mystify the possibility of non-distorted social relations, is a question for inquiry in particular cases and contexts. While critical theory aims to expose and thematize contradictions between society's performance and legitimating ideologies, this does not imply, on Horkheimer's view, any dogmatism as to moral principle. Social theory may be able to circumvent a skeptical spurning of value judgments without succumbing to normative dogmatism. This may be accomplished by relating social institutions and activities to the values they themselves set forth as their standards and ideals. If subjected to such an analysis, the social agencies most representative of the present pattern of society will disclose a pervasive discrepancy between what they actually are and the values they accept. To take an example, the media of public communication, radio, press, and film, constantly profess their adherence to the individual's ultimate value and his inalienable freedom, but they operate in such a way that they tend to forswear such values by fettering the individuals to prescribed attitudes, thoughts, and buying habits. The ambivalent relation between prevailing values and the social context forces the categories of social theory to become critical and thus to reflect the actual rift between the social reality and the values it posits. Point 47. The activities of a social institution can be investigated in light of its avowed aims and ends without the acceptance of these aims and ends as valid. But the categories and concepts of critical theory are not simply descriptive. Through immanent criticism they come alive and enter an indictment of society, Marcuse. Thus, there is a unification of science and criticism. The standards upon which critique is founded are always culture and time-bound. This fact, however, does not prevent adoption of a grounded critical stance. It does not imply, Horkheimer contended, radical relativism. Rather it implies the recognition that justified positions for critique will not be justified for all time, and will not have the same connotation for all time. Such standards and values are relative to certain contexts but, nevertheless, can, within these, be objective. As a consequence, the original and classical notion of truth, the adequation of name and thing, can be preserved. Point 48. Through immanent criticism and its central vehicle, negation, things can be called by their right names. Point 49. The importance of immanent criticism is emphasized also in the work of Adorno and Marcuse. They share a commitment to certain of the above methodological tenets, although they develop them in different ways. They all agree, furthermore, on one central point, that is, that in developing the methods of immanent criticism they are developing a key element of Marx's method. This view is illustrated most clearly in Adorno's writings and will be discussed in the following chapter. Interdisciplinary research. Throughout his essays in the 1930s, Horkheimer maintained that although theories and methods are always, to be understood as, embedded in historical and societal processes, every theoretical claim must submit itself to, or subordinate itself to, the results of relevant, individual empirical sciences. Critical theory must ensure a congruence with the most advanced traditional theories. Although the term traditional theory carries a pejorative connotation for Horkheimer, this type of theory, he held, uncritically affirms society by treating, for example, social phenomena as if they had the qualities of given and unchanging forms. He recognized that it often provides ideas of interest, ideas which should be critically appropriated. The limitations and one-sidedness of the individual, empirical sciences are to be superseded not by rejecting out-of-hand experiences won through methodical research, but by reconstructing and reinterpreting their works in the total context to which their concepts and judgments refer. Conventional criteria specifying standards of adequacy for scientific theory and research, for example, logical consistency, methodological clarity, reproducibility of results or intersubjective validity, capacity to explain problems and issues other theories and modes of procedure cannot account for, are to be respected. This respect, however, is not to be taken as implying any unremitting and exclusive attention to given, individual facts as the sole basis of generating knowledge. It must not exclude systematic reflection, employing philosophical, theoretical, and interdisciplinary perspectives, on the nature of the phenomena under scrutiny. The gulf between the individual social sciences and critical theory is to be overcome by distinguishing between two interrelated but distinct phases of investigation, the processes representation or presentation, Darstellungsweise, and research, Forschung. All the relevant concepts, definitions, and propositions advanced on the basis of available scientific experience must be heeded. These concepts form an essential part of the material for the comprehension of socio-historical events. But in the context of the process of representation, i.e. theoretical reconstruction, they are taken up and reinterpreted. As a result, they obtain a new meaning in a larger frame of concepts and theories. Concepts gain new functions, senses, and referents. Their new character contradicts the abstract, the partial and one-sided, context within which they arose and were previously understood. Representation can, Horkheimer contended, relocate an analysis of a part, a something, in the context of totality. Particular perspectives constituted by particular standpoints are to find their place in the reconstruction of the whole carried out by a philosophically astute, interdisciplinary program. 50 Only after this work is done can the real movement of history be adequately characterized. In the early days of the Institute there was, in fact, a remarkable homology between the organizational structure of the Institute and this methodological framework. 51 Horkheimer, as director, often saw himself as the synthesizer of the findings of the research conducted under the Institute's auspices. In a short article published in 1941, Horkheimer asserted that critical theory can, in the final analysis, only arrive at adequate categories for the understanding of society inductively. This appears to represent a change in his position, although his notion of induction is not the traditional one. For Horkheimer, following the influence of Walter Benjamin, induction suggests a method of examining the universal within the particular, not above or beyond it, for society is a system in the material sense that every single social field or relation contains and reflects, in various ways, the whole itself. 52 Critical social research should delve deeper and deeper into the particular and discover the universal law therein. To the extent that the historical totality can be grasped, it is a result of detailed theoretical and empirical investigation of particular social phenomena. 53 Instead of moving from one particular to another and then to the heights of abstraction, the proposal seems to be that supportive evidence for theory can only be uncovered by analyzing, in an interdisciplinary context, the way in which particular phenomena are mediated, that is, the way in which they are formed and their identities sustained in interdependence with other phenomena. The claims of immanent criticism must be assessed in this context. Theory and practice. The third element in Horkheimer's writings on the essential features of critical theory emphasizes the central role of praxis in the ultimate verification of theories. The assessment and confirmation of ideas which relate to people and society is said to depend on historical struggles. This idea is best understood with reference to Marx's work. In the first of the theses on Feuerbach, Marx summarized his critical stance with respect to materialism and idealism. The chief defect of all materialism up to now, including Feuerbach's, is that the object, reality, what we apprehend through our senses, is understood only in the form of the object or of contemplation Anschauung, but not as sensuous human activity, as practice, not subjectively. Hence in opposition to materialism the active side was developed abstractly by idealism, which of course does not know real sensuous activity as such. 54. Marx interpreted sensuous human activity in juxtaposition with the abstract side of idealism. In the second thesis on Feuerbach, he pointed to the epistemological import of this category, the dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. The question is a practical one, man must prove the truth, i.e. the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking in practice. 55 The suggestion appears to be that theory is tested and verified in and through practice. Marx's historical materialism entails a rejection of objectivism and subjectivism. For him social reality is neither something wholly outside of the subject nor is it simply a creation of human thought. Rather, reality is conceived as formed and constructed through practice and labor. Through practice and labor the human species synthesizes and alters the material world and thereby transforms nature qua known as well as itself. The objects of human perception are themselves the products of the self-generative and self-formative activity of the species. What we understand by nature or the human species changes over time as both are actively transformed. The process of knowing cannot be separated from historical being. But, as Marx often suggested, history is not made as actors might consciously and immediately wish. Circumstances exist, generated prior to any given instance of history in the making, which condition the social act and limit the extent to which any coordinated action may be fully explained as the pursuit of rational ends. Reality impinges upon, constrains individuals, it remains something seemingly non-human, objectified and reified. This situation, however, can be altered. While it cannot be changed by the subject simply appropriating its other, people can come to understand how society operates, understand it as a social product, and understand that it is open to transformation. What is true of the existing order need not be true of the next. But more than this, Marx argued, for true consciousness to exist, not only must consciousness grasp reality, but reality must be changed so that it no longer, through the production of ideology, systematically distorts consciousness. For this to be achieved, a genuinely free life must be created, that is, one in which, at least on one reading of Marx, the fundamental, unfulfilled potentiality contained in human beings is realized. Of course, whether or not such a life can be achieved is not a question that can be decided independently of practice. As Marx put it in his speech to the Second Congress of the Communist International, we must know two widespread errors. Revolutionaries sometimes try to prove that there is absolutely no way out of the crisis. This is a mistake. There is no such thing as an absolutely hopeless situation. To try to prove in advance that there is absolutely no way out of the situation would be sheer pedantry, or playing with concepts and catchwords. Practice alone can serve as real proof in this and similar questions. Point 56. Horkheimer's position could claim to be an extension of this view. He refused to ground critical theory outside of the historical process. Throughout his Zeitschrift essays he refers to a type of historico-practical confirmation. For example, he wrote, "It is not history which takes care of the correction and further determination of the truth, so that the knowing subject would only have to look and see, rather the truth is carried forward insofar as the men who have it stand firm by it, apply and support it, act according to it, bring it to power against all resistance from regressive, limited, one-sided standpoints. The process of knowledge involves real historical willing and acting as well as experiencing and conceiving. The latter cannot progress without the former." Point 57. For Horkheimer there is no objective reality which social theorists can passively reflect upon. The social theorist is at every moment a part of the societal process analyzed as well as its potential critical self-awareness. Theory is intertwined with history. Its concepts and categories refer to the development and formation of social relations, practical human activities and historical struggles. Therefore, if a theory is correct, this will be indicated in history. It will be confirmed in so far as men who have it, bring it to power. Praxis is, on Horkheimer's account, an historical, political and epistemological category. The point was made clearly in an essay published in 1935. The verification and confirmation of ideas, which relate to men and society, does not consist in laboratory experiments or in the search for documents, but in historical struggles, in which conviction itself plays an essential role. The false view that the present is harmonious forms a moment in the renewal of disharmony and downfall, itself becoming a factor in its own practical refutation. The correct theory of the prevailing circumstances, the teaching of the deepening of the crisis and of the imminence of catastrophes are, to be sure, constantly confirmed in full detail, but the picture of a better order which is inherent in won't in it and by means of which the claim for the evil Schlechtigkeit of the present is oriented, the imminent representation of mankind and its possibilities, is determined, corrected and confirmed in the course of historical struggles. 58. In the same essay Horkheimer stated bluntly, truth inheres in and is a moment of correct practice. 59. This description of critical theory gives rise to a number of further questions. If all knowledge is regarded as culture and time-bound, and if cognitive processes are understood as a moment, aspect or phase, of practice, the question arises, as previously stated, as to how we can demarcate valid and true knowledge. Horkheimer argued that it is in historical struggles that ideas and theories are tested. But truth, he wrote, is not carried forward by just any social group. The groups he pointed to were said to be progressive. The value of a theory is not decided alone by the formal criteria of truth. The value of a theory is decided by its connection with the tasks, which in the particular historical moment are taken up by progressive social forces. But not even this value is immediately valid for the whole of mankind, but in the first instance only for those groups which are interested in the tasks. 60. How can this notion be justified? In what sense are tasks of particular social groups and classes progressive? Horkheimer's view appears to be that the struggles of social groups are progressive to the extent that they carry forward, through correct practices, the truth. Truth is a moment of correct practice. But if his position is to avoid circularity, then the question becomes, how can correct practices, the practices that critical theory might be grounded upon, be distinguished from partial or sectarian practices and interests which, he claimed, underlie ideological theories? 61. While all thought and theory is tied to human interests, critical theory, Horkheimer argued, expresses and is guided by a particular practical interest, an interest in the emancipation of men and women from the constraints of class society and domination in all its forms. Despite all its insights into individual steps and the agreement of its elements with those of the most advanced traditional theories, critical theory has no specific instance for itself other than its inherent interest in the supersession of class domination. 62. This is not a sectarian interest but rather, on his account, a generalizable interest, the interest of the general public, Allgemeinheit. 63. In the early 1930s Horkheimer emphasized that a materialistic and critical theory, in the formation of its categories, concepts, and in all phases of its development, makes this general interest its own. During these years, he was particularly concerned to show how in a class society, or in a society dominated by a despotic, political group, the general interest cannot be fulfilled because individual autonomy is negated in practice. He clarified the seemingly paradoxical nature of this position as follows. Conventional capitalist social relations depend on, among other things, the freedom of the individual to pursue certain self-defined goals and interests. The importance of individual choice is at the very center of bourgeois theory and practice. 64. The progress of society is said to depend on the interaction of divergent wants and interests in a free market. To this idea belongs a fundamental principle of liberalism, that the individual, pursuing his own interests, at the same time automatically serves the common interest of the whole. 65. Horkheimer refers to these notions as the doctrine of individualism. Under the conditions of capitalist production and exchange, people are conditioned to work for themselves. The individual is the focus of all existence. But the individual's subjectivity is both emphasized and denied. It is emphasized because the individual, freed from the political bondages of feudalism, has become free to buy or sell on the market, the fine instrument of social organization. The individual's success becomes a guideline for judging right and wrong. Practical success becomes both the sign and reward of individual development. 66. The individual's subjectivity is denied because he or she is isolated in the context of buying and selling. Exchange processes are the mode in which individuality is organized. The pursuit of self-interest becomes synonymous with the pursuit of material interests. 67. Within the context of the bourgeois order, the liberal defense of individual freedom becomes ideology. It masks sectional interests, the interests of the bourgeois class. The reproduction of this state of affairs is held to be a result, in the system of private property, of the principle that individuals should look out for themselves. 68 But the efforts of nearly all individuals in competitive isolation are self-defeating. The single-minded pursuit of economic gain and profit, ultimately, negates individual self-interests. At the center of this view, the view, that is, of the young Horkheimer, is an agreement with Marx's analysis of the commodity economy. 69 The endeavors of individuals, structured by the wage-labor/capital relation, result in exploitation, impoverishment, unemployment, inflation, and crises. Thus, on the one hand, society is created and changed by the labor of individuals in given social relations. But on the other hand, it takes on a dynamic of its own. Society becomes the world of capital. The competitive relation between individuals creates a blind and anarchistic, Marx, process of societal development which is increasingly beyond the individual's control. This is true for entrepreneurs as well as proletarians. At the heart of the freedom and seeming originality of the entrepreneur, is adaptation to a social situation in which mankind does not control its own destiny, subjection to a purposeless process instead of rational regulation of it, dependence on an irrational condition of society which one must try to profit by instead of shaping it in its totality. It is not their boasted inner decision that motivates the apparently free entrepreneurs but a soulless economic dynamism, and they have no way of opposing this state of affairs except by surrendering their very existence. 70. In short, the individual negates his or her own individuality in individualism. In the context of capitalist social relations, the needs of the whole community as well as those of the individual are distorted and denied. The era of large economic combines and the culture industry simply reinforces these trends. Therefore, the political task is to liberate the individual from the conditions of individualism. 71. If today the interest of the general public Allgemeinheit is confronted by the blind persecution of itself, then the reason for this truth is to be found in that society in its present form is in contradiction to the self-interest of most of its members. The overcoming of this contradiction, not the repression of individual interests, is the task which is to be solved only through a definite change in the relations of production, the foundation of the whole of society. 72. This task is represented by Horkheimer as the struggle to realize the standpoint, interests, needs, of most of society's members. In a number of aphorisms in Dämmerung, in Remarks on Science and Crisis, 1932, and in The Dispute over Rationalism in Contemporary Philosophy, 1934, Horkheimer implied that this standpoint is the standpoint of the progressive social forces who have become progressive by virtue of their position in the productive process. Theory must conform to the mental, Geisteigen, and materialistic situation of a particular social class, the proletariat. 73. It can be noted that this position is not unlike Lukács's, as developed in history and class consciousness. 74. For the young Horkheimer, the important thing about the proletariat is that it is developing needs which cannot be satisfied by capitalism's rigid distribution of scarce values, needs which, if adequately articulated, can be fulfilled only through the realization of capitalism's promise of justice, equality, and freedom. Hence, if those needs are transformed into militant class consciousness, they can become the basis for the actualization of the universalistic principles on which capitalism was founded. 75. For as Marcuse wrote, the proletariat's particular interest in its own liberation is at the same time the general interest. It cannot free itself without abolishing itself as a class, and all classes. The goals of the proletariat as revolutionary class are self-transcendent, while remaining historical, concrete goals. They extend, in their class context, beyond the specific class content. 76. Until the very late 1930s, Horkheimer believed that the critical intellectual's thinking could be a stimulating, active factor in the development of the masses. By making its own the interest in emancipation, the interest in the transcendence of all class societies, critical theory could help to promote greater awareness about societal contradictions and thus an objective improvement in human existence. 77. With the late 1930s, Horkheimer became more and more disillusioned about the potential development of the working class. Although he still stressed that the standpoint critical theory makes its own is conditioned by the productive process and the position of the proletariat, he emphasized, increasingly, that this position can be less and less associated with the practice of the working class. 78 As a result, he sought to justify the objectivity of critical theory's standpoint by reference to an interest in a rational organization of human activity which critical theory has set itself to elucidate and legitimize. For it is not only concerned with goals as they have been prescribed by pre-existent life forms, but with mankind and all its possibilities. 79. The goal of a rational society, which today, of course, only appears to arise in the imagination, is really invested, he added, in every man. It is given in human beings as potential. 80. For Horkheimer, the concept of a rational society can only be gained ex negativo. It is a society pointed to by immanent critique, a society free of the contradictions of the existing order. But he says little, if anything, positive about the nature of such a society. This is deliberate. In regard to the essential kind of change at which critical theory aims, there can be no concrete conception of it until it actually comes about. If the proof of the pudding is in the eating here is still in the future. 81 The dialectic is necessarily negative. A rational society can only emerge in the struggle for the future, in the struggle against the world of capital, early Horkheimer, and the domination of technical rationality in all its forms, later Horkheimer. It is only through the struggle against existing contradictions that the notion of a rational society can become more clearly defined. Horkheimer, however, discussed not only the idea of a rational society but also an interest in such a society which is embedded in man. It is, as he sometimes put it, immanent to human labor. What are the grounds for the claim that an interest in a rational society is immanent in man or given in humans as potential? What is the status of this interest? The critic of society might well be able to point out alternatives, closed-off possibilities. But if these are to be taken as something other than the product of utopian thinking, they need a justified basis. If the charge of utopianism is to be dismissed, Horkheimer must, as he himself realized, assess the actual potentiality for a rational society. If the idea of a rational society is to be united with an actual historical movement, the latter's possibility must be revealed. 82. Horkheimer's response to these issues in his pre-1937 writings involves, I think, two interrelated sets of arguments. 83 First, there is a claim that there are new needs developing which cannot be satisfied under the present system of labor and which represent, potentially, generalizable interests. This claim is defended by reference to Marx's account of the development of capitalist economies. This account provides, to a large extent, the basis of his argument that individual self-interests are negated in capitalist society. Bourgeois society denies and limits self-fulfilling praxis. Following Marx, Horkheimer suggested that the proletariat can potentially transcend this condition. It has been prepared for this task by its position in the productive process. In the position of wage laborer, it is apparent that the pursuit of individual profit, at the expense of others' interests, is a self-defeating strategy. The isolated pursuit of individual interests denies the worker the power to pursue claims against capital. A strategy of collective action is, therefore, the only basis for the pursuit of certain basic needs and wants, increased material benefits, control over everyday life, satisfying work, for instance. It is only through collective action that individuals can establish the conditions for a fulfilling life. Ultimately, it is only through the abolition of the economic structure which underlies all social change, class relations, that individuality can be set free. The collective struggle for the realization of greater individual freedom and happiness is part of the experience of many people. The struggle must be carried forward and developed if the general interests of the masses are to be enhanced, that is, if the free development of individuals, a just allocation of scarce values, equality in community are to be actualized. Second, there is the view that some phenomena which critical theory interprets can be shown to be natural properties of the species, which under certain conditions can be developed. Following Freud, especially his libido theory, Horkheimer argued that the instinctual structure of the species is directed toward the release of tension and the fulfillment of needs. 84 As previously noted, libido theory, for Horkheimer, demonstrates that human beings share a striving for pleasure and self-preservation. Thus, there is a stratum of human existence which is an ever-flowing source of stimuli. 85 Although materialism reveals that the structure of human needs is changeable, it recognizes, on Horkheimer's account, that man's striving for happiness is to be regarded as a natural fact requiring no justification. The satisfaction of desire, unlike higher motives, requires no reasons, excuses, or justifications. Men are determined by elementary reactions of pleasure and pain. 86 But capitalism enforces restrictions on libidinal drives and, therefore, perpetuates repressions, feelings of guilt and general suffering. It does, however, through its massive increase in productive forces, create the possibility of the liberation of human potentiality. Whether or not this potentiality will be realized is not a question that can be settled by a priori reasoning. The negation of the negation, the abolition of existing limitations and restrictions on human development, is dependent on the autonomous acts of human beings. Post-war developments. In light of the failure of revolution in the West, the absence of proletarian revolutionary consciousness, the growth of monopoly capitalism, the expansion of the authoritarian state and bureaucracy, Horkheimer frequently acknowledged the need to revise his position. 87 He became more and more concerned to preserve a past in danger of being forgotten, the history of struggles for emancipation, and maintain a capacity for independent, critical, thinking. By the early 1940s, there was little in Horkheimer's work to suggest the imminent emergence of needs compatible with universal moral principles. There was less discussion of the relation between theory and revolutionary practice. The strategy of justifying critical theory's project by reference to generalizable interests represented by the position of the proletariat, became less and less important. Horkheimer concentrated on immanent criticism in the context of interdisciplinary research, although these two strands in his thinking often diverged. For example, projects in philosophy, on the philosophy of history, carried out simultaneously with empirical research, for example on authoritarianism, lacked the dynamic unity which he had argued was necessary in the Zeitschrift essays. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s these trends became more marked as Horkheimer's interests underwent a number of alterations. Perhaps the most important development was his re-evaluation of certain metaphysical and theological traditions. By the mid-1960s he felt he could not defend any philosophy or critical stance that lacked a theological moment, that is, an awareness of the transcendent, or the infinite, or the wholly other. 88 His thought became increasingly speculative as he sought to develop an areligious conception of theology, a theology which, while rejecting all links with any kind of organized church or cultus, focused attention on dimensions of experience that transcend the empirically given world. For Horkheimer, theology was the expression of humanity's unappeasable longing to go beyond its immediate reality and to establish a free and just community. 89 While traces of his earlier concerns with the interest of the general public, Allgemeinheit, the interest in a rational society, are retained in this idea, they are very faint. It is hard to recognize Horkheimer's original program for a critique of ideology in his later works. 7 Adorno's conception of negative dialectics, epistemology and method. 2. Differences between Horkheimer and Adorno. From the early 1930s, according to Horkheimer, philosophy was in a state of disarray. The great philosophical attempts to grasp the totality of life had failed. Classical German philosophy had degenerated into a set of competing systems, highly abstract and equally arbitrary. In reaction, the Vienna Circle, among other contemporary schools, led philosophy along a new path, a path, however, which was yet another cul-de-sac. From the position of the Vienna Circle, it proved impossible to give an adequate account of the meaning of the given and of the nature of philosophical and scientific activity. Horkheimer believed that many traditional philosophical concerns ought not to be completely rejected, they ought instead to be recast. He tended to emphasize the capacities of the social sciences to provide answers to important philosophical questions. Adorno sympathized with this position but tried to strengthen Horkheimer's anti-positivistic, speculative bent. 1 For Adorno, the primary task was an immanent critique of philosophy. Only the systematic critique of philosophy could adequately dispense with old problems and set the limits for new projects. As he argued in his inaugural address to the University of Frankfurt, 7 years before he became a full member of the Institute, only an essentially undialectical philosophy, one which aims at a historical truth, could maintain that the old problems could simply be removed by forgetting them and starting fresh from the beginning. Only in the strictest dialectical communication with the most recent philosophy can a real change of philosophical consciousness prevail. 2. As art expressed social contradictions and antinomies in a mediated form, so, on Adorno's account, philosophy embodied similar objective structures. And as certain forms of art could preserve a critical perspective, so could particular philosophies. By examining the antagonisms and tensions of other theories, Adorno sought to develop a philosophy and style which would contribute to the establishment of a critical social consciousness. 3 Horkheimer was also interested in this enterprise. But while much of the latter's effort was spent examining the social functions of systems of thought, exposing the way in which these systems, perhaps valid at a certain level, serve to conceal or legitimate particular interests, Adorno concentrated his effort on an examination of the way philosophy expresses the structure of society. Unlike Horkheimer, Adorno proceeded to investigate a variety of philosophies in considerable technical detail. 4. Apart from these differences of emphasis, there were differences in the two men's notions of how one could legitimately adjudicate between competing theories of society. Horkheimer's early position was closer to the lux of history and class consciousness than Adorno could have ever found acceptable. From his earliest philosophical works onward, Adorno was concerned with a re-examination of the concept of truth. 5 For him the truth of theory rested upon a particular type of dialectical criticism. This divergence, however, became less marked over time, as did the differences between the two men's orientations. By the very early 1940s there was sufficient common ground for dialectic of enlightenment. Horkheimer's position on the determination of the validity of theory drew closer to Adorno's. This was a result of both Horkheimer's growing pessimism about the potential of the proletariat and the growing influence of Adorno in the Institute. Horkheimer's summary of critical theory, published in Studies in Philosophy and Social Science, 1941, bears Adorno's mark, particularly in the treatment of immanent criticism. 6 Although Adorno's general philosophical positions changed relatively little throughout his working life, he became more and more interested in the nature and practice of research. His growing willingness to extend the sphere of his activities to empirical research created more common ground with Horkheimer. None of this is to say that their style and orientations ever became the same. The differences were still sufficiently great to ensure that the two men did quite different work when writing independently. The critique of philosophy, initial orientation. Adorno's views developed through an immanent critique of philosophy. 7 Most philosophies, he contended, fail to provide an adequate account of the relation between subject and object. 8 In his view, this relation is neither an ultimate duality nor a screen-hiding ultimate unity. 9 Subject and object are constituted by one another but are irreducible to each other, neither can be wholly subsumed by the other. They are internally related, interdependent structures within which the cognitive process unfolds. Yet many philosophies, as will be illustrated below, reduce subject to object or vice versa and thereby proclaim false identities. Adorno was most concerned to assess the state of affairs as it was manifested in the history of bourgeois philosophy. He was particularly anxious to expose the fallacies of subjectivism, the result of too great an emphasis, although it is often hidden or denied, on the role of the subject. Subjectivism finds one of its classical expressions in bourgeois idealism, as represented, for instance, in Hegel's work, with its emphasis on constitutive subjectivity, or crudely put, on the idea that the subject's concepts produce the world. Along with quite different philosophical approaches, such as empiricism, bourgeois idealism embraces what Adorno called identity thinking. Identity thinking, discussed in detail later in the chapter, aims at the subsumption of all particular objects under general definitions and/or a unitary system of concepts. The tendency in contemporary social institutions to total organization is, Adorno claimed, the historical counterpart to this mode of thinking. The particular is subsumed under the general concept as the individual is subsumed under the plan. This type of thinking, Adorno tried to show, correctly registers but falsely affirms dominant ideologies. A second classical expression of subjectivism is philosophical scepticism, as manifested, for example, in the empiricist tradition. On inquiry into its various guises, philosophical scepticism is shown to be internally inconsistent. But more importantly, it serves to block the critical assessment of social existence. For in the characteristic forms of its social and political philosophy, the authority of the individual alone is thought to be justified. Individuals are left free to believe whatever they will. Both the prominence and illusory freedom of the bourgeois subject are sanctioned by these ideas. Philosophical scepticism is the reverse side of identity thinking, but it is equally unacceptable to Adorno, Hegel, Benjamin, and Nietzsche. In order to grasp the distinctive characteristics of Adorno's thought, it is necessary to understand a number of the determining influences on his thinking. 10 Among them are three crucial sources of ideas. First, his acceptance of aspects of Marx's critique of Hegel's notion of history. Second, his concern with Benjamin's criticism of conceptual thinking, Benjamin's stress on the impossibility of universal history, the importance of the particular and the difficulties of comprehending it. Third, his adherence to Nietzsche's views on the absence of ultimate foundations in epistemology, the falsity of identity thinking, and the importance of method and style. Each of these formative elements in Adorno's thinking deserves some comment. Like Horkheimer, Adorno thought he could draw a distinction between aspects of Hegel's work which could be legitimately employed for the development of a materialistic and dialectical method and those which had to be discarded. He was impressed by, and sought to utilize, in a recast form, Hegel's method, his emphasis on process, on mind as activity, and his notion of determinate negation. He rejected Hegel's concept of philosophy, his system, his notions of the identity of subject and object and of the absolute idea. Negative dialectics, Adorno's most mature statement of his position, sets out to free dialectics from affirmative traits which are entailed in Hegel's notion of the negation of the negation. 11 Free our understanding of history from the fallacies which follow from too great an emphasis on subjectivity, and free our thinking from systemic approaches. In some ways Adorno's position represents a series of inversions of Hegel's approach. Hegel's phenomenology of mind, especially the section on the master and slave, shows the origins of the I, the ego, in the not I, the non-ego. 12 The analysis reveals the genesis of consciousness and self-consciousness. Specifically, it reveals the way in which all forms of consciousness develop and are inextricably intertwined with socio-life processes. For Adorno these insights are crucial. Following Hegel, he maintained that a central task of philosophy is to reflect upon these processes and describe their structure and development. Cognition is to be understood in light of its development in actual social processes, not by describing in advance the cognitive achievement in accordance with a logical or scientific model to which, in truth, productive knowledge in no way corresponds. 13 However, Adorno held, Hegel failed to pursue the logic of this kind of perspective. For he hypostatized the mind. 14 Not only did he falsify the object ideologically, calling it a free act of the absolute subject, he also recognized in the subject a self-representing objectivity, thus failing to appreciate the degree to which ideology impinges upon the individual. 15 By objectivity Adorno is not referring to a notion in the philosophy of social science, but to the structure of reality, the conditions, institutions, and forces of society. 16 In opposition to Hegel, Adorno argued that reality cannot be grasped from a single standpoint. 17 The idea that there is a vantage point outside the sway of socio-cultural development, that is, the standpoint of that development's completion, from which one can assess history as a whole, is illegitimate. The illusion that the mind has privileged access to such an Archimedean point and can, as a result, achieve self-sufficiency, forgets the effort of conceptualization. It fails, moreover, to understand the nature of this effort. Thinking is a form of praxis, always historically conditioned, as physical labor transforms and negates the material world under changing historical circumstances, so mental labor, under changing historical conditions, alters its object world through criticism. The illusion also leads invariably to a highly abstract, misleading and arbitrary, categorization of the world. Against Hegel's notion of a cognitive process that unfolds into a unity in the absolute idea, the complete identity of subject and object, Adorno's understanding suggests only negativity, that the difference between subject and object cannot be abolished. He rejects the representation of the cognitive process as a series of developmental oppositions which reach new syntheses only to be dissolved by new oppositions until a harmonious reconciliation is attained. The poles within which the cognitive process works do not admit of a simple harmonious resolution. The capacity of dialectics to transcend opposition is limited. Critique cannot escape the terms of reference of its object. The grounds for transcendence in history are strictly, and tragically, circumscribed, by particular historical conditions. Clearly, philosophy cannot transform these conditions. But it can help to create the precondition for their alteration. The power of reflection is inadequate to grasp the totality of the real. Hegel's notion of universal history, of grasping the whole of social development, eternalizes history in categories of the present. For reason is not simply autonomous. Adorno's critique of Hegel's notion of history as the manifestation of world spirit parallels Marcuse's. Reason is bound by historical circumstances which constrain thinking. 18 The only way in which the historical process might be conceived as a whole is negatively. Universal history must be construed and denied. After the catastrophes that have happened, and in view of the catastrophes to come, it would be cynical to say that a plan for a better world is manifested in history and unites it. Not to be denied for that reason, however, is the unity that cements the discontinuous, chaotically splintered moments and phases of history, the unity of the control of nature, progressing to rule over men, and finally to that over men's inner nature. No universal history leads from savagery to humanitarianism, but there is one leading from the slingshot to the megaton bomb. 19. If history has any unity, it is that given by suffering. The desire to control the world, Adorno believed, lies beneath all philosophical attempts, particularly those attempts which lead to the construction of systems, to represent the totality. Disorder in reality leads to the desire for order in thought. From the 17th century, philosophical systems played a very important compensatory role. Motivated by fear of chaos and impotency in the world, they produced within themselves what bourgeois reason failed to produce outside of itself. 20 The desire to control, Adorno thought, is a necessary feature of everyday life which is made more acute by capitalism. But such a desire does not lead by itself to truth, as an examination of the great philosophical systems of the bourgeois era reveals. 21 As Adorno put it, the philosophical systems were antinomical from the outset. Their rudiments entwined with their own impossibility. 22 Systems try to interpret the world. They call for an orderly organization and presentation of thoughts. Most often they claim their concepts to be adequate to their object, they claim to have identified their object fully. The great systems were accompanied by a paranoid zeal to embrace the whole, to tolerate nothing outside of themselves. For the slightest remnant of non-identity sufficed to deny an identity conceived as total. 23 But systems enter into an inevitable conflict with the objectivity they pretend to have grasped. The many qualitative dimensions of the object disappear in the system, but only to arise later to contradict it. History defies systems. The fate of Hegel's system presents a classic example of such defiance. His identity thinking proved inadequate to comprehend the past and future path of human reason. He failed to grasp the object's point of view. For Adorno, the matters of true philosophical interest at this point in history are those in which Hegel, agreeing with tradition, expressed his disinterest. They are non-conceptual, the individual and the particular. Point 24. To understand these phenomena, Adorno argued, we are not to philosophize about concrete things, we are to philosophize, rather, out of these things. Point 25. Adorno drew similar conclusions in his major studies on Kierkegaard, Husserl, and Heidegger. Point 26. Adorno's critique of Hegel bears the influence of both Benjamin and Nietzsche. Benjamin's influence was central. For example, a number of the main categories of Benjamin's Ursprung der Deutschen Trauerspiels, origin of German tragic drama, found their way into Adorno's work. However, these categories were not simply borrowed and utilized in a straightforward fashion. On the contrary, Adorno recast them within the terms of reference of a philosophy that is, unlike Benjamin's early writings, materialistic and dialectical. Point 27. In the origin of German tragic drama, Benjamin was critical of identity theory on a number of grounds. First, he rejected the claim that an individual phenomenon could be grasped and its truth known by subsuming it under general concepts. Second, he maintained, contrary to most classical German philosophy, that the universal could only be grasped within the particular. Concrete individual phenomena express the universal within their very structure. Third, he argued that discrete and disparate phenomena could be grasped only through the recovery of the ideas, the symbolic representations they embody. Crudely put, ideas can be represented by concepts of particular configurations of concrete elements. Ideas are timeless. They represent the objective interpretation of historical crystallizations which emerge from the process of becoming and decay in history. Benjamin compared ideas to monads. Every idea, he argued, contains an image of the world and expresses unintentional truth. Intentions lose warit, that is, subjectively unintended truth, about aspects of the world's structure. Point 28. Fourth, Benjamin stressed the difficulties involved in all efforts to comprehend unique concrete elements and ideas. In his texts he sought to determine and exemplify the method and style most suitable to his task. As the representative of truth, philosophy, he thought, must remain true to the form of its object. Benjamin utilized constellations, sets of concepts, clusters of juxtaposed words and terms, to assist in the reconstruction of particulars, and, thus, in the representation of ideas. Constellations were created to characterize a phenomenon while not suggesting that concept and object are identical. Benjamin often presented his material in a fragmentary and aphoristic style in order to underline its inevitable incompleteness. Benjamin's emphasis on the uniqueness, importance, and complexity of the particular, his highly unconventional concept of induction, reversing the standard relation of particular to general, and many other of his concepts, for instance, constellation, had a profound impact on Adorno's earliest works. Benjamin's later reflections, in his more materialistic phase, on the question of the relation between ideas and material reality also left important traces on Adorno's writings. In his Passagenarbeit, the uncompleted study of Paris in the 19th century, Benjamin formulated the issue in the following terms. The question is namely, if the substructure determines the superstructure to a certain degree, its thought and experience material, yet this determination is not one of simply copying or reflection, how is it then, totally apart from the question of its causal origins, to be characterized as its expression? The superstructure is the expression of the substructure. The economic conditions under which society exists come to expression in the superstructure. Point 29. The superstructure was the expression, on Benjamin's account, of objective, historical circumstances. The task of the critic was to reveal the unintentional truth about socio-cultural formations embodied within it. Adorno agreed. The level of Adorno's agreement can be measured by his continual attempt to show how in philosophical thought, antinomies, illegitimate abstractions, and the one-sided treatment of problems, express aspects of the structure of society. Benjamin and Adorno disagreed, however, on how the truth was to be grasped. Unlike Benjamin, Adorno always emphasized that interpretation and theory are necessary in order to uncover the meaning of objects. As he put it in one of his earliest statements on the subject. In this remains the great, perhaps everlasting paradox: philosophy persistently, and with the claim of truth, must proceed interpretively without ever possessing a sure key to interpretation. Nothing more is given to it than fleeting, disappearing traces within the riddle figures of that which exists and their astonishing entwinings. The history of philosophy is nothing other than the history of such entwinings. Thus it reaches so few results. It must always begin anew and therefore cannot do without the least thread which earlier times have spun, and through which the lineature is perhaps completed which could transform the ciphers into a text. Point 30. Sometimes Benjamin seemed to suggest that the mere juxtaposition of concrete elements was enough to release the truth of particulars. Although Benjamin's positions change, he often denied the necessity of theoretical intervention. 31 Adorno rejected this view. True interpretations could only be achieved through the confrontation between individual phenomena and the particular linguistic act of the interpreter. He readily granted that many types of superstructural phenomena contained objective truths. But these truths were often inadequately interpreted by their creators and were not self-explanatory. To be grasped fully, the intervention of the theorist was necessary. The nature of Adorno's procedures for interpretation will be clarified below. 32. Nietzsche's influence on Adorno is no less significant. In fact, Nietzsche's ideas constitute one of the most important sources for the development of Adorno's views. 33 It is useful to draw out some of the connections between the two men's work. Adorno does not accept Nietzsche's claim that all beliefs can maintain the same validity as long as they are grounded in some want or need. 34 Ultimately, he rejects Nietzsche's non-rationalist concept of reality and his notion of truth. However, many of Nietzsche's arguments against other philosophers and many of his positions, for example, on the problem of grounding, the validity of identity theory, the import of style, are admired and employed by Adorno throughout his writings. References to Nietzsche are numerous. Nietzsche's profound skepticism of all values and ideas which are taken for granted and thought to be legitimate, his critical stance and commitment to a revaluation and transformation of all values and concepts, impressed Adorno. Adorno's critique of philosophy, sociology, and culture shares many aspects of Nietzsche's radical perspective. It also shares Nietzsche's rejection of idealism, of notions of the self-sufficiency of mind, of ideas which suggest the inferiority of the not I and of thinking which can only express itself in systems. Nietzsche refused homage to the speculative concept, the hypostasis of the mind, and this for Adorno was a liberating act,